Hey guys, how's it going? Perry in here. And welcome to Exilecon! Thank you guys for joining us online. It's going to be a fantastic show. You guys want to learn about what's coming up in Path of Exile? Oh, you do? Yeah, me too. Yeah. Well, before we get to the people that are best to deliver that information, before we get into Path of Exile's wonderful future, let's take a moment to go over all the wonderful things we have already experienced in Path of Exile. Let's take a moment to check out Path of Exile from the past.
Life is fleeting.
A worthy opponent.
Go with God. Death to sin.
The touch of God.
Bow to your queen, mortal.
You there. Let me bend your ear for a moment.
Why are you so in love with death?
Let me tell you a future.
Gaze into the abyss.
What in damnation have you done?
You divide, rot, spoil, and fester.
Ready, exile? It is time to hunt!
Let's make history.
Afraid of the dark, exile? You should be.
My cause fuels me.
Do you remember dying here?
You will.
It's branching, exile!
Still sane, exile.
To the grove, exile. A harvest awaits. This one should be rather legitimate. Does the toy wish to play with me?
Your path to greatness has taken a hard turn.
toward a cliff. Detonations incoming!
There's no time. I've become too weak to sustain the blood crucible.
Your sad defiance ends here, hatchling.
Another mortal wanders into my prison.
You cannot escape Baydat's gaze!
One of many.
Foul creatures!
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. Welcome to Exilecon 2023. It feels like just yesterday that I was here on stage at Exilecon 2019 announcing Path of Exile 2. Since then, we have worked tirelessly on the content we're going to show you this weekend. To everyone here in person, thank you so much for coming out to join us. It honestly feels so good to know that people love Path of Exile so much that they fly across the world to come and celebrate it with us in person here. I really hope you have a great trip and make the most of your time in New Zealand. Our last Exilecon was a magical experience, and we've tried to go above and beyond in every way this time. If you're tuning in online to watch the live stream, thanks for joining us also. I wish you could all be with us here, but to ensure you have the full Exilecon experience, we have made sure to include every talk and session as part of the 2-day live stream this weekend. Twitch drops are enabled for the live stream, but if you're here in the audience, you'll automatically get them when you redeem the microtransaction code in your swag bag, so no need to stream it from your phones while you're watching. You'll also receive the attendee-only Exilecon 2023 hideout. We have so much to share with you this weekend, and let's just get right into Path of Exile 2. I'd like to introduce Jonathan Rogers and Mark Roberts, game directors of Path of Exile 2.
Hey guys. While Chris has been running Path of Exile 1, Mark and I and over 100 other developers have been hard at work on PoE 2. And honestly, the project has become much bigger than we expected when we announced it in 2019. It's been almost 4 years since then, and so it's about time we showed you what we've been working on. Oh, hang on. Okay. Sorry, I forgot. Okay. When we announced Path of Exile 2 at Exilecon 2019, we told you guys that we were releasing it as an expansion to PoE 1, and that both campaigns would be playable in the same game client with a shared endgame. But PoE 2's scope has continued to grow and grow, and it's far more than just an expansion with a new campaign. It has entirely new monsters, skills, mechanics, classes, everything you'd expect from the next generation of action RPGs. Not to mention revamps of most of the PoE 1 League content. This thing is just freaking huge. There was a point when we realized that our plan to replace PoE 1 with PoE 2 would essentially be getting rid of a game that people love for no real reason. So we made a decision. Path of Exile 1 and 2 will be separate with their own mechanics, balance, endgames, and leagues. But it's still a shared platform. Your microtransactions are available across both games. Everything you have ever purchased or will ever purchase in the future will be usable in both games unless it's hyper-specific to the content of one of them. You can't transform into a bear in PoE 1, so a reskin of your bear form isn't going to work. But you absolutely can equip the awesome armor set that you got and use all your stash tabs. So with that in mind, we'd love to show you a live demo of some of the stuff we've been working on. PoE 2 has come a long way. Mark here is going to man the PC. Hopefully he doesn't die. It is a live gameplay demo after all. All right.
The gods caused all this, you know. After Oriath was destroyed, I traveled, searching for answers. Everywhere I went, the same divine devastation. It must end. I will end it. And no exile will stop me! This world will be reborn, no matter the cost.
All right, Mark, your turn now. Welcome to Path of Exile 2. We'd like to start off by showing you some of the gameplay of Act 3, one of the 6 acts in PoE 2's campaign. We're starting here in the jungle depths. Act 3 is set in the ruins of the Vaal civilization, which fell thousands of years ago. Jungle has taken over their former once great cities, and we'll be exploring it using one of the 6 new character classes called the Monk. In PoE 1, we had 1 character class for each of the combinations of strength, dexterity, and intelligence. When looking at the design of PoE 2, though, we realized that many of the new skills that we were trying to design just didn't really fit thematically with the existing classes that we have. Being a spellcaster with a bear form makes sense for Strength Int, but it just doesn't really sound like something a Templar would do. We realized that since we had new mechanics for every attribute combination, it actually made sense to design a new character class to explore the new themes. In PoE 2, every attribute combination has 2 classes associated with it. Strength Int has the Templar or the Druid. On Dexterity, you have the Ranger or the more spare-focused Huntress. And on Dex Int, you have the Shadow and the Monk, which Mark is playing here. Each class has its own 3 ascendancies that let you further specialize the class in a way that only that class has access to, but they both start at the same location on the passive tree. The quest rewards you are offered on the 2 variants are tailored to the class, but of course, this is PoE. You can still mix and match anything to your heart's content. Looks like we've come across the boss for this area. In PoE 2, every area of the campaign contains a boss of at least this difficulty. That's over 100 bosses to fight as you make your way through the campaign, and they all have unique mechanics. As you've been watching from Mark fighting here, you've probably noticed that melee combat in PoE 2 is a very different feel than before. We've done a lot of things to add mobility to combat. Practically every melee skill in PoE 2 has some kind of movement built into it. But the monk in particular is a melee fighter who specializes in mobility over brute strength. So, as Mark has been playing, you might have noticed these blue markers over enemies. Mark has a skill equipped called Killing Palm. Whenever an enemy has a blue indicator over it, it means that the monster has low enough life to cull with Killing Palm. Successfully executing the cull will give you a power charge. This is an important skill for the monk, since many of his skills interact with power charges. One of the great things about the skill is that it has a built-in dash forward, which makes it much easier to target the skill right at the point where you need it. We've done a huge amount of work in PoE 2 to make using skills like this feel satisfying. If you're accidentally targeting slightly off the monster, the skill will automatically lock onto the cullable target, and it will even do a small amount of pathfinding around obstacles. We really want to make sure that when you've got an opportunity to use the skill, nothing is going to get in your way. Once you have some power charges, you're going to need some skills to power up. A great follow-up is Falling Thunder. Falling Thunder without a power charge just creates a relatively small lightning AoE in front of you. But if you do it with power charges, it turns into a pack clearer with a large number of extra projectiles. One thing to notice here is that, like almost every melee skill in PoE 2, Falling Thunder has a little bit of extra movement built in, just in case you need it. Use the skill within range and you just do the flip in place. But use it at a larger range and your character will move forward while executing it, getting you into position without any time penalty. In PoE 2, you also get a short period to redirect your target. Notice how you can start the skill facing one way, then whip the mouse sideways to land the skill in a different direction? Now, in order to get power charges, you're going to first need to get some lower life monsters into a cullable range. You've got a few options if you want to charge right in. Whirling Assault is great. It doesn't do much damage per hit, but it covers a lot of ground. And notice how you can turn as you do it? Generally speaking, you never lose control of your character in PoE 2. If you make a turn at the right time, you can get a couple of extra hits on the monsters, getting them in range of your cull. Follow up with a Killing Palm, and then finish off the rest of the pack with your Falling Thunder. We've now entered the Vaal Mechanarium. This is the place where the Vaal built the various constructs that they relied on to power their civilization.
Now this is a find! A Vaal ruin that hasn't been looted? I wonder why nobody's been in here before.
One useful feature we've added is the ability to call in NPCs to where you are to give you more information or help you with quest objectives, rather than always having to go back to town. In this case, we've called in Alva to find out what to do.
This mechanism, if powered with a small soul core, it could open that door. There should definitely be soul cores somewhere around here. They had to power these constructs somehow.
As Alva just said, we need to find a small soul core to open this door. Let's explore.
Get back!
If you want to shave off some life without getting too close to some of the more dangerous monsters, a great option is Wind Blast. Wind Blast also doesn't do too much damage, but it keeps enemies back. The closer they are, the farther they're pushed back, so it's a great option for keeping smaller but higher damage enemies at bay. Note that the bigger the enemy is, the less they'll be pushed back, so trying to push back some giants isn't going to be as effective. And there's the soul core. Let's get back to the door.
Consider me impressed. I'll keep investigating in here. Bring me in if you find anything else.
Away!
Now, if you need to defeat tougher enemies, it might be time to break out some of the ice skills in the monk's arsenal. Glacial Cascade creates a wave of ice that moves slowly in front of the player. It's pretty ineffective against fast-moving monsters because most of the damage occurs right at the end of the wave, and so a lot of monsters will just walk right by it. But if you can find a way to make a monster stop at just the right place, it can be very effective. In order to do that, you're probably going to want to freeze some monsters. The monk has a few different tools to do this. A fairly simple option is to get right in the monster's face with Ice Strike. Ice Strike doesn't do too much damage at the first 2 hits, but attack 3 times in sequence and you can get off a combo that has a much higher chance to freeze. Get in there with the freeze, then roll back and finish the job with Glacial Cascade. Now, remember how Glacial Cascade is that extra damaging spike at the end? If you hit a frozen enemy with that spike, it shatters the ice on the enemy and does a devastating amount of damage. This is a really great combo against bosses, as you'll see later. Oh yeah, and I've just been casually mentioning rolling around. Did I forget to mention that in PoE 2 we added a dodge roll to every character? Just press spacebar at any time to roll. There's no cooldown and no limitations. And it even has pathfinding in it, so you don't get stuck on anything. When you when you dodge roll, you're not invulnerable. If something hits you, you're going to feel it, but most things aren't going to hit you. And that's because while you're rolling, projectiles and melee strikes will always miss. You'll have to roll out of the way of a slam that has AoE, but anyone swinging a sword or throwing a fireball is going to miss. Now, another important function of dodge roll is it lets you cancel out of any skill at any time. This makes it so you don't feel like you're getting stuck during a long animation when something's about to hit you. It really changes how skills with longer attack and cast times play, and makes dodge roll a very reliable feeling way to avoid attacks. So, that's one way to get out of the way of damage, but the monk specializes in mobility, so it would make sense that he would have some more. Wave of Frost is one of our new attacks with a retreat built right in. You move backwards and throw out a cold attack with a significant freeze. A great thing about this is that it puts you at a good distance to follow up with a Glacial Cascade and do a whole pile of damage. Another skill you can use to get some extra freeze is Shattering Palm. Shattering Palm is a palm strike that puts a small ice bomb on the target. Kill or deal enough damage to the target and the bomb will explode, doing some damage and a significant freeze. It's a great option against bosses where the wave of ice might not be enough to get that freeze off. But you still really want to use Glacial Cascade to get the damage bonus. The final skill we're going to show you today is Flicker Strike. It's a monk skill and another skill that consumes power charges. If you've played PoE 1 before, you know what to expect. It's a great finisher for tough boss fights if you were able to get some power charges beforehand. Here we have Blackjaw, former overseer of the Mechanarium. When the Varl fell, he was turned to stone and now guards the area. In order to take down this boss, we're going to need all the tools in the monk's arsenal, especially the combo of Freeze and Glacial Cascade. Now, if you're a PoE 1 player, you might think you can't rely on Freeze because there's so many bosses that are immune to it. But in PoE 2, that's changing significantly. In PoE 1, Freeze is a binary mechanic. An attack freezes the target, or it doesn't. What this basically means is that in PoE 1, we were forced to add freeze immunity to many bosses because freeze just trivialized them. Because of that, freezing was something you could only really rely on while pack clearing, and not something you could use as a core part of your build for boss fighting. In PoE 2, though, all crowd control mechanics now have internal meters that allow you to build up to a freeze or stun, or whatever other CC mechanic that you're using. It's a little bit like poise from games like Elden Ring, though the meters tend to be a lot smaller than those games. When you freeze an enemy, it increases the amount of freeze you need to do to get another freeze, but the increased difficulty bleeds away slowly. More freeze will always let you freeze the boss more often, but this system means that it will not get out of control in party play or interact badly with other CC mechanics, allowing us to let these kinds of mechanics actually work against all bosses. Let's take two. All right, so this might be a good time to mention that in PoE 2, if you die to the boss, you have to start again from the start. There's no boss cheesing. So hang on. Oh, there might be a... Are you okay? Oh, 1 second. One technical issue. It's just typing some cheats to... All right, we good? Back to the stream. All right. All right.
Round 2.
Let's go.
Whoever balanced that, like, come on. Holy.
Oh.
Holy.
Okay, do the... Oh, nice. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
here, Freeze. Come on. Oh, here we go.
Go. Freeze. Oh no! Oh shit! Oh. Oh. Come on. No. Get it. It's so good. There you go.
After this.
No. Get him. Okay. All right. Here we go. All right. All right. Second time's the charm. So, Blackjaw has dropped a consumable quest item here called the Flame Core. It's a permanent +10 to Spirit. In PoE 2, we really want to make sure that you will feel rewarded for exploration. It wouldn't be much good if we made all these awesome optional bosses if we didn't have something great to find for killing them. One of the things you might find for killing a boss is permanent stat bonuses for your character.
I wonder what Spirit does.
All right, now because this random area is different, Mark will have to find his way to the exit the hard way.
This is, because I died, this is no longer rehearsed at all.
All right.
Face your demise.
This way.
Need to use those killing palms more often, Mark.
Your fate is sealed.
Whoa.
My poor heart.
Lightning strike. Oh. I think you got completely lost there.
I have no idea where I am.
All right. Yeah, there we go. All right, here we are. Here's the exit.
I'm gonna die to these sentinels somehow.
All right. Let's go right through. All right. All right. In order to help with the next area, we're going to call in a sorceress. I'd like to welcome Octavian to the stage, who's going to join the party with Mark, so they can play through together. All right, 1 second. All right. Here we go. All right. The sorceress is the new intelligence-focused character in PoE 2. While the witch focuses more on occult magic and summoning, the sorceress is themed around pure elemental destruction. Let's have a look at how she plays.
the largest soul core I've ever seen. With this, we could power the canal systems. But it isn't charged. There is still latent energy in this machinarium from its ancient operation. These lines in the stonework should lead to generators. You might need to find some more soul cores to spin them up, but everything looks to be in surprisingly decent condition. Maybe the golems have been maintaining it. In any case, it should still function. We'll have to remove that large core from the wall, of course, but that shouldn't be a problem.
We have some skills here you're probably going to recognize if you've played PoE 1 before, but they feel a bit different now. Spark is great in these tight passages since it bounces around. We've added a Pierce support gem to really allow it to hit an entire room full of targets. For a more single target focused skill, Arc is a great choice. It does much more damage than the first target that you hit. Now, if you find yourself surrounded, it might be a good idea to use Ice Nova. It hits all enemies around you and slows them down with a chill. Just be careful. Getting up close and personal isn't the ideal place for a sorceress to be. She doesn't have the defenses of a more melee-oriented character. In order to help with that, though, you could use Arctic Armor. In PoE 2, Arctic Armor is a buff that builds up as you stand still. You can see the ice crystals forming around the character. They drop off if you walk. When monsters hit you, they take cold damage and build up to a freeze, so it's a great defense. Just be careful. You have to be standing still for a little while to get the full effect, so trying to stutter step using it isn't the best strategy. Now, Arctic Armor is an ongoing buff, but did you notice it didn't reserve any mana? How does that work? Well, we were pretty sick of the fact that in PoE 1, basically every character was playing with no mana pool, so we decided to change the way that reservation works. In PoE 2, there's a new resource called Spirit. Spirit is a dedicated resource that you can use for ongoing effects like Arctic Armor, Heralds, Auras, and Minions. Everyone starts with 100 Spirit, which is enough for most ongoing effects. But if you want more, you're going to need to get some more Spirit, which is available on mods from items and on the passive tree. But if you're willing to give up your offhand slot, the easiest way to get it is by holding a Scepter. Find out more about that in the items talk later on. Now, if you want to increase the cold damage that you're dealing, you can always use Frost Bomb. It places a bomb on the ground that reduces enemies' cold resistance while it's ticking down. It's a great opportunity to use some cold skills before it explodes. And speaking of cold skills, a great skill to use on monsters with lower cold resistance is Comet. This is a new skill in PoE 2 and it hits pretty damn hard. It costs a lot of mana and has a really long cast time, but it's worth the wait. It does a devastating amount of damage. To help you out of danger, your character moves back slightly as it casts. It's pretty hard to hit fast-moving opponents, but it's great on tougher enemies that stand still, or even a larger pack if you're further away and can predict where they're going to move. Now, if you run out of mana casting too many of those, I guess in an emergency you could use your free-to-cast Fireball. So where did that come from, you ask? Well, this is a great opportunity to explain the way that we've changed caster weapons in PoE 2. Now, in PoE 1, caster weapons had a default melee attack that nobody used. And because they had that, they also had a bunch of attack mods that would spawn in them that were useless to a caster. In PoE 2, we wanted to clean that up. So each staff now comes with a built-in free-to-cast spell. Just put it on and spam away to your heart's content. Now, this particular staff is the base type that you'll get right on the starting beach, so it's quite likely that you'll have outgrown it by now. So that's why we've also made a lot of staves with more utility-focused powers for casters to use. Here we have a crystal staff. It has a pretty cool built-in spell called Unleash. Using it slams your staff on the ground and will allow you to triple cast whatever you cast with your next spell. Now, of course, what you're probably going to want to use with that is something powerful, and Comet is a great option. You'll notice that Unleash is one of the few skills in PoE 2 with a cooldown. In general, we really try to avoid using cooldowns because we really hate the feeling that combat is just waiting to cast your next spell. But it does make sense for Unleash since it's free to cast, and it's something we want you to use situationally anyway. Now, if you're facing something tough, you might need to try out Mana Tempest. Mana Tempest creates a circle of power which your character literally hovers over the ground. While in the circle, your mana drains, but it powers up all your spells. Lightning projectiles will fork, beams will chain further, and you also do a lot more damage. So, with all of these skills, here's a great combo to try. First, cast Frost Bomb to reduce the target's cold resistance. Then use Mana Tempest to increase your damage. Follow up with Unleash, and then triple cast Comet to do a truly insane amount of damage. Where those ghosts come from?
These ghosts.
Yeah.
Whose fault is that?
This rare monster has dropped an uncut gem, and that's a great opportunity to talk about how skill gems drop in PoE 2. Instead of dropping specific gems, you can find uncut gems. Just right click on them and pick whatever skill you want. Ignore the, whoops. The gem will come pre-leveled to the level of the area that dropped it, so it's a lot easier to change between skills in PoE 2. This time, I think it might be cool to grab one of our meta gems. Meta gems are skills that can have other skills socketed into them, changing how they work. In this case, we're going to select Cast on Shock. Now, let's equip this thing in the skill screen and choose which spell to trigger with it. I think Comet might be fun. Now, because Cast on Shock reserves Spirit, we'll need to first disable our Arctic Armor. We have to decide if we'd rather have the extra defense or the extra offense of the Cast on Shock using our Spark. In PoE 2, trigger gems use a system of filling up cast time on each trigger. Basically, if a skill has a short cast time, it will trigger really often. And if it has a long cast time, like this Comet here, it will take a lot longer to trigger. You can see on the top left corner, there's a counter that shows you how long until the next trigger. Hopefully he shots the monsters. There we go. And there you have it. That's using Cast on Shock. We've automatically cast Comet whenever we're using our lightning skills. So, we've found the generator. Time to power it up. As power is restored to the Mechanarium, all the constructs are coming back to life. We'll need to fight them on the way back to the charged Soul Core. So, one thing that PoE 1 players might have noticed is this character has both lightning spells and cold spells. That's pretty inefficient, right? It's a big no-no for most builds because any specialization into cold or lightning isn't going to affect the other element. And generic elemental damage increases are not going to be as powerful as focusing on a single element. Well, in PoE 2, we have another major new system to introduce to solve these kinds of problems. And it starts, oddly enough, with weapon swap. Now, in PoE 1, weapon swap isn't really used much for its originally intended purpose. We imagine that people were going to be swapping in and out between different weapons to deal with whatever situation they were in. People just don't do that at all. And a large reason for that is because it's really, really awkward. In PoE 2, we wanted to solve all of that. The staff Octavian is using here has an ice mod on it that makes it great for when he's using his ice spells. But we would also like to be able to make sure that this build works just as well for his lightning spells. If Octavian equips his previous staff in his second weapon set, you can see that it appears on the character's back. Now, we're going to open up the skill screen. If Octavian opens the skill options for his lightning skills, you can see here that you can choose which weapon sets are usable with each skill. First, we uncheck set 1 from being used by his lightning skills. Then we go through the cold skills and turn those off with his lightning weapon. Just take a second.
If I can remember where they all are.
Yeah. Now, when we use Spark, the character will automatically switch to the lightning staff on his back and then use the skill. And when Octavian uses his Ice Nova, his character automatically switches to his Ice Staff before using it. You can configure each skill for which set to use, or both if you don't mind which. There's a very short time penalty to switching, so it can be good to leave some skills on both sets if it doesn't matter which weapon set you're using. But we still have a problem: passives. Wouldn't it be nice if we could specialize in both cold and lightning passives on the character? Well, in PoE 2 you can. Hopefully Mark can deal with those monsters while we do this demo. So, we're on the passive skill screen here, and you can see that we are close to both a cold and a lightning cluster. At the top right of the screen, you can see that we have some weapon set specific points to allocate. If Octavian holds shift, he can allocate set 1 to the cold passives, and then allocate set 2 to the lightning passives. Now, check it out. As we use our weapon swap, the skills allocate changes from one build to the other automatically. So whenever we cast the appropriate spell, the character's passives reconfigure on the fly to the correct build for that spell. Now you can't do this with every single passive on your tree. Only points granted from skill books will allow this kind of dual specialization. So you're not going to be changing from a mace slamming warrior into a fire elementalist with the press of a button. But it certainly increases the number of options you have for builds. There's a huge number of places where the system can shine. You can augment your dagger shadow build with traps, or have a great curse set up on your witch with one spec, and then move to your chaos debuff spells with the other, for example. It really opens up your options. Now, another fun metagem to try out is called Barrier Invocation. This works a little bit like the trigger gems I talked about before, but this one charges up as your energy shield is hit by monsters. We're going to put an Ice Nova in this one. The more energy shield you lose, the more charge builds up. We'll just get that one equipped there, yep. So yeah, the more energy shield you lose, the more charge will build up, until the point you're able to cast the socketed skill instantly. There we go. So you lose some energy shield, and at just the right time, invoke Ice Nova to cast all the stacked up copies in one instant cast. If you keep losing shield, you'll build up even more charge for even more casts. So it's a great defensive option in an emergency.
Overkill.
And here we are back at the charged soul core. All we have to do now is take it.
Just take it.
Now we just have to remove it from that construct.
Alva, what the...
Don't die this time, guys.
Frozen?
Nice.
Wait. Get away from the wall.
Oh god.
Frozen, no? Good.
Frozen, nice.
Helps that we're both doing ice damage. Cold damage.
Stay still!
He's heavy
Stunned.
Okay. Nice. Frozen?
Stay still! Out of mana!
Frozen again?
Getting real lucky with those freeze procs this time.
All skill.
Now don't move!
Nice. Frozen. Get up, get away.
I need more time.
Get away from him. Get away. Get away. Triangle. Oh. Oh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Cowling.
Nice.
So that's Path of Exile 2. These areas, as well as around half of each of the first 4 acts, are available to play at the 3 demo zones around Exilecon. Now, if you're physically here at this event and you get to play the demo, just remember, it's a different game than before. It's a lot harder. You're probably going to run the first pack of monsters and just die. I really recommend you read the signs. They have good advice on how to combine your skills effectively, and remember, dodge rolls on spacebar, use it. You're just going to die otherwise. So your next question is likely to be, when is the beta? Well, we're in our last year of development, but we're still finishing acts, adding skills, and balancing everything. The closed beta is going to start on June 7th, 2024. Path of Exile 2 has been a long time coming, and we're incredibly excited to be near the finish line, but we're just not quite there yet. We're determined not to rush this and make sure we get everything right. In the meantime, there's a lot in store for PoE 1. I'll hand back over to Chris, and he's going to talk about what's coming up. Thank you very much.
So that demo was very hard for them to do in person. Like, I am very impressed it went that well. So as Jonathan explained, Path of Exile 1 will continue to be its own unique game once Path of Exile 2 comes out. We will continue to update it with expansions and leagues going forward. And because accounts and microtransactions are shared between the 2 games, and their expansion releases are offset from each other, it's super easy to jump between them and effectively play both if you want. So I'm going off script for a second here and just going to explain this a bit better. Imagine we release a Path of Exile 2 expansion, right? So everyone dives in and plays it. You give it, say, out of the 13-week cycle, you're going to play for, some hardcore players play for the first few weeks, some people play for most of the time. We're going to aim a Path of Exile 1 expansion to come out towards the end of that cycle, say 4 or 5 weeks from the end, which also lasts for 3 months. So because Path of Exile 2 has more content and is a significantly larger game, it will mean that you can play Path of Exile 2 for the majority of the cycle, and then either keep playing if you want to keep playing Path of Exile 2, or jump into Path of Exile 1 when its league launches and enjoy that, either for the entire period or until the next Path of Exile 2 one comes out. And of course, because your purchases are shared, if you were to buy supporter packs or microtransactions in either, they're just available on your characters in the other. Speaking of Path of Exile 1 expansions, we've got one coming out in just 3 weeks, on August 18th. Let's watch the trailer for Path of Exile: Trial of the Ancestors.
Souls such as yours do not go quietly into the night. They thirst for battle. They yearn to prove themselves. Welcome to the halls of the dead. Earn your place among us. Under Hinikora's watchful eye, test your mettle against the greatest warriors who ever lived. Prove yourself in the trial of the ancestor. In the end, only one can become champion. Will it be you?
In the Karui afterlife, the fallen chieftains of each tribe participate in a tournament called the Trial of the Ancestors. You will journey to the afterlife, assemble your own team, and enter the tournament to battle those chieftains and earn valuable rewards. As you play through areas in the Ancestor Challenge League, you'll find tradable silver coins. Using them will take you to the Kurui Afterlife, where you will encounter Navali, who you may remember from the Prophecy League. Each coin allows you to play a match of the tournament. You start the tournament with a basic team consisting of 3 warriors. The tournament is double elimination, meaning you're allowed to have 1 loss without consequence. A second loss eliminates you from the tournament. Your team will compete against 10 other tribes, and you choose who you're going to challenge next out of the teams left in the tournament. When you start a match, you see the configuration of the enemy team and get to place your team of warriors on the battlefield to challenge theirs. You and your party of exiles will play alongside your warriors. So while this league does have many elements of an auto-battler, you're right there fighting alongside them. During a match, when a warrior dies, they respawn at their totem after a short time. If their totem is destroyed, then they are instantly killed and can't respawn. The team that destroys all of the opposing totems wins. If you're playing a hardcore character though, don't worry. Hinokora, the goddess of death, is watching over you and will restore your soul to your body, so you can't permanently die in the afterlife. Like that. In the Trial of the Ancestors, strategy and tactics are key. Every unit has its own strengths and weaknesses that must be utilized to win matches. The turtle is really slow and really tanky. It's perfect for either defensive positioning to stop flankers or offensive positioning to tank hits for you if you're pushing through the middle. It's not great in the center or flank positions due to its slow movement speed. The Tuatara is a quick and deceptive unit, which is relatively well balanced for all positions. This version of the Tuatara has a stealth ability, which makes it perfect for the flanking position to sneak through enemy defenses and take out unprotected totems from the side. The Goliath of Night is a disruptor unit, and it's ideally placed in a center position to intercept enemies that are chasing you. You can also allocate it to defenses so that it disrupts enemies that are trying to kill your totems by stunning them. So in this match here, we've set up a Tuatara in a flanking position, a turtle on defense to guard our totems, and a Goliath to follow us as we attack up the middle. Our plan is to work with the Goliath to distract the enemy front line so the flanking Tuatara can get through and destroy some of their totems. Teamwork. Upon winning a match, you earn favor and other rewards. I'll talk about the other rewards shortly. There are a lot. You have a separate amount of favor with each tribe, and you can spend it by talking to their chieftain to recruit warriors and purchase field items and equipment that your team can use. Each tribe has specific specialities. For example, Hinokora's tribe manipulates life and death. Rongo Kurai's tribe is slow and tanky, with an emphasis on stuns and knockbacks. You can recruit warriors from many different tribes and mix and match them together into your team based on what you need. Field items are items that are placed on the battlefield and can be activated during the match to, for example, revive a warrior, or heal your entire team. If a field item isn't consumed within a match, it persists on to the next match. But your warriors, their equipment, and your field items are all wiped between tournaments. You enter each tournament fresh. Your success in a tournament updates your overall ranking, which helps you in better rewards and subsequent ones. Speaking of rewards, let's discuss the good part, what you can earn for succeeding at the Trial of the Ancestors. You can tell this gets me excited. Okay. You get a reward as you win each round of the tournament, and these rewards are visible when you're selecting which tribe you want to play against. They'll help inform your decision, as some of them are regular rewards and some of them are exclusive new rewards you can only get from the Trial of the Ancestors. I'm literally tripping over my words to get to the part where I can explain tattoos. Okay. The Ancestors reward you with special tattoos that are not applied to your skin, but they're engraved on your soul. This process can transform what your attribute skills on the passive tree do, basically the attribute highway nodes generally. The regular ones can only be applied to basic attribute skills and allow you to convert your tree's attribute highways into something more useful for you. For example, this one converts a small dexterity skill into movement speed. Each tribe has its own exclusive passive tattoos. This tattoo converts a small strength skill into additional fire resistance. This one converts a small intelligence skill into additional lightning damage. And this one converts a small strength skill into one that summons a minion when you take a savage hit from a unique enemy. But don't go overboard on the number of skills you convert with tattoos, as you'll probably need at least some of your attributes left to equip items. Each of the 10 tribes has an exclusive unique item that you can earn. These rarely show up as rewards for defeating that tribe in a match. Katava's Hunger is a unique majestic plate that you can earn by defeating the Katava tribe. As you can see, it grants an immense amount of life for a single item, providing you don't have any life on any other pieces of your equipment. While this is tricky to accomplish, it also frees up all those other potential life slots to be something else that benefits your build, making it pure upside. This amulet is a unique item you can earn by defeating the Arohongui tribe. It has the powerful effect of causing your flasks to instantly recover life and mana whenever you're low. This could potentially be a powerful panic button, or maybe you want to build around permanently being on low life or mana, so all of your flask usage is instant. If you manage to win the entire tournament, you'll not only receive the reward for the final match, but Hinokora will also give you a choice of 3 additional... Of 3 additional exclusive items. Let's have a look at some of the things you may be offered. First up, there are 4 unique items that exclusively come from Hinokora for completing the tournament. This belt, for example, lists a plethora of really powerful properties, both beneficial and detrimental. While you're wearing the belt, the property shifts around every 5 seconds. You never know what's going to happen next. Will you always crit, always evade, never evade? Maybe you're able to find some ways to build around the detrimental effects to create as much upside as possible. Hinokora also has a selection of special, more advanced passive tree tattoos that you can only receive from her. This one transforms a 30 intelligence notable attribute skill into one that increases the level of all of your intelligence gems. You're only allowed 1 copy of the specific attribute combination tattoo on a tree. Hinokora can also award you with a new type of item called an omen. These are small items that sit in your inventory until a condition is met, at which point they are consumed and something happens. In this case, when you reach 25% life, your flasks are all replenished. Now don't worry, each player can only consume 1 omen per combat area, so you don't have any reason to fill your entire inventory with them. This one creates a portal on death. We made it for me. It won't try to save your life, but it will save you some time. This one grants you Soul Eater when you level up. It's definitely worth carrying around for that occasional massive power boost. Omens are tradable but hard to get, so use them carefully. I shudder to think about how much this one is going to be worth in the presence of those incredibly rare unique weapons from 320. Now note, going off script again here, back in the day, when we had stuff like the Prophecy and so on that let you upgrade to rare forcibly on a specific base type, we had to block the good items by putting crap uniques on the, sorry, I meant upgrade to unique. We put crap uniques on that base type so that you couldn't get it every time. Well, we stopped doing that, so a lot of the uniques that were upgraded in 320 are just the only thing on the base type. So items like this let you deterministically get something quite valuable, hence they are quite rare. The most exciting one, though. Finally, Hinokora can offer you a lock of her hair. This is a very special currency item that lets you foresee the result of using another currency item to craft something. This means, for example, you can know whether it's worth exalting your item because you'll know exactly what the outcome is. Hinokora's lock will slot into your crafting pipeline with powerful consequences. The Trial of the Ancestors offers a wide selection of valuable new rewards as you complete matches and tournaments. We really look forward to seeing what strategies you develop for building, equipping, carefully placing, and playing alongside your tribe. So that's the new Challenge League, but Path of Exile expansions contain more than just a new league every 3 months. In each update, we also augment Path of Exile's endgame and shift the metagame with new gems and balance changes. This expansion is no exception. I'm going to explain the other changes in a medium amount of detail. I'm conscious that we have both new and existing players. For new players, I'm going to try to include some extra content to help make the changes more understandable. You can find out all the detail in the patch notes and other information we'll be posting in the few weeks before release. Let's start with how the Trial of the Ancestors expansion expands Path of Exile's endgame. In December last year, we released an expansion called The Forbidden Sanctum, which introduced the Sanctum Challenge League. This league was a roguelike game set within Path of Exile where you would randomly explore a randomly generated sanctum 1 room at a time, alongside your regular play. You'd pick which rooms you wanted to explore out of several options and accumulate beneficial boons and detrimental afflictions that made your run easier and harder, respectively. Not only did Sanctum work really well as a league, but it also had the potential to be added to Path of Exile as part of its core endgame content, alongside systems like mapping, delve, and heist. Well, in this expansion, the Forbidden Sanctum is back. I've really been looking forward to this one. We're reintroducing the Sanctum as core content in Path of Exile's endgame. You'll initially meet Divinia, the Sanctum NPC, in Act 10. Sanctums are now tradable items that you can find while playing maps in the endgame. A forbidden tome represents a whole floor of the Sanctum, and its rooms can be played back to back, or you can take breaks between them and do something else if you choose. Upon successfully completing that Sanctum floor, the next floor is generated as a tradable item with all of the state of your Sanctum run built in. This means that the item stores what boons and afflictions you had, what rewards you've locked in, and how much resolve you have left. You can then either play this floor or trade it to someone else if it feels more beneficial. For example, let's say you manage to lock in a really valuable reward. The example here is a Mirror of Calandra, but you'll also notice that, do I have a laser pointer? It doesn't work on the board. Okay, 1 resolve. This is an example here where the player has a very good reward locked in, but a massive pile of dangerous afflictions and only 1 resolve on them. If you don't feel capable of completing the rest of the Sanctum from this point, then it would normally be a write-off, right? If you gave this to me, no way am I getting that mirror. But you can now trade the Sanctum state to someone else who is willing to pay for the chance to earn the mirror, or lose it. And you can look at expected value in economics, right? It's worth some percentage of that mirror. So you trade it for like 5 chaos to someone, they run it and lose their chaos. Your relics, which act as passive bonuses within the Sanctum, are locked in for the run when you start the first floor and can't be changed for the rest of the run. Speaking of relics, they're now tradable and have been rebalanced around this. To those of you wondering, we have decided against bringing back sanctified relics for now. A complete Sanctum run now requires killing the final boss, Lycia, in both her first and second form. She will always drop a unique relic, and these have been reworked and replaced as we rebalanced everything. An important aspect of the new Sanctum balance is that your primary defenses now have some effect on protecting your resolve. Your armor allows you to mitigate resolve loss, and your evasion grants you a chance to avoid resolve loss entirely, a lot like how armor and evasion work. Your energy shield grants you Resolve Aegis, which is a mechanic that works similarly to how Energy Shield behaves for life. In light of the new defensive opportunities and learnings from the original Challenge League, we've rebalanced the difficulty of Sanctum, especially in later floors, and have worked to add more monster and room variety to runs. We've added new boons and afflictions themed around the new defensive mechanics and have rebalanced many of the other ones. Like other optional endgame systems that involve tradable items, players who don't want to play Sanctum can trade their Sanctums to other players in exchange for an item or currency that benefits them more. Successful Sanctum play can generate a lot of rewards. It'll potentially be possible to build characters dedicated to Sanctum running and just farm Sanctums repeatedly in order to profit. Sanctum isn't the only improvement that Trial of the Ancestors brings to Path of Exile's endgame. We're also introducing 16 new Atlas Keystone passives to the Atlas passive tree. As a quick summary for new players joining us, the Atlas tree is a system that allows you to customize your endgame experience in Path of Exile. As you complete different maps, you gain skill points that can be allocated in the tree. You could use these points to modify the behavior of different content you encounter in in-game maps to make it more difficult or more rewarding, or to behave entirely differently. The system allows you to double down on the content you enjoy and avoid content you don't. Keystones are really impactful passives that totally change how endgame systems behave. Usually they have an element of give and take and require you to come up with new strategies to take advantage of them. Each of these 16 new Atlas Keystones changes how you might interact with Path of Exile's endgame. Let's have a look at some of them now. We will reveal the rest of them before the release of Trial of the Ancestors in a few weeks. Extreme Archaeology completely changes how you play expedition encounters. Instead of placing a series of regular explosives, you now place one gigantic explosive. Every single chest or monster in the blast radius is affected by every remnant in that radius. Speaker of the Dead makes it so that tormented spirits can possess you rather than possessing monsters, boosting your stats instead. While possessed, you can touch monsters just like a spirit can, making them stronger and more rewarding. It's kind of getting silly at this point, isn't it? Blight is like a tower defense minigame inside Path of Exile. The Cassia's Pride keystone makes it so that Blight monsters take significantly less damage from players and significantly more damage from Blight towers. This basically lets you go all in playing it like an actual tower defense game. Because we can. Lucid Dreams makes it so that Val's side areas in your maps are no longer corrupted, meaning that you can use currency items to change their mods. That's right, when you encounter a Val side area, the keystone lets you craft it. Yeah, so we rebalanced the side area mods, we've improved reward outcomes, and we've made the downside mods a bit more punishing, just to make it interesting if you try to go for the good outcomes. You may also rarely encounter a unique Val side area. Destructive play makes it so that the Maven will summon between 1 and 3 extra random map bosses when you are fighting witnessed map bosses. This keystone is analogous to the Eldritch Altar keystones that make those influences more difficult but more rewarding. There are another 11 new keystones that we'll reveal over the next few weeks. Together, these 16 keystones mean that regardless of how you enjoy your maps, you'll have plenty of new ways to play Path of Exile's endgame in this expansion. And I should note, in the initial draft of the keynote, I painstakingly went through every single keystone. It took like 10 minutes. But we'll put them in the news to save you some time here. In the Trial of the Ancestors expansion, we're shifting Path of Exile's metagame in several ways. The first is by introducing 14 new support gems, which are designed to take existing categories of skills and provide entirely new ways to play them. For full information, check the final gem hovers when we post them in the next few weeks. Let's have a look at a handful of these support gems now. In Path of Exile, war cries usually buff your party but don't directly hurt monsters. The Corrupting Cry support gem turns war cries into damage-dealing skills by making them inflict corrupted blood on monsters affected by the war cry or by your attacks that it exerts. The Returning Projectiles support gem causes projectiles from supported skills to return to you, piercing all targets but dealing a little less damage. I think there's another example too. The Fresh Meat support gem causes minions created by supported gems to gain adrenaline, critical strike chance, and critical strike damage for a duration after they're first summoned. So you've got to work out a way to keep refreshing your minions, and it makes them a lot more powerful. The Flamewood support gem causes totems to trigger projectile mortars at enemies that hit them. This is particularly synergistic with totems that can taunt enemies, such as Decoy Totem, or one of the new Chieftain Ascendancy skills that I might talk about shortly. The Sacrifice support gem works on spells that you either cast yourself or through totems. These spells now sacrifice a percentage of your current life or the totem's life to gain additional chaos damage based on how much life was sacrificed. The Frigid Bond support gem affects Link skills and causes a cold mist to come over them. Enemies caught in the beam are chilled and are dealt cold damage over time. This creates a new tool for a cold damage over time build, requiring strategic placement of both yourself and your linked ally. I mentioned it was going to get silly. The Locust Mine support gem looks OP and affects attack skills that use bows and wands. Instead of directly using the supported skill, you throw mines in an arc that use that skill for you, targeting your location when you detonate them. In addition to these gems, there are another 7 that we'll be revealing over the next few weeks. In addition to the 14 new support gems, our balance work for the Trial of the Ancestors involved us revamping 2 Ascendancy classes. These are the subclasses that you can specialize in as you play through Path of Exile's campaign. Each main character class has 3 Ascendancy classes available. In the last expansion, Crucible, we overhaul the Pathfinder and Saboteur. This time, it's the Guardian and Chieftain, which are specializations of the Templar and Marauder, respectively. While we were very happy with the theme of the Guardian, it was falling behind the power level and popularity of other Ascendancy classes. Our changes in this expansion have modernized the class and will present you with more relevant build opportunities than before. Brace yourself. Okay. Path of Exile 102. Harmony of Purpose can power up parties using Link skills. Time of Need now completely cleanses and heals you every 4 seconds. Radiant and Unwavering Crusade both fully embrace the Holy Summoner theme by giving you access to some exciting new types of minions that are exclusive to this Ascendancy class. We have this picture on the announcement page, pathofexile.com/ancestor, for you to scrutinize. Next. While the Guardian's revamp was similar to that of the Pathfinder, the Chieftain has received the Saboteur treatment. To be honest, we were unhappy about many aspects of this Ascendancy class in its old form, and so we have completely redesigned it. You can play it now. It's basically an entirely new Ascendancy class with the same name and art and a new way of approaching its themes. Its new skills let you, among other things, cause enemies to explode, turn off enemies' fire resistance while you're stationary, convert passive skills to apply to fire damage, and have your fire resistances apply to your cold and lightning resistances. I'll just give you a sec more to read. All right, that's on the site too for you to check out. It's pretty powerful now. To celebrate the release of the Trial of the Ancestors, we'll be hosting a boss kill event. To enter, create a hardcore solo self-found character in the Ancestor League and race to kill all 7 Uber Pinnacle bosses on the same character. Note that unlike the last event we ran, this one is not a ruthless event. We'll post more information about the event and its prizes in the news before release. Best of luck to everyone. For the Ancestor Challenge League, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Shade and Disciple packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value and points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. These packs are only available for the duration of the Ancestor League and will leave the store forever when it ends. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect the character's power or progression in any way, despite how cool they look. The Shade series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. All right, the sarcophagus back attachment imprisons an unspeakable evil that struggles to break free. Nearby monsters send it into a frenzy, and enemy deaths provide it with souls to feast upon. The Stygian Waypoint shackles visitors to your hideout in chains, yourself included. These chains are just cosmetic though, and they break as soon as you move. It would supposedly be a gameplay advantage to be able to imprison people. The Ferryman's armor set is so full of trapped souls that some of them try to escape. Moving while wearing the boots will leave souls in your wake trying to break free. The Infernal Portal opens a gate to the Netherrealm when you approach. This prompted a lot of internal discussion about whether using Hellfire to heat your hideout is actually safe and practical. The Demon-bound crafting bench allows you to enslave a malevolent entity to craft items for you. Be warned, it has a sharp tongue and will mock you mercilessly.
You chained me for such a paltry use?
The Nebula character effect causes items you pick up to orbit you in an ethereal cloud of loot. The Disciple series of supporter packs also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Look at dog. I'm going to put that in the top pack. The Hero's Landing finisher effect summons a marble statue from the heavens to execute unique monsters you defeat. You decide whether it's the sword or the huge lump of rock that actually kills them. The Bell Tower map device heralds the opening of a new map with a peal of bells. Start to run out of portals though, and it will reflect your desperate situation. This is fine. The Cathedral armor set refracts light through your character, creating beautiful patterns on the ground around it. If your life gets low, it responds in kind. The Observer Diamond Flask summons a tentacled mass that fires its eye lasers at enemies you critically strike while the flask is active. Again, cosmetic. The Currency Orb charge effect lets you pick from a number of different currency types to replace your charges with, as long as you've used that currency item anytime from today onwards. Some people... We have to store it in the database, right? Some people will show they can be part of the exclusive club of players who have actually used a Mirror of Calandra. This effect also causes your charges to display in town. So the theory is you go use your standard mirror, which we all have, right? The Faithful Hound Pet is a very good doggo, and it knows a few tricks. You can command it to sit, roll over, or play dead. And yes, you can pet the dog. These new packs are available right now at pathofexile.com/purchase, and purchases like these directly fund the ongoing development of Path of Exile 1 and 2. Meanwhile, the Lithomancer and Enchanter packs leave the store forever at the launch of Trial of the Ancestors, so now's your last chance to purchase them. There's some good stuff in those too. Thanks for your continued support. The fun part. For the last Exilecon, we developed a special card game that encapsulated the full gameplay arc of Path of Exile over the course of the event. Players could defeat monsters, progressively upgrade their items, use currency items to craft their equipment, find and run maps, and eventually defeat pinnacle bosses to earn rewards. It was a whole lot of fun, and we've had so many requests to run it again. So this year, we're proud to bring you the 2023 version of the Exilecon card game. And like all Path of Exile expansions, it even includes a challenge league. In your swag bags, you'll have found a box of Exilecon cards, and then a gentleman outside will have asked to purchase them from you for real money. If you have any cards left, you can use these to challenge GGG staff members who are walking around Exilecon as monsters. They'll be wearing t-shirts showing the monster's stats, which include symbols for their attack and defense. Using the cards in your deck box, and those you accumulate by defeating monsters, put together one set of armor, one weapon and shield, or a two-handed weapon, and an amulet and 2 rings. To defeat a monster, the damage on your weapon has to be equal to or larger than the defense of the monster, and the defense on the armor and shield have to be equal to or larger than the attack of the monster. It's that simple. There are some wildcard symbols. It's explained on the rules in the box. Rings and amulets are pretty hard to find, and they can be used for either attack or defense. So to attack a monster, politely approach a staff member wearing the shirt, introduce yourself, and show them the set of equipment you want to use. If your symbols match, then you'll have defeated them, and they'll give you a reward and remove some of the durability from your items. They do this by clicking the card, so if you want to keep the card pristine, don't necessarily attack someone with it. It will get damaged in combat. Be careful not to waste your best items on low-level monsters. You're not allowed to attack the same monster twice in a row, so you need to explore Exilecon to find different GGG staff members. You can get maps by defeating monsters marked as gods. Take these maps to the map device to run them and progress through the tiers. On the back of the box is a list of quests. As you complete quests, you can visit the crafting bench on the top floor to receive rewards for completing those quests. While you're there, you can also use your currency items to modify your equipment. I mentioned that this year's version of the card game introduced a challenge league. That league is Delve. Accumulate sulfite and bring it to the Delve wall, sorry for the bad photo, it's hard with lighting, on the middle floor. Each sulfite card you hand in allows you to explore one tile of the Azurite mine. You'll all be working collaboratively throughout the event to delve deep into the mine, fight the monsters that lurk there, and uncover its treasures. And I feel really bad for the poor people that had to hang 3,000 cards on that wall. You may eventually be able to challenge the pinnacle bosses if you manage to get really far in the card game. I'm the Searing Exarch, Jonathan is the Eater of Worlds, and Mark is the Maven. Defeating any of the 3 of us will reward you with a Mirror of Calandra enamel pin. This pin is exclusively available for winning the card game and won't be sold in the merchandise shop. Each person can only receive a maximum of 2 mirrors, and when they run out, we can't give any more out, so try to win the game early. The reason for 2 is a very typical Path of Exile reason, 1 for you and 1 to trade. All right, it's almost time to go and experience Exilecon 2023. Aside from the card game, we've prepared a full weekend of activities for you. There's a busy roster of talks and interviews on the main stage and the streamer stage. We've posted a schedule at pathofexile.com/Exilecon, so you can see what is happening when and where. The schedule also includes information on meet and greet sessions. Our special guests this year include a roster of many of your favorite streamers, but also some game development industry friends we've met over the last 16 years. We're proud to once again welcome the creators of the Diablo series, David Brevik, Max Schaefer, and Eric Schaefer, as well as Travis Baldry, who you may know from Fate, Torchlight, and his popular fantasy books, or even the books he's narrated. They'll not only have meet and greet sessions, but are also participating in an action RPG roundtable discussion alongside me and Eric tomorrow on the stage. In all of the developer talks and panels, Exilecon attendees will be able to scan a QR code on their phone to submit questions for the speakers to discuss in the panel or on the Q&A section of the talk. The Path of Exile 2 Exilecon demo is a large one, and you may want to play it multiple times this weekend. In each session, you can pick from one of 4 character classes, which start at various points throughout the first 4 acts of Path of Exile 2's campaign. Around half of each act is included in the demo, and your session time is limited to 45 minutes before you have to let someone else have a turn. Remember, as Jonathan said earlier, this demo is hard. Read the signs that explain how your skills combine together. Dodge roll is your new friend. You should also swing by the Path of Exile mobile demo at the chill-out area on the top floor and check out its progress. It's coming along really well, and we'd love to get your feedback on it. We've created heaps of new Path of Exile merchandise, which is available at our merchandise shop on the middle floor. We've made 17 new t-shirts, which include a few from our community t-shirt design competition. We've created a range of 24 enamel pins. You'll have found a random one in your swag bag. If you approach me and I'm wearing a pin, feel free to swap for the one you've got if you'd like. Happy to trade. You can purchase the others in the shop. As mentioned before, there's also the super exclusive Mirror of Calandra pin that is only available to winners of the card game. Maybe you're able to trade for a full set. There are 2 new posters. One is the Atlas Passive Tree, and the other is the Periodic Table of Currency. In addition to reprinting the incredibly popular Celestial Cat socks, we've also introduced the Chaos Orb socks, better for business meetings. There's also a range of 4 desk pads to keep your play area tidy. You can check them out at the demo zone. We have a limited range of Exilecon 2019 merchandise available in the store as well. Make sure to hit it up early if you want some of this, because stocks of the older items are quite limited. We have plenty of new merchandise for everyone, though, and I think I might have underestimated that. The Exilecon livestream concludes tomorrow with our grand racing finale, where 4 players compete for up to $10,000 and the title of Exilecon 2023 Racing Champion. Afterwards, we're hosting an after party at 8 p.m. at the venue. If you're watching from home, please note that because there are multiple things going on at the same time here, and we can only stream one of them live, we'll be restreaming 3 of today's talks tomorrow before the event starts. So to be clear, they're occurring here, people can watch them in person, but you can't watch them at that time because we're streaming something else. So we're going to restream those tomorrow in the 3 hours where it's way too early to do it in New Zealand, but you can watch them online from the States and Europe. This makes sure that everyone is fully up to date on all of the talks that have been announced about Path of Exile 2 before the important Q&A in the morning where you get to ask the important questions. If you missed out on attending Exilecon this year, we'll be at Gamescom in Germany in August and PAX West in Seattle in September. At both shows, the Path of Exile 2 booth will have our Exilecon demo available to play and a small team of Grindinger Games developers, including me and Jonathan, to chat to, and we hope to see you there. Thanks so much for joining us this weekend at Exilecon 2023. Have a great show, everyone.
G'day Exiles, and welcome back to the second half, the post-stall cast. For you, I'm Ziggy D, joined once again by Mathel, Rise QT, and Noogie. And we're going to have a bit of a chat about what we've seen so far, and there is a lot to go over while we distract you while we wait for the next upcoming segment, which will be Kriparian interviewing Jonathan about Path of Exile 2. So until then, though, let's have a little bit of a chat about some of the things we've seen. Why don't we kick things off with the separation of Path of Exile 1 and 2 into separate games, and what that means. What do you guys have any thoughts about that, Mathel?
Yeah, apparently they didn't own enough of my soul. So, like, instead of just, you know, playing as much as you want of Path of Exile League, a few weeks here or there, you know, maybe half of it, something like that, and then maybe do some other things. Instead, you're pretty much locked in a cycle of playing both versions now with new launches continuously, and I'm just going to be doing that basically for the rest of my life. So that's the big shock and twist for me, but other than that, Path of Exile 2 looked amazing, and yeah, nothing short of what I expected.
Awesome. Rise?
I gotta say, I was thinking that that's the right path for Path of Exile. And I mentioned it to a couple people, and they were all going, nah, no, there's no way they're not doing that. Even developers were like, we're not telling you anything. Turns out they're doing it. So like Matthew said, I think there's plenty to be played, and it's going to be for a long time. I think they have a very nice schedule with those last couple weeks leading into another PoE 1 or PoE 2 expansion. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Noogie?
Yeah, no, I agree. Pretty exciting. I'm not sure, like, you're still getting PoE 1 and 2 at the same time, just in PoE 2 and all upgraded. So it's not we're going to have this weird split between 1 and 2. You're just getting it all in one package with enough content to, like, just
Yeah. I think them separating the games the way they are does answer a lot of questions about like how certain PoE 1 things might have changed over to the new system, PoE 2 and things like that. So I kind of expected that this isn't super unexpected, but what was really unexpected for me was the fact that they're keeping up with Path of Exile 1 expansions as well, like this split cycle. Like, I did not expect that in a million years.
I don't think anyone did.
Yeah, I thought PoE 1 was done, you know, just go Legacy and you could go back and play the old content if you wanted to, but I didn't realize there was going to be new updates to that. That's good. That's a lot of work for them. They're basically going to be splitting their office into 2 teams at that point and continuing development of both games.
And surely Path of Exile 1 only gets bigger and better from here as well, because for the past few years they've been working like largely on Path of Exile 2, and diverting less of their resources towards the PoE 1 leagues and all that. They've still been good. They've still been big, but like now, if they're working on them in tandem, there's probably a large subsection of their team on Path of Exile 1 that maybe came back and kept, doing the new PoE 2 systems on it as well.
I'm super curious what this means for the long term. Like, do the games get to steer in different directions? Does Path of Exile 2 get to develop in one way, while Path of Exile 1 continues in a different trend? Maybe Path of Exile 1 keeps that much faster gameplay. Maybe PoE 2 changes to this more combo-focused gameplay, a bit more interactive, and they might grow apart separately over time potentially, or maybe borrow from each other as well. Well, it could happen there, right?
Yeah, that's a real possibility, because I remember seeing those trailers and thinking that's going to be hard, especially with the Monk, that's going to be hard to fit into PoE 1, and I mentioned that before, and it turns out, well, they don't got to do it. And yeah, there's been a lot of talk definitely about some of the trailers that they've shown in the past, with the gameplay being more methodical, slower, more tactical, and PoE 1, let's be real, it's not exactly like that anymore. So I think there's going to be plenty for each type of player, but it's nice to have that opportunity to be able, just like with different games, just try something maybe with a little bit different pace, but at the same time, we don't really know.
Yeah, let's talk about that gameplay, just in an overall sense, the gameplay of Path of Exile 2, what it looked like. What are you guys' impressions of it? What are your first thoughts on that, Mathel?
I mean, I loved how crisp everything looked. But the ice skills, the lightning, the world that the aesthetics, exactly. The world they built there, and just seeing the new classes doing their new things, it was exactly what I was hoping to see. It was at some times, I think, a bit slower than I would have liked, but that's just kind of how it is early on, and then especially during a demo. Yeah, you should have noticed that I think pretty much nothing was supported too much. There was a lot of extra passives unused.
Yep.
But yeah, you still want to be able to have your Path of Exile zoom and get through it pretty quick if you really want to. I'm sure we'll get that later on, but yeah, it looked just crisp.
Yeah, I anticipate that players will be playing that same content after a little while, twice as fast, right? With better links, better gear, better builds, and so on. For demonstration purposes, obviously slowed down quite a bit, but it does give you an idea of what they're going for there. And showing that, I think, does allow for us to see a little bit of the idea of okay, so maybe we have the fast encounters, players really crushing stuff really quickly, but then maybe at endgame, certain bosses or certain bosses where you're leveling have those longer encounters, and this is what Path of Exile can do with that situation. Here's much more dynamic gameplay. We did see very different styles of gameplay too, from the Monk and from the Sorceress. One felt like a fighting game, and then the other one had meta skills and a bit more combination between those different spells and things like that. So how do you guys feel about that? Did you prefer one over the other, or?
I think just having the dodge available.
Yeah.
Every class without a cooldown.
That's big.
Is crazy.
I say it didn't have a cooldown, right? Keep rolling. That's crazy.
And I saw some animation canceling with that too. Yep. That is very, very cool. I think that's much better. Hopefully, it's going to be much better than what it is in current Path of Exile with some of the animation canceling. But yeah, absolutely. I think the Monk, pretty crisp. I think that was looking pretty good. The repositioning, the constant mobility, that's the sort of classes that I enjoy, so really looking forward to that.
I think the going to the PoE 2 and slowing it down a bit, and all the uniqueness of all the different kit with the weapon swapping and all that, I think you're going to be able to live more in a certain fantasy in PoE 2 than you've been able to be. There's going to be more of a distinct feel to everything, where even as in PoE 1 you had flame dash on every warrior, on every marauder, duelist, everything. You were a spellcaster, but also a fighter. It's so I think they can really lean into like the uniqueness of every character. And I think that's going to feel real good.
Yeah, and then the weapon swapping as well. They haven't really specified what you can and can't do with that. They were talking a little bit about the different passives for like fire and lightning, but then can you do that with the types of melee weapons and switching that out? Like, that looks like a system that's got a lot of opportunity and probably going to be pretty tricky to develop around sooner or later.
That's what I figured. Looking at the melee, the weapon swapping, I thought it's an opportunity to be able to pick up like several different weapons while you're playing and actually spec into like a couple instead of just going for generic things and hoping that eventually you can commit to a weapon. This way you might at least be able to branch out into 2 different things, actually spec 2 different things, and then make a full choice later down the line. But yeah, I think it's going to have a big impact on melee as well as the casters.
Yeah, this all kind of like weaves into what you were talking about of things becoming a lot more distinct. Like you can have more distinctive styles between each class, but also distinctive styles within that class where you've got a character that's swapping between 2 weapon types for melee or different staves or different wands or whatever for different caster styles. And that weapon swapping system was nuts. I did not expect that. So, and I thought that they'd be doing something with the skill system, so they kept what they had shown previously with the skill system. We saw the menu where you can drop your skills in and drop your supports in. We saw some very interesting looking meta skills, but then also adding to that and expanding that with this weapon swapping system that actually, like, it looks like it works, right? That's the thing that struck me about is like, as the current weapon swapping system, yeah, occasionally someone uses it.
It works. It's just uncomfortable.
Yeah, no one really wants to do it. There's like an occasional build that takes advantage of it for the most part, but mostly we're leveling off-handed gems, right? It's not very interesting.
What about the gems, though?
Yeah?
I mean, the fact that they're in the... You can just pick them. You get the uncut, the curve.
Oh, yeah, the uncut gem.
Oh, yeah.
That was nice, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That might be ruthless influence, because you can do that.
Right.
But you're so limited, while here, you can really mess around with it a lot. It's a really nice system, especially since there seems to be even more skills, and they're going to keep introducing like they have been every league. Right now, they're focusing on support skills, but I would imagine those abilities are also going to come into play eventually, so it's just growing.
Well, some of our predictions were about shortening that time from like finding something cool to using it, and that system being able to get a new gem in the field without going back to town works for that, right? You find a cool new weapon, it's got a fire, it's a staff with like some fire skill or meta skill built into it that's going to work really cool with this thing. You pick up your cut gem that you got in your inventory and cut it up into something that's going to work with that, and then you change your build on the fly. And maybe it's also working alongside and synergizing, but different to your currently existing build on your other weapon swap.
Just having the icon on the UI, and you can kind of figure out what the different things are and what your style is versus, let's say you're in PoE 1, you go to a vendor, and all you're faced with is a row of different shaped stone, and you don't really know what to do with it. So I think that's really going to just open up like just your creativity on the fly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely. A whole new level of speed running as well.
Oh, yeah.
They don't have to go back to town.
Yeah, well, Rise and me doing the race tomorrow, and that'll be kind of like sealing off the PoE 1 era of racing somewhat. I'm super interested to see what happens with PoE 2, like competitive play in racing. Like there's so much more that people can interact with there as well. I imagine weapon swapping setups being set up on the fly and cut gems being cut in the field.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I think the skill ceilings just opened up quite a lot.
Going right up.
Yeah, for sure, because that was a big limit for a lot of classes in the past for racing. For instance, Duelist, right? It needs that access to all those different weapons, and wasn't the case, but it will be now.
Yeah, so much more dynamic and distinctive gameplay there, but we also saw a bunch of new classes, like more classes. What? There's already so many classes in this game. And then like with their ascendancies as well, like splitting that into so many more classes. So now, we got a mercenary, a warrior,
Huntress,
Druid, Sorceress, and Druid. Yeah.
Druid, yeah, there we go.
I'm shocked they didn't show the Druid. Maybe
and that's it. Yeah. And they didn't get rid of any. I thought they were getting rid of some. Like I thought Templar was gone. I thought Templar was being replaced by Monk.
Oh, really?
But they're all still there. It's like adding another class for each of the hybrids.
But they haven't talked about ascendancies, right?
Well, they did in the previous Exilecon.
Yeah,
I did touch on it.
Right, but they didn't give us the info on it. No.
Yeah, not yet. I'm guessing in one of the later panels we'll start to touch on some of breaking those down a little bit. But yeah, it seems like their intent is to give much more distinctive starting points now. So like you actually, if you play a monk, it's going to have a much bigger impact on even your early game, not just the ascendancy choices you'll have access to, but also like the sort of skills that you have available and the play style. much more than just an aesthetic.
And even the party play looked a lot more interesting. It seemed like they were really positioning themselves around each other, and it worked really well, I thought, with some of the more high mobility monk gameplay, and then the sorcerers being more in the back, more bigger cast times and bigger cooldowns, but then those big nukes. Really, when I was watching the boss fights, it was kind of, I was going to cheer Neon on, like, do some damage. He wasn't doing anything, and Octavian was just blasting over and over. So having an opportunity to just go for those big hits and make it work is such a cool concept.
I'm really glad they showed the co-op gameplay because, like you said, it looked really good in that boss fight, that second boss fight, where one player was like really distracting and stuff like that. It looked much more like engaging than current multiplayer Path of Exile, and hard to put my finger exactly why, but I think one of the things was the new crowd control system they showed off, which is brilliant. It builds up crowd control over time. So like you hit them with things that freeze, it builds the freeze up until you get an actual substantial freeze or stun on a boss. We saw big stuns on those bosses. So instead of just like you build a stun character and you get like lots of little stuns, maybe you make a crazy character and you can stun lock or something, but most of the time the bosses are immune to this stuff or it just doesn't work.
They've hidden freezes, so it's like you've technically frozen them, but you haven't, and it's there for the sake of numbers, really.
Yeah, but now you're actually like building up to something, and when it happens, it's significant. That's when you're like, you and your party members can start blasting.
Yeah, you could see that they were interrupting some of the mechanics. You could also see that when it came to the gameplay, it wasn't as chaotic as usual PoE1 gameplay. They were like stacking up for bigger mechanics and really synergizing well together.
Yeah, we saw, and like with the skills that, for example, the Glacial Cascade, the final hit dealing extra damage on the freeze, like you got your monk getting the freezes off, or the spellcaster getting the freezes off, and then synergizing skills across classes as well. There, where someone triggers that big freeze and someone else gets a big damage play off it.
And then you have all the new boss fights as well for every single zone, built in mind with the fact that we have the ailment system. So you're probably supposed to engage with them differently now as well. It's not just hit them a lot and like move once.
Yeah, that was one of the biggest concerns at the last Exilecon for me, that how do you really build this from the ground up to make it feel like it's not just a continuation of Path of Exile 1 and just another expansion, because GG's just so good at releasing these expansions over and over, and you kind of grow accustomed to it. And I know that some other games have been doing that, where they release basically an additional campaign, and it hasn't quite hit the mark. So I think the final decision on, well, possibly, I'm assuming, the final decision on PoE2 being a separate game is going to be really cool.
I think we saw much more different boss design than what we've seen in the past as well. It was like, there wasn't just like a bunch of auto attack spam like you get with current bosses. There were much more big abilities per boss battle that we saw there. And they felt tighter, like they were happening end to end. Like there was much less place for the exiles to maneuver. So those crowd control mechanics have a chance to play a real large role there, but also the dodge roll. I feel like that shapes the combat in some way.
I mean, most of the mechanics looked pretty lethal. Like, you really do have to get out of the way. When we saw Neon die that first time, you could really notice, and just the actual fear that he had for every attack on that second time after that. He'd, like, there's just one pretty generic sweep, and you know you're going to be a little bit away from it. I saw him run right to the end of the back just to make sure he's not getting hit, and almost every single attack that did hit him, if it combos a little bit, he's going to die, and it made for some tense moments.
They really did him dirty. No unwavering stance. He kept getting stunned over and over. I'm like, whoa, they have no mercy for this guy.
They rehearsed that segment like a few dozen times as well, and you can tell that the death wasn't planned. I'm glad we got to see the death.
They actually mentioned that they did about 20 of those runs, and he died on maybe the last of those runs, and then went, oh no, is that is it going to happen again?
Hands.
So then turns out twice in a row, basically.
Yeah.
So could not have gone worse, but that's what you want to see.
Yeah, started to get in his own head, I think, and was getting a little bit caught out by some of those abilities there. But yeah, that looked pretty brutal, but also quite satisfying. Like what we said, you know, probably you'll be a little faster in terms of actual gameplay with the players once your skills are better supported and things like that. But it's going to be like still fast and lethal gameplay. And I know that's something people have been concerned about. A lot of people see this like skill combos and a lot of these things, and they're like, I don't know if that's the Path of Exile 1, because a lot of people do like the really fast-paced Path of Exile, but it still seems like it's very fast-paced gameplay there.
But they do have the option now to go back to PoE. If they really just love everything that PoE1 had to offer, it's still there.
Yeah.
Nobody can go and say, hey, but it used to be this in the old days. Well, it's right there too. You could just go and play it. And a lot of people want that as well. I mean, you see World of Warcraft expanding and expanding over years, but then there's a core style of play that they would really love, and that's why we have, you know, all the like the classic games now coming out as well. And that's essentially what, I mean, I think that's pretty clever of GGG that they're coming out and just giving us the classic experience straight away.
Yeah, we don't have to demand in 10 years' time, like, we want classic. They're like,
we're
you think
spoiled.
so, but you don't.
That's it. We're bringing desync back.
I'm glad we're not going back to that classic.
A little too classic for everyone's taste.
It's like classic, but continuing to evolve. My mind's still blown about that whole announcement. But you know what? A lot of people also, like, I heard people like in the crowd being like, "Tell us why haven't you told us this?" That was gold. Did anyone?
Gold, the gold was crazy.
Yeah, so they didn't actually touch on it, did they?
No.
There you go.
Spirit, they did.
It was like literally the first thing that comes up because they kill the first monkey and it drops some gold or something.
The whole crowd goes, ooh.
They're like, what? What?
Well, that might be a spoiler for people at home, but on the cards that we got at Exilecon, the currency orbs, they look different.
Very different.
Oh, really?
Very different.
Yeah.
Well, you've seen currency orbs?
Oh, hell yeah. I have like 2 transmutes.
Are they not just
a big deal.
They're not just more detailed? They actually look...
No. They're like
they look very, very different.
The transmute looks like an Exalted Orb almost.
Yeah,
like
I mean, story-wise, I can kind of justify this idea because we had... PoE 1 was very much like you were in a barter economy because everyone was just in survival mode on Rayclass, right? They're all exiles. They're all just like bartering useful items with each other. That's why the economy was built around that concept. So story-wise, like now, it seems like they're trying to rebuild. They're trying to make us, like, this character seems to be, that we saw some hints of, seems to be making some sort of society or something like that. So that maybe an actual currency system and actual merchants and things like that.
They gave us so little with that. It was really just like a 20-second snippet, and they just switched away.
Yeah, so...
Well, they did soft test the gold thing with the Ruthless League little event,
right.
And I guess it was received well enough because I think that was probably one of my least complaints of that thing. Like with gold, yep, that was actually a pretty cool system.
Yeah.
Where you can go back into town and purchase just a few basic items. So it wasn't like replacing currency altogether, but it was just an addition that gave you some options for vendors and stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting because, like, obviously when Path of Exile 1 was first kind of showcased, they came out saying that, you know, we think gold's not a very, very good system. Here's how we want to do it better. So it'll be interesting to hear soon, maybe when they talk about it, hopefully, why they want to move to this system and how it's going to play in Path of Exile and how they're going to, like, address some of those things maybe people don't like about gold. Keeping gold useful, that sort of thing.
I think that's for sure happening. It's so bizarre that they didn't talk about that. Maybe it's one of those things where Chris is like, he missed a slide. I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, there was a lot to talk about, so you could easily skip a few things.
There was a few moments where we were like enjoying the gameplay and we're just like, come on, tell us the things. Give me some off-the-cuff commentary. Come on. We got a few little moments of that. And speaking of that, there was the new mana reservation system. Instead of reserving our mana now, you have a completely separate resource. Spirit, was it?
Yeah.
You build up through getting items, quest rewards, build it up, and it sounds like it'll be improvable through itemization and the passive tree and things like that.
Yeah,
I'm very excited about that.
Plus 10 maximum spirit from a boss kill.
Yeah.
More reservation right there.
Happen, yeah.
But like, as a big fan of the Archmage and mana and all that, are you pretty excited about like being able to use your mana while at the same time being able to have the power of the auras and shit?
Yeah, but they're probably gonna nerf it. Nerf everything.
Doesn't matter. You can now still have determination on the side.
True. That's getting nerfed too.
That's well.
Determination's not gonna last.
If Crip has his way with the developers, then determination's gone. He's not a fan.
Maybe we'll find out in like 10 minutes or so when he interviews Jonathan. The way that they said it on stage is like, people are always out of mana. I'm like, yeah. Because that's one of my thing. Definitely, like, the feeling of being out of mana and not being able to cast your skills is
it's not just being out of mana. It's like we're ignoring it as a resource system. Essentially,
you're not using it at all.
Yeah, so like solving it is one thing, and that's part of the game, right? You have a bunch of problems, you try and solve them, and it feels good to finally solve them. Whereas with mana, largely we're ignoring it. We're just like, you reserve as much, and then just make sure it's not a thing for you. With this, perhaps it'll, open up a lot more possibilities.
That's parts of what we saw with the Sorcerer's gameplay. The mana seemed like a more significant thing, and it also seems like they're taking, well, they explained it, but they were taking essentially what were archetypes And they seem to really like putting them on support gems and whatnot. Like, for instance, when we had Forbidden Rite, which takes a portion of your HP and then does a lot of damage. That was really popular for a little bit with totems until it got nerfed. And they seem to have added that on a support gem. So I think that's the right way to go, honestly. It opens up a lot of opportunity, and whenever it does need a buff or a nerf, they can address it as a whole, and that might make it so that the patch notes are even more spicy than they have been up to now.
Excellent stuff. Yeah, we definitely saw like more skills that were like really expensive mana costs, like the meteors, cheaper mana costs, and then free, like the ones granted by items. So that means, that definitely shows I think there's going to be a lot more interaction with mana as a resource. And I think if they get that right, it's going to feel really good. Mana's hard though, like a lot of games I think struggle to get it right. They've had a lot of experience now, and I'm very excited to see what they try with the new system. We saw so many things today. Any other standout things?
I mean, for me, it was mostly classes. Like, you know, we knew that there'd be some ascendancies and some character models and stuff, and I'm sure almost no one would have thought new classes, because when we first saw Path of Exile 2, it's a very locked-in, distinct platform of our usual classes, and then one of them drops down and you get to play it. And you're like, okay, that's what it is. And they can't possibly expand on that. But then somehow they do, and all of a sudden, like there's also just the shape-shifting thing, right? You thought we're going to get a shape-shift. Nope, entire droid. So that just fulfills the shape-shift fantasy for anyone that wants to go down that route. But yeah, and also the new skills. It said like 100 new skills or something. So like a lot of them are going to be kind of revamps, but I expected a few. I don't like, how can you keep making new skills when it feels like you're already reaching a limit of creativity? But there's just more.
It's so brutal to other games when we saw that, like the rattling off of the stats, like 700 item types, 1,000 skills, 82 classes. I'm like, oh, how do other games? Like, you just can't, right? Because they're taking everything from Path of Exile 1 and moving it forwards. And that's been my big complaint with some other games that have gone from version 1 to version 2. It's like everything else forgotten about, gone, completely erased.
It's kind of also interesting how they said that, I believe the Huntress is the, what was it, polearms or some pokey type of weapon?
I think so.
Javelins and stuff?
Yeah, like spears specifically.
Like
so it's
Jav,
kind of
Amazon kind of vibes.
Yeah, I wonder if you're gonna be able to have that class be some sort of caster, or if they're really kind of tying it down, because that's very unusual for PoE. I know that they're doing stuff with the attributes, right, where they're splitting up different classes to have different attribute preferences. But to tie a class down to a weapon, pretty unusual in a game that usually had like all the freedom in the world.
I think it gives, if you think about Monk as well, it's all about movement and hitting and getting up close and dodging it out. If you think about like what can a spear do, I mean, if you just think about all the different ways, well, you could also pivot around it. You could swing around it. You can.
That's true.
Like attach it into something and pull yourself through it.
Well, the thing is too that with PoE, the gameplay's always been like, if it's melee, it's super melee. But if it's melee, but
I mean,
the game, well, the way that you would make melee
PoE
work in the past is you just gave it a bunch of AoE. So maybe with
but PoE 2, you see the more pokey weapons, and you're like, it's low life. I dodge, I hit. You know,
I'm just hoping that it's going to be a more mid-range class, essentially.
Sure,
We don't really have that. It's either big AoE or, well, bad.
It definitely looks a lot more dynamic now with like
with the dashing, and they're attaching like a certain movement to every skill, so that you're never like feeling as if you're kind of missing because you've attacked from too far away. So that seemed to be actually a pretty big system as well to make melee refreshing.
I really can't believe the dashing. It's so crazy. Because forever they were like, no, mobility bad, nerf, nerf, nerf. And it was like, they were doing that forever. And I remember one of the most despised patches was when they put even more cooldown on mobility skills. So for them to just completely 180 on that, looking forward to it. And it's also very impressive from just a game point of view, because that's a big jump.
Yeah, it's changing the gameplay around it too. Like in a very exciting way, I think. We also had the Path of Exile 1 League announced. I thought that looked so cool, right?
Yeah.
So you predicted the Survivors, and that's like a trending genre right now, but auto battle is also kind of a trending genre. So I was like, oh, Methel, you were close, mate.
That was a good call.
I think I was off by maybe a year or so.
Yeah, 1 year. Next year, maybe we get
maybe. Or maybe I just gave them the idea, and
Yeah, someone's furiously coding right now.
But yeah, no, that one actually looked. It's pretty big scope of that one. It's kind of similar to me. Of Sanctum, where it's like this separate thing where you interact with slowly and build your own sort of board and gameplay, and then have a big battle.
Yeah, it's like tournament structure.
Yeah, and then start up another one later. But it seemed very kind of like Sanctum in the way you're going to engage with it, but then just a completely different mechanic altogether. And it was kind of more like grounding us, right? So as opposed to going all the way out into space and killing some other bigger things, it's still from our roots, our ancestral roots, and like the history of the game's characters and combat and all that.
All right, you guys have any thoughts?
So, I don't know. So they showed some leaderboard stuff.
Yeah.
Will that be against everyone else? Like, will there just be one? I think there's just going to be one
was
method.
for your own
your own character?
So that you're like getting higher up through the system and getting further along to higher combat.
I would like to PvP some other people, though. A little bit of like,
It would be a good PvP system.
Yeah.
All right, folks, we've been given the wrap-up, though. We're going to be moving over in just a moment to Kriparian interviewing Jonathan, talking about Path of Exile 2, I believe, and I look forward to hearing what we're going to be able to hear about them. Thanks, guys, for joining me for the Stallcast. I hope you enjoyed it. Hope it kept you occupied while you were waiting through these difficult times for the more interesting content. Happy to be of service. Thanks for watching.
is... Can you hear me just fine? Actually, could you move your mic a little?
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. We have some dev Q&A. There's going to be a few of these, and we are starting with none other than Jonathan. So, Jonathan, it's been a pretty exciting start to the day.
Absolutely. I mean, it was much more exciting for me up on stage there, man. It's it's quite a thing.
It is quite a thing. I think people seem very happy with what they've heard about PoE 2.
I really hope so. Yeah, like there was a huge amount of work that went into getting all that stuff sorted out, and yeah, I'm definitely glad it went okay. Apart from the minor death.
Every
incident,
game is better than Diablo 4.
Should be all right.
Because Diablo has nothing to
absolutely,
offer
I should hope so anyway.
Well,
so
soon
after
enough,
weekend,
people
when
here at
new
Exilecon
season
will get to
launch
play it a
game
little
is
bit.
dead.
We'll have some gameplay showcases even right after this, actually, with Zizzaran. That should be pretty fun. But first, I personally had a few questions about PoE 2, and hopefully those will answer some questions that many of you have. And if not, again, there will be more dev interviews throughout the event. All right, why don't we kick it off here? So we saw that PoE 2 in the demo, it was a little bit slower gameplay paced than what people experience if they play Path of Exile 1 right now.
Right.
But from what I've seen in the gameplay showcases, you guys generally try to slow it down for the purpose of the showcase.
That's true. That's true.
So what is the goal, I guess, is the question.
So
do we want to change Path of Exile 2 pacing versus Path of Exile 1?
So to be honest, it will be a little bit slower, but kind of not at the 50. Sorry to get technical, but not at the 50th percentile. Like I think that part of the issue is in PoE 1 is that like, there's so many multiplicative mechanics that go on that like at the sort of 95th percentile, at the top end of player, you get this like absolute ridiculousness with like 600 projectiles per second and that sort of shit. And it's like, well, it's like 600 projectiles per second, it's like you just can't see fucking anything, and so you don't have any ability to respond to boss mechanics. Like I don't think it's as fun as when you actually have, like 60 projectiles per second or something like that, you know what I mean? Like we still want it to be ridiculous, it's just that we don't want it to be, like at the very top end, you don't want it to be quite as ridiculous as it is. And it's honestly just so that you actually get some interesting counterplay with the bosses, you get some more like stuff going on there. And so that's kind of a thing that we like to do. But then we also do always tend to keep it a little bit slower in the showcases just because, as you're saying, you want to see what's going on, you want to show people what's happening. So yeah, like basically, we were using like a lot in the demos as well. Here, there's a lot of like two-handed weapons, which are a bit slower. Just once again to sort of get the idea of the.
That's what I use.
Yeah, fair enough. But it's like basically we try to show off the game because it looks nicer for like when you're, especially when you're trying to appeal to a new audience. You want to show it off as best as you can. The bit slower just makes it look a bit nicer. But I mean, at the same time, we're seeing that we've still got like all the triggering mechanics and like triple casting and all that sort of stuff. Like all that stuff really will allow you to do the kind of ridiculousness that you expect from PoE still for sure. Like I certainly wouldn't want you to like. I still want a player to feel like, oh, I totally broke the game with this bullshit that I'm doing here. Like it needs to feel like you still broke it, just not actually break it. Like I don't want the servers to actually be on fire. like they sometimes
Well, if it's just for a little while, you know, it's worth the moment.
Right.
A big one is I heard the audience kind of, you know, wooing when they saw gold dropping off of the monsters.
That's a funny one.
In PoE 2.
Yeah, we never even mentioned it at the keynote, and it's funny because it's like it's not exactly like some big headline feature of, you know, oh, there's gold in this game. Who's ever heard of that, right? It's obviously, you know, yeah, it is what it is. Of all the things that we did in PoE 2, I would say that that's like the only, like every other decision we make, we're like, does this feel like PoE or does it feel like not PoE? And like the gold thing is probably the only thing where we're like, this isn't really a PoE thing, and we acknowledge that. But at the same time, I think it is actually important to make the drop system better. Okay, it's like fundamentally you have this constraint. If you're going to kill a monster and it drops nothing, it feels like shit. And then at the same time, therefore if you have to drop something, you can't obviously drop a rare on every frickin' monster you kill, so therefore you have to be able to drop something. And honestly, gold does actually work. Like, there's a reason games have it. But the important thing that we don't want to do with gold is have an economy based around it. Like, it is supposed to not be something that, you know, like people. I don't expect players to be trading with gold to each other. They're going to be trading with other currency items as you would hope they would in PoE. Like, that's our thing.
Well, I guess the follow-up question would be, what do you want someone to use gold for?
So the main thing they should be using gold for is fixing, like, especially during campaign, fixing deficiencies in their build. Like, if you need this thing to be able, you know, if you need like the right resistance, if you need something like that. We've overhauled the shop very significantly to make it so that there's much more likely to be things inside the shop that will be able to deal with problems that you have. Like, if you're fighting a boss, you don't have the resistances, you should be able to deal with that very quickly. There's also rares that you can find in there sometimes for certain things, and we also make it so that it doesn't change every level. Like, you get new stuff getting added to the shop that sticks around for a while, so that you get a chance to actually save up and buy it if you see something that you want. And there's also gambling. So like, you know, by gambling I mean like buying a base type where you don't know what rare it will be, and you will be able to get uniques that way.
That's similar to Ruthless with gold.
Absolutely. Well, there's a reason we were testing this, right? We were like, interested to see what's going on here. Like, we want to see if it actually works, like when players are exposed to it. So that was absolutely a test. We were like, let's see, can PoE even work with gold in it? Like, you know, and there's been some changes since we did the Ruthless with gold test, but yeah, it was just interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, personally, I actually really liked Ruthless with gold.
Right.
The one thing I didn't like very much was the currency conversions through the vendors was disabled.
Yes.
So I was sitting on hundreds of jewelers, but I just needed like 3 fusings.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's definitely been tweaks since then, and there's definitely great feedback. Like, it's one of the whole reason we ran Ruthless with gold was to absolutely see like what sort of shakes out. It's very hard to do those kinds of tests in the office because it's like the amount of play time you'd have to like work out whether the economy is going to work is pretty extensive. So
I'm gonna spin it all the way different outside of mechanics on this one. My first time in New Zealand was coming to Exilecon the first time around, and it was a wonderful experience. And it was really the first time that I realized just how much of New Zealand themes and culture kind of exist, at least in part, in Path of Exile.
For sure, yeah.
And it was such a wonderful thing to see. Like, I would go to a museum, and then I'd see something that was quite similar to what I've been playing for years in Path of Exile. So how forwarded is this theming in Path of Exile 2?
I would say even more so. I mean, the Kurui have an entire act about them. There's a lot of stuff going on there. It's obviously, you know, we're inspired by the stuff we see, and honestly, it's really nice to be able to, you know, like take inspiration from what we see around us. Like, we never see this stuff in games. You know, there are islands which like are full of like the sort of New Zealand vegetation that I guess Americans don't tend to see very often. So it's really nice to have all that stuff and make all that stuff, and you know, like it's just great to have some of that stuff going on.
That's awesome. Back to a few mechanics, and again, I want to reiterate that, you know, our information right now is just what we saw in the gameplay highlight in the presentation. We might see a little bit more from the players around, but we saw that in the presentation there were just, I think, 3 life flasks and 2 mana flasks on each of the characters. Is that just because they're kind of low level, or is there going to be more of a focus on the life and mana flasks?
I mean, I don't know that I'd still call it a focus, but at the same time, we do want to make sure that life and mana flasks aren't useless. Like, they should actually have a purpose. There was some changes to utility flasks because we wanted to make sure that, let me get this exactly right, we tended to remove things that lasted for a duration from utility flasks, so the utility flasks are more responsive to the situation. So for example, if you are currently burning, then if you use a flask to get rid of that, then it will give you, it will remove the burning and make you immune for a while. But if you don't have burning on you right now, it doesn't do that. So that's the kind of stuff that we're doing to sort of make it so that there's some like counterplay going on with it, rather than just I just have it on all the time. It's effectively just another effect on my character.
Well, you have that kind of as the affix system in PoE 1 right now.
Yes, sorry, I'm not up to date with PoE 1, so
I think generally that system is pretty well received.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So, that's good to hear.
Right. That's exactly the kind of stuff, though. That so that change, if it's in PoE 1 now, that was definitely a like PoE 2 thing, and I think they took it like. So the thing is so just because people probably don't know this, I'm not involved in PoE 1 at all at this point. I'm game director on PoE 2. I'm focusing on that, and then Chris, we talk obviously about designs that we're doing, and he definitely, I suspect that some of those things just filter their way down.
So that's how you're doing flasks.
Exactly.
I'll
right.
Take that. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So Chris is in charge of PoE 1, and he sort of making the decisions there.
I wanted to kind of double down on the mana situation a bit, because we have the separation of mana for skills and mana for reservation with auras.
Absolutely.
What kind of focus are you going to put on mana? Like if you just took away auras from being mana-based in PoE 1 right now, everyone just has way too much mana for everything.
Exactly. So we will, costs will absolutely go up. And part of the balance problem that we have is you pretty much just can't really balance skills with mana use particularly easily in PoE 1 because there's just this expectation that everyone's going to reserve as much as they can. And the thing is, because reservation exists, it means that people are going to always push the line as far as they can, and then they start complaining if then skills cost too much.
Of course.
That they don't have any frickin' mana. And it's like, well, yeah. But so you'd think you'd be able to say, oh, yeah, well, that's your problem. But we've realized a much more sort of, I guess, once you learn about our player psychology, you realize that no, you have to actually, if you want that not to happen, like people always spin down to the line, so you have to do something about it. So Spirit is the response to that, and it means that now you have an amount of Spirit to spend. If you want to make trade-offs on your build, then those trade-offs should be made on your passive tree, rather than being a sort of like thing that you're doing that. So you still get to make that choice of like, do I want do I want to get more mana on the tree or not? There's also the scepters. Scepters give Spirit as well, and that's how that escalates through the game. So if you're playing a minion build, it's very likely, you don't have to, but it's very likely you'll want to use scepters to help with that.
Well, as a minion enjoyer, it wasn't said for more than a split second, but I caught that minions are going to reserve Spirit.
They do, yes. So you'll be able to have more. So if you want more minions, get more Spirit. That's the way. So we're trying mostly to avoid having like hard limits on like number of zombies. You can just cast as many zombies as you have Spirit to cast them. So then it's sort of up to you to choose what the sort of stuff
I see. Yeah, I thought of actually asking if there's a way where you can have enough Spirit to summon like all the available minions, kind of like a Lord of the Dead type of situation.
It should be possible if you spec correctly to be able to do that.
Okay.
The other thing with scepters, by the way, as a base type, is that all of the mods of them are all like does this to nearby allies. So that means that scepters are a great, like they're sort of like a minion supporting thing, but also just like for auras and stuff like that as well, since they give you the Spirit. You can choose to be like a Templar, with like a flail in one hand and a scepter in the other. That's like a viable thing, or minions or whatever. Anyway, I'm getting off on a tangent here, but
back to the other side of Spirit. I kind of wanted to know if there was a different design in auras, because in PoE 1 they have they're crushing your mana pool. It's really hard to use more than like 2, 3, maybe 4 if you're heavily invested, because now you obviously expect everyone to use some form of auras.
But you'll notice the cast on the trigger gems also reserve Spirit.
Oh.
And so then the choice between triggering versus auras is now also a potential trade-off.
I see.
So there's other stuff going on. Like we really want to make sure that there are different, entirely different styles of things you can use your Spirit for. So then it definitely feels like, obviously you can try to do more than one of those things by just getting more Spirit if that's what you want to do in your build. But it's still like, there's definitely a lot more sort of interesting options there about how to trade one off for the other.
Well, right now in PoE 1, you can get like an enormous amount of damage, or honestly, in some cases, all of your defensive capabilities through your auras.
Right.
Do you foresee having such
that can certainly
high power levels?
That can certainly be a way, right? Like once again, if you get I think the numbers right now is like you can get like you start with 100 Spirit and aura reserves 100 Spirit, but you can get like, and probably I shouldn't even quote me on these numbers. I think you can get like 600 Spirit from a scepter. So it's like you can still, if that's the way you want to go, you can go that way.
Okay.
I never want to be the kind of person who's just like, nah, we're restricting everything. We don't want players to do it. No, like we want you to be able to, if you want to spec into something, you should be able to go hard on that thing and get like a lot of it, right? So yeah.
I have a couple questions with the dodge roll. I
Yes,
guess
go on.
let's tie the first one into the minion build. So right now in PoE 1, it's kind of swerving a little bit away from that, where there's a lot more active minion builds, but there's still passive minion builds. We still have skills like Righteous Fire, dot builds. There's a lot of time in between using skills. So with a spammable dodge roll in PoE 2, do you foresee some builds that are just like non-stop dodging around the boss while doing passive damage?
I mean, it could be it could be something that you do, but I'm hoping that we can provide enough things. Like, so, I mean, ideally the balance produces the most fun outcome, right? Like ideally, like, okay, sure, you could just dodge roll around the boss and kill it eventually, but you're probably going to want to use, like, it's funny, I've actually had conversations with designers like, oh yeah, this is the only skill I'd ever use. And I'm like, okay, but then if you just did this, then you know it increase your damage by this and you get this effect. I'm like, oh yeah, you know what, I guess I'll just add that in too. And then you have that, and then they're like, oh yeah, but then if you added this skill, you know, like now you'd be able to do this as well, and that would just, and it's like, oh yeah, well I guess I could use that skill too. It's like, we kind of want to promote the balance so that you always feel very much like, oh yeah, I just want to add this extra thing, and I just want to add this extra thing, and then pretty soon you've got like a whole ruckus of skills on your character that are all, you know, that all have a purpose and all feel like they've got useful in certain situations. And especially with the way the skill system works now, where you can have 9 6-links, you know, like it's okay to just have some skills that you just use rarely, right? That are just in the right situation, they're useful.
Well, I wanted to ask about that a little bit later, but since you're touching upon it, what determines the links on a skill gem?
Right. So basically, every gem when you first get it starts with 2 support sockets, and then you find a jeweler's a lesser jeweler's orb to add to go from 2 supports to 3 supports.
Okay.
And then there's a jeweler's to go from 3 to 4, and then a Grandmaster's, I can't remember the name of it, but Grandmaster's Jewelers or something like that goes from 4 to 5, and then obviously 5 sockets in a gem is the same as a 6-link is in PoE1, so 5 supports, 1 active. So basically you find those, and the one to go up to the 6-link equivalent is quite rare, like that's still the like chase thing, but instead of having like ridiculous numbers of fusings that you're dropping into an item, it's like, you know, you will just find one eventually, and then that's, you know, and because you want to 6-link all your items, they have to be common enough that you can, like, you know, getting the quest for all 6-links on your character is still like a thing that, you know, you're going to want to do, and you know, there's some
that sounds like a lot. So many more options when you're factoring
I
that
think
way.
so, yeah.
Well, they're going to do the gameplay demo, I think, in about 15 minutes. I think the PoE 2 gameplay demo is going to be Zizaran that tackles it the first time, so we'll see. Maybe he finds some of these items.
Yes, I think he might be able to, yes.
Okay, well, that should be pretty interesting. Backing into kind of the dodge system, so in Ruthless right now, they just have the dash. It's a very limiting movement skill.
Right. So this is very, very different from the dodge roll.
And in PoE 2, we get the dodge roll, which is almost like a spammable version of it.
Sure.
And the skills themselves have a movement component, and it's not just for the melee characters, as you noted with Comet on the Sorcerer. It kind of pushes you back a little bit if you want it to. This kind of brings up my question of, do we need skills like Flame Dash? Will there be strictly movement-based skills?
I don't personally feel that they're hugely necessary. Like, there should be enough mobility in just what you're doing that it feels okay. Like, a large number of melee skills have dashes or closes and like various other things. Like, depending on the skill, like obviously different archetypes are a bit different, but everyone, no matter what weapon you're using, will have some kind of access to like stuff that allows you to get around the battlefield quickly. It's just that like there's ways to do that where it feels natural without kind of making it so that it gets to this insane degree that things can sometimes get if you let it get out of control. So like, I mean, all the things like the, for example, like the monk's killing palm, you can go really far with that thing, but you have to go to an enemy. So it kind of inherently means that you kind of get the, like it works really well for mobility and combat without kind of making it so that you're just constantly going jing like everywhere, you know? Yeah, you kind of, we want to make it still feel right, well, and like intuitive and fun and mobile without kind of having that just like you're constantly spamming movement skills to the point where you can't even see what the hell you're doing, kind of thing.
Well, from the gameplay people will try out at Exilecon, and from the live demos that you will see, hopefully we'll get some opinions and see how people feel around it.
I mean, honestly, the major reason, like one of the huge things about dodge roll to me, like the biggest thing that I'm excited about is the dodge cancel, because what it means is that like just the whole like I'm not losing control of my character feeling is just a hugely really important thing. Once you've got that, it's very hard to go back. Like when you've got just like there's no lock-in, there's none of that, and like it means also that we can make some skills that are slower because it's okay, right? Like in PoE1 you cannot make a slow skill because if you did, it would just lock you in for so long. It would feel terrible.
They put it on a mind gem and fix it.
Yeah, like the ability to actually be able to use attack speed as a balanced tool again by having things like that, and also the redirect on like the ability to retarget skills as you cast them and stuff like that. It just really improves that kind of stuff. So it means that we can have fast skills, we can have slow skills, we can have anything in between. It just unlocks that ability, and yeah.
I wanted to ask about the weapon swap system. It's more of like a dual weapon.
It is kind of a dual specking thing. Yes, it's yeah.
So you noted how you can get a lot of the power enabled just from having two weapons attributed individually to each of the skills, and the power that you unlock from the passive skill tree. But also the weapons just kind of seemed like more powerful in general, like getting a spammable skill on a Sork, getting the Unleash. It just seemed like there was possibly more weapon power. There's more power from your gear centered on your weapon than maybe PoE 1. Is that
there is a little bit more balance in that direction. It's not like hugely. It's not like so. We thought that, like, so I think we sort of, so spellcasters, we tried to make the weapon a bit more of a focus. Like like spellcasters right now in PoE in PoE 1, like the weapon. I mean, obviously it matters, but it doesn't matter that much. Whereas we want to boot them. Now we still want to have the distinction between attack builds and caster builds, and the weapon still matters more on attacks than caster builds in PoE 1 in PoE 2 still. But we did want to get that focus up a little bit more. And at the same time, we also wanted, and this is kind of a subtle thing that probably most people won't even notice, but we made it so that the skill gem level on attack skills also matters more on attacks as well. Which in currently PoE 1 that really doesn't matter very much at all.
Some of them have like a flat damage component.
Yeah, some of them do. But we actually, I actually do have it as a goal to make it so that like most of the time you're going to want to use the higher level versions of things, and that's actually partly to make attribute requirements actually matter a little bit. Which is as just a random side division. Just by the way, talking about attribute requirements, the way that support gem attribute requirements work now is that the amount that the attributes that a support gem the attribute requirement for support gems is additive to the skill gem.
Oh.
So that means that if you're playing a Dex build and you want to use 5 int supports, that actually becomes quite tricky now, based entirely on the attributes. We had to do it that way because we don't have the whole thing where you have to because there's not the off-color socket re-rolling mechanic anymore. There has to be some way to make it so that using off-class stuff is like a little bit harder. So because of the way that works now, the attribute requirements matter a little bit more for you should be able to easily get the attributes for stuff that's on class, but the stuff that's off class is harder because the attributes sort of make it a bit harder.
Personally, I really like that because right now you have the limitation on number of skill gem links based on the items, which has its disadvantages. But now you're going away with that. You need other kinds of limitations to prevent just unlimited character power. So I think that's a really clever way of doing it. I'm actually really happy to hear that.
Cool.
Another direction on this one. So we saw Alva show up in the demo. I'm sure this is still probably something you're discussing internally, so I'm not sure how much you want to share, but are we expecting many familiar faces or league mechanics in PoE 2?
Well, I mean, for a start, as we've already said, certainly league mechanics, many of them will have revamped versions in PoE 2.
Okay.
Obviously, so the main problem, honestly, is like you see an old particle effect next to a new one, and it's like, okay, we have to update that. This is pretty much soon you're like, have to update it. Like all these things sort of go on. But absolutely, I mean, we are going to be like canon correct as far as like the ages of people with regard to PoE 1 versus PoE 2. But Alva is a time traveler, so
I see.
we get away with a bit more there.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Anyway.
So one thing that has actually, in my opinion, really defined Path of Exile and kind of pushed the RPG genre is the different game modes in which you can play new content in equally. So you've always had hardcore and softcore, but we also have solo self-found. Now we have Ruthless, which is very exciting for me personally. I'm a Ruthless enjoyer personally. Will these game modes continue on in PoE 2?
So we're certainly going to have hardcore.
Okay.
We're certainly going to have solo self-found. I don't see why we wouldn't. Ruthless probably shouldn't be necessary. I mean, I'm sure there'll come a point, like once the balance of PoE 2 becomes ridiculous over 10 years, where we're like, oh crap, we need to have like a thing for old school Path of Exile 2 players to enjoy or something like that. But yeah, for now, I don't think that we would need it. But definitely, the thing is, we don't want to split the community too much, because you want like people to be able to actually, like have people to play with and all that sort of stuff. I mean, obviously not for solo self-found, which is why it kind of can exist as a thing. But yeah, don't want to split it too much. But yeah, certainly hardcore and solo self-found are absolutely going to be there.
When I heard the announcement that PoE 2 was going to be a separate game from PoE 1, initially it's exciting, and then it's like, but wait. And then you say the microtransactions that you have, the skins, they kind of follow into PoE 2. And I mean, that's really fantastic. That's a really clever way of doing it and keeping them separate games.
And it's worth mentioning, to me, the more exciting thing is honestly the future, like the fact you can buy stuff that made after PoE 2 comes out and have it in PoE 1 again, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, like, I want to, and the reason we're doing all that stuff is I really want to make sure that people feel like, well, it's like we want to make sure that our company doesn't feel incentivized to abandon PoE 1, and by making it so that we have this policy, it means that we're always PoE 1 will always be a thing that's important to us, because it's not like just some random product in the back corner which no one cares about. Like, it's actually a thing that has supporter packs and there's things you can get, and people actually want to that's actually a thing. So yeah, I just want to make sure that our company does sort of still not do PoE 1 dirty. Like it needs to sort of have a good future as well, in my opinion.
Well, it seems pretty good to me. I'm excited to play next league. But I guess the follow-up to that, the one thing that I was a little bit worried of, if I end up liking PoE 2 way more, and I don't, I'm still in play PoE 1, but if I end up playing PoE 2 a lot more than I play PoE 1, which I think is
I mean, I would hope so, being the director of PoE 2.
The race rewards, I'd love to be able to at least use their skins in PoE 2. Have you thought of doing anything like that?
Well, so basically anything in the microtransaction stash is something you'll be able to use. So it would depend on whether or not at some point Chris gets around to implementing the thing where you can pull them off and turn them into a skin. If that's the case, then sure, it'll work in PoE 2. Because yeah, that's anything in the micro stash, that's what comes over.
All right. Well, we are going to jump into the gameplay for PoE 2 very soon here with Zizaran. I think if we have just another quick second, I'd maybe ask you, what's your favorite power fantasy in an ARPG, and have you made it yet in PoE 2?
That's a really hard question, because you're basically saying
you got 30 seconds.
Oh, Jesus Christ! I always hate these ones, because it's like, we made all these classes, and but I think probably one of the main reasons that we went with the whole like 2 classes per attribute combination thing was because of the druid. It's like we wanted to have a druid, and there just wasn't a class that it made sense for, and we're like, okay, we have to find a way to make it so a druid can be a thing. Yeah, that's what we came up with.
All right. Well, I hope you nailed it. Thank you so much for watching, guys.
Yeah.
We'll see you in a second.
Thank you.
Hi, Scissorin here with another live stream. Or hi, Scissorin here with another live stream. And we are going to have a first look at PoE 2. And I feel like Act 3 looked really hard. Ooh, Act 4. I think we do Act 3. I really want to try Sword. I think that's just perfect for me. That's just in line. All ARPG's been a fan favorite of mine. Okay. I am going to try to speedrun a little bit. A quick glance on all the items. Just because I have a feeling, well, I especially want to like look at things later, and I think a lot of people want to look at it. Gold can be spent on vendors. I feel like they didn't talk enough about gold. Oh, hello. I want to see how much information we can get out of everything. Hopefully that's appreciated. Stash? This account doesn't know stash is available. All right.
Ugh.
Cross the Sandswept March in the search of a cigarette. Okay. All right, now, if I die, it's because I'm not used to the keyboard and the mouse. That's the main thing, okay? So it's very important to remember. It's not that I'm bad. Oh, wow, it's so weird with the delay. That is, wow, that is really gonna take some getting used to. Okay, unleash. Okay, good. I'm like, I almost want to open up settings, like enable like overhead health bars and everything. Cold. Right, I really want to try to get to a vendor. I also want to try to speedrun. Because I think we're, oh no. And I also want to try not to die. Oh wow. Oh wow. Very different feel. Unleash is pretty fast to activate. I'll try to group things up. Okay, we got gear. I feel like they didn't pick up enough gear, so I want to pick at least one up. Okay, that's good. Right. Is that Frostbomb? Okay, good. Things hit a lot more than what we're used to. That'll freeze it for sure, right? Wow, it doesn't actually freeze. Cold, chill, and freeze resistant. Right, okay. Cross the Sandswept March. I don't know how much we need to kill of... Oh, never mind. Actual boss already. Okay. I'll try to like spark down the ad first. And freeze things. It's very, very smooth at least. And the skills look amazing. I also have no access to chat or anything, so this is like me speaking as if I had no one watching. It's like the good old days. It's the good old days. And it feels surreal being here. Everyone's so nice. I promise they're treating me well. Alright, energy gone. Maybe I just arc him down. Am I good just to stand here? Maybe? No? Okay, I'll use Unleash. I don't know if I actually need to kill him, but I kind of want to. Surely he'll drop something. Surely. Right? Very, very easy DPS. I mean, I might just be better arcing him and then using Unleash. Wait, I'm supposed to have level 9 Fireball. Where do I... Ah, Control Q. So my Control Q is my free Fireball to build up mana. Okay, I mean, this thing needs to go. Okay, note to self, when making builds, build more mana regen. Fireball does very little damage. I'll also try to hover over some skills. I saw I had some support gems. I wonder if we can stun. Like, I saw the monk stun someone, but maybe that's physical damage only. Oh no. I mean, he's going down. Here, surely we just arc him down. I'll do the Mana Storm thing. It's very odd. Oh. Wow, you get stunned a lot more. It's very odd to have the ability to move you backwards. It doesn't always move you backwards either. Okay. Got a lot of armor. Wait, do I have it? Oh, I do have overlay. Oh my god. I wasn't sure. They didn't show an overlay at all. I know they usually don't, but sort of, I had concerns that there was no overlay. I was worried that would just be a trend. But we have it. We do actually have an overlay. All right. Ooh, hello. Okay, actual gear. Oh. Okay. Okay. Let's do some Tetris. Ooh, feeding frenzy. I don't need that. All right, shoes. We have no crafting currency. Unleash. Oh, this is so interesting. Frozen Nexus. Supporters get chilled around when they freeze an enemy. That's on Frost Bomb. Mana Tempest. What was it that did again? I'll hover over everything in case somebody wants to see that. Just so you can clip it. This is beautiful. All right. Chance to shock. All right, we'll move on. I actually don't think I had to kill that. So what's this? Cross. Oh, that's a checkpoint? Okay, let's unleash on Spark. That's a lot of clear. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, I'm... Oh no. Okay, I'm pulling too much. Okay, you definitely can't play it the way you play PoE 1. You have to be a little bit more careful of pulling, I think. To be fair, I also don't know like how specialized these characters are, and they mentioned that it was pretty overtuned. So surely it'll be easy, right? We're actually playing. It'll be easy, right? All right. And you guys know how it is when it's like not your mouse and keyboard. And it's nice to have something to blame. Not yourself. You never want to blame yourself. That's rule number 1 of gaming. All right. Wonder if they still have utility flasks. The cigarette encampment, Marsh Crossing. Let's search for cigarette. That's the encampment. Surely I need to go southwest. Very large areas. It's like doesn't feel super linear to go through. I'm not 100% sure where to go. Let's try Arc with Unleash. Arc's not great with Unleash so far. Both the Ice Nova and the Comet look pretty alright with it. Ooh. I should use Frostbomb more. To be fair. That's so nice. That really feels really impactful and good on the Comet. When I first saw it, I was wondering if they had some sort of similar system that we've seen in other games with like that you can choose the element of a skill. So you would have like that it was just Firestorm but cold, but it is actually its own skill. Oh. I mean, things are like slightly different here. This looks like some form of progress. Orbs. There. I remember the last time I did this, I kept the overlay up the entire time and people were very annoyed. They were like, why do you have the overlay up? I feel like most people that actually play games do. But I will try to keep it down for more for this one. At very sweet requests from a lot of people. Now, if I actually get time to, oh wow. If I actually get time to try the demo when I'm not doing something on stage, I'll get 45 minutes to try. So I am going to try to complete one of the acts. Because they said it was going to be almost impossible. We do have Tai here too. And that's kind of why I'm like trying to run through some things. Wait, please don't say I went backwards. Please say I was going the right way. Surely. Okay, well, vendors.
Hello.
I really want to see what gold does. That's the #1 priority for me. Oswald, the hooded one. Kane? Identify items. 4 items identified. Hello? Wait, what? What? Okay. Well, can I vendor things? That's very surprising to me. That's so cool. Okay, we'll sell items first. Do they sell things for gold or transmutes or wisdom scrolls? Oh, wow, they're selling for gold. All of them are selling for gold. Did I buy orbs? How does this work? Wait, does this sell for gold? It sells for 1 gold. What about wisdom scrolls? There's no wisdom scrolls? Okay, and I buy things for gold, and I don't buy orbs. And I haven't found any orbs, but I think we saw an orb. Right, do I have an instant life flask? Charge recovery. I wonder if I can 3-to-1, 3 blue flasks and actually get an instant one, because I really don't want to die. Let's see, do I have a weapon swap? I do. Is that set up? They showed that really cool thing where it was, okay. I wonder if that's set up, that they're like using.
Interesting.
Use with weapon slot 2. Yeah, it is set up. Okay, awesome. Ask the hooded one about lowering the water level.
From memory.
Okay, and if anyone was hoping to get lore stuff, I'm not the playthrough from that. I'm gonna be trying to rush through things. See, is that gonna go in control W? It's got 3 charges of Frostwall. Wonder if they've done anything crazy to it to make it better than before. Oh, it deals damage. Deals damage in PoE 1, right? Surely. Enter the jungle depths. That's pretty low. Maybe it'll be better in PoE 2. Okay, here we go. Do we check Oswald? What do you have? Are you a vendor? You are. Purchase items. More items. There's so many item types. I'm going to very quickly hover all, because I know people will appreciate that. Reduce fast charges. Life recovery from belt. Nothing like +1 gems or anything. Okay. We'll move on. Jungle depths. Here we go. It's a cool loading screen. It's very like Aztec-y. Right, I hope I get something else to reserve instead of just Arctic armor. So see, I don't stand still too much. Let's see, do we go top right? Nope. Maybe it'll be bottom left. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh, I'm stuck. I mean, Arc is pretty good for damage, especially because the first enemy you hit takes a lot more. Sparking the middle mouse button. It's pretty good for clearing, and I jump through things pretty fast. Portal scroll, wisdom scroll. Okay, I'm gonna try to freeze things. Okay, unleash and thingy. Comment. I think it's just like mouse button 1 is arc, which is a bit odd. Let's try Frostwall. It doesn't do any damage, right? I don't think so. I don't think it actually... Oh, they're attacking it. It's like taunting it a little bit. Wait, also it looks insane. Pelt leggings. Now, I am not sure how I feel about gold yet. I wonder how that's going to be used in the endgame and stuff. That's the like thing I'm the most skeptical about so far. I don't know about everybody watching at home. That was an interesting one. But I mean, it could be interesting. It could be good. We'll just have to wait and see. A lot of my predictions were wrong. I'm gonna have to like go and redo, like rewatch my prediction video and see. But I was expecting it this Christmas, so I was way off in timing. Way off in timing. There's so many people here, really nice people. It's nice because everyone already has like so much in common, right? We're all PoE players. Wait, oh, no. I think I can animation cancel that. I think I can. Right, so it's not in the top. Maybe we'll go bottom left then for the next area. A driller. It's just a random mob. So a lot of things charging you. Reminds me a little bit of like when the Blackguards would charge you back in the day and the Roas. So a lot of very like, oh wow, aggressive gameplay. Oh god. There we go. Maybe we do keep trying to go top left. So far the lightning seals feel a little stronger. Oh. Spell Echo. Oh. Okay, no. Don't die trying to pick stuff up. I'll just spark things down, and then we're gonna try Spell Echo. Oh, I wonder, can I use Unleash and Spell Echo? That'd be good. Okay. Okay, Unleash. They're very tanky, the, like, yellow... I don't know what they are. Antlions. Honestly, this is really good for clearing. Here, let's look at Spell Echo. Can I just throw that in Comet? Wait, okay. How does this work? Am I going to get 6 or 4? 1, 2, 3, 4? 5?
I pull up. Log in, dude.
Okay. Spell Echo, sick. Wow. Deep Freeze, Spell Echo. Wow. Okay, that's good. That was a good random drop. That was not scripted. No, it wasn't actually. They didn't even give me any rules or anything. It's great. They were just like, play, have fun, explore beyond the jungle depths. I mean, jungle outskirts sounds beyond the depths, right? Surely. Man, I feel like it's been years that I've like done this without a chat or anything. All right, it's just, oh, that really felt good. So like, just destroy that location in particular. Great. Honestly, that would be, I hope I find more of those. Like just more Spell Echo in particular. It really does something weird with Unleash that I like. Follow the canals. Try to bunch up a bunch of monsters. The main thing I'm worried about is getting stunned a lot. Yeah, I think I'm getting locked out of the actual animation. I really don't want to die. And I think they did mention that too with when you were swapping between one. Like if I do a lightning skill followed by an ice skill, there's going to be a delay, and I think that's what I'm feeling a little bit too. Maybe I have to hold it down because I'm tapping W, and I'm not convinced that is the play. I need fast chargers. Oh no. Oh yeah, look at that delay with the switching. Wonder if they'll have anything that makes it like, oh, we could look at the skill tree. They didn't really do that. Cast it. Oh no. Okay, I have to. I'm like running low on potions and getting like whittled down. I could portal out. They do have a well in town. I guess that's what that's for. Oh my god. Okay, I got a lot of potions from that. Okay, wait. They've disabled the skill. No, wait. Really? Surely. Skill panel. Character screen. Oh no, I can't see it. Please. I want the skill tree. I want the skill tree. Okay, Arc is really good. Okay, I know Comet's really good, but I'm thinking... Wow, that's so smooth to switch. Hello? Oh, it only works on some things. Wait, spell support. I'm surprised it doesn't work on Arc. What if I put it in my inventory first? Is it because I have too many? No, it just won't let me. Right, Ice Nova could be good with it. Definitely don't want it on Frost Bomb. Huh. Interesting. Okay. I mean, I could put it on Ice Nova. It's just hard to get the Comet off. Okay. Resurrected checkpoint. Yeah, it's pretty hard. It's pretty hard. Oh, so I guess, because they said they were in Act 3, right? So I guess that's like pretty deep into Act 3 that they were showing off. So I guess it'll take a while to get there. I really wish I could do Spell Echo on Arc. Or Spark. The Spark, I had no blue gems. I really tried to show the skill tree, but obviously... Oh, wait. Okay, there. That is very nice for taking out everything. I really feel like I want more cast speed. Honestly, maybe we try putting it on Ice Nova and use that on my main clearer. Because it does actually do pretty large damage, and it is freezing everything. Yeah, see, I didn't even get a skill point for leveling. Honestly, I think this might be the play because everything's pretty hostile. Like, it's like way more aggressive than normal. I really would want it on Arc though. I really would. It's pretty hard to get off the actual comet. It's the main thing. That's the main concern for me right now. For like how I'm choosing my steel spurs. This is just freezing everything. So I see here when I'm like, sometimes it makes me move away, but not always. Got an orb of augmentation. Does that do the same thing as before? Is something we should check. See what's changed. Got my 10-minute warning. Okay, so we can still identify on the fly. We don't have enough strength for that. Augments a magic item with a new random property. It's got 2 already. Let's see, do we have any with 1? I don't think we do. We haven't found a transmute or anything. And I couldn't buy any currency from the vendors. Wow. That is like quite nice that it like does freeze so often. You basically perma-freeze all the small stuff. Follow the canals. I don't see a canal. Oh no. Okay. Arc does so much more damage. Arc witch back. Okay. Oh no, I'm gonna die again. I'm gonna die again. It's like a little bit of a delay on the skills as well. I died twice. And it's not even a hard boss. Like, I haven't even... we haven't even gotten to a hard boss. Oh, that was unideal. Sandswept Marsh, Sunken Cigarette, Jungle Depths. Oh, no. I have to run back. Okay, unideal. Wait, we checked Survey, right? Yeah. Right, we'll just run through. There's no movement ability, other than the roll, obviously. Right, let's see. Where was that? We just go all the way left. See, it wasn't actually that far if you ran straight through it. So we'll have people like Tai will be running that. I will be doing practice runs. And then we'll try to see if we can finish an entire rank. That would be sick. Alright, we're almost back. I was a little worried they were going to add something like stamina. What was this? Oh, that's the actual skills. Wait. One skill gem ready to level up. Do I need to click on that? No. I do. Wait. Oh my god. Okay. I really hope they'll like... That's what I want. That's what I want. I want to be able to automate it. I didn't see. I maybe should have clicked like right click or something. Wait, did this sound reset? Entirely? Freezing is the way to go though. Like, it's so much safer because they have crazy damage. Oh no, I'm getting stun locked. Oh my god. They said I would die a lot, but I was like, sure. But I am. To be fair, I am trying to go very fast too. Maybe I should just like do each pack and actually stay on it until they're gone. It's like hard to try to run like you're used to in speedrunning. You actually have to kill a lot more. Let's see, what level is the area? The monster area is the same level as me, so I am where I'm supposed to be. I think it was before too, right? It didn't like scale with me or anything. I don't think so, at least. I don't know. I do like the... Oh, wow, I'm getting stun locked again. I do like the comment on the Spell Unleash thing. But it's so hard to actually like... Let's see, what if I just click W? So I'm just getting stunned out of it is what's happening. I'm going to put it back in and try to be a little bit more careful with it. Ice Nova, there. We'll put it back in with it. I just gotta like freeze things, run away. To be fair, even if I don't use Unleash... Yeah, look, I'm getting stunned. Oh wow, oh wow. Oh no. That's hard. It's like, I want a higher stun threshold. Oh, because it's not, I don't really understand how the like run back move thing works. Part of the comment. And I am animation canceling way more than I like. You know, sometimes in PoE 1 you do that too. It's very different. Wow. I actually can't get a spell off. Oh wow, oh wow. Oh, I am very not in a good spot here. Surely. Oh, okay, die. I'm just gonna spam freeze. See, actually, the spell echo on the Ice Nova, I think, is the play. Especially if you want to run a lot. So at least then you can kill them. When you, like, need to. So that's lightning and shock resistant. I kind of want to just ditch that. Or just use ice spells for it. Okay, let's see. Oh. Come on, get one off. Oh. I wonder if there's like a certain part into it that as long as you've gotten like that far into the animation, it can't be stunned. So I feel like, oh, I don't get stunned in the last half. I'm gonna light my 2-minute warning. 5, 4, 5, 4 minutes. All right. See if we can get to the next zone. Big zone. I hope everyone watching at home is enjoying. I hope people have been enjoying watching Exilecon online. It's great fun being here. We're trying to post a lot of stuff, obviously. And yeah, for those that are watching while at Exilecon, try to die less than I do. Oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 no. Don't die after having said that. No, 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 no. There we go. 3 minutes. Let's see if I can get to the next zone. There's no way. To be fair, this is my first time going through it. I have not seen this before. And I have no charges left. Arc is insane. Arc is actually so insane. Uses a lot of mana though. I wasn't using mana floss in the start. Alright, I have to go up there and to the right. It's so different from PoE 1 layouts. It's so much harder to find. But also, after 25,000 hours of PoE 1, you kind of get a very good feel for it, I guess. I think the fact that we have Identify All is going to be very well received. It's going to be very crazy seeing people's reactions after. Because I don't get to see anything yet. I don't see what you guys are saying or feeling. There's a 2-minute warning. Let's just run. Let's just run to the next zone. Surely it's on the right here. This looks like progress, right? Surely. Oh, oh no. Oh no. I'm so stuck. I'm so stuck. Am I going to bleed out? Jump. Please don't get stuck on that. Please be here. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm dead. Okay. We didn't make it to the next zone. That is, I have 1 minute left. I hope everyone enjoyed watching Exilecon. I hope you have a good time watching everything. So much cool stuff. Gonna be insane for me as a content creator doing both PoE 1 and PoE 2, but having an absolute blast here at Exilecon. I'm looking forward to covering all the content. My name is Izrin. Hope you guys are enjoying Exilecon and try to die less than I do.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our talk today on character skills. I'm Rory Rackham. I'm lead game designer working on player skills for Path of Exile 2. I'm joined by our principal animator, Ed, who's done all of the amazing animations for the player character, and Jonathan, the game director, who you will remember from earlier. So, today we're going to talk about all the huge improvements we've got to player skills in Path of Exile 2. We're going to talk about how combat flow is massively improved by animations and motion, and we're also going to talk about how we've got a new depth of skill variety, doing things we've never done before with skills, and thanks to our revamped skill and support system, as well as all sorts of fancy new features. We will start looking at combat flow. So, Path of Exile 1 had a few issues with character animation, mostly stemming from the fact that our rigs were prehistoric, I'd say, a little outdated, and that limited what we could do with animations and limited how well our animators could stretch their animation muscles. Would that be accurate, Ed?
Yeah, no, they were borderline unusable. Some of them, quite a few of them actually, we were animating straight onto the joints of the character, which is a very painful process. Some of them had strange little quirks, like Ranger, for instance, her spine would just disappear randomly, and you'd have to go looking for that. And also they were all unique and uniquely named, so there was no ability to share anything between them. So everything we had to do from scratch, and it was, it wasn't very good.
It meant that whenever I said, oh, can we get a new spellcast animation? It's like, well, it's a horrible, painful process for 7 characters, and then every combination of weapons that the spell could be used with, which was all of them. So
there was a lot of disagreement when a new skill was being made.
The slow, dreadful walk towards the animation area when I'm like, I've got some bad news, everyone. In addition, all these animation improvements, well, the lack of animation improvements meant that we were stuck using the same animations for many skills, and that meant almost no motion to them. Your character was standing very still until, from the start of the animation until the end of the animation, and any time that meant we had any decent length attack time or cast time on a skill, you would just be sitting there and waiting for the skill to finish. There is no real input from the player from the moment they press the button until the moment they've been stunned out of it by a monster hitting them because they couldn't move. So we needed a new form of mobility, and we had also just relied on increasing the speed of skills significantly over time just to get rid of this feeling. Every skill had to be fast because it just didn't feel great without it. Even from the very low levels, the player is moving very quickly in a way that's unrealistic for an untrained person washing up on a beach to swing a sword. Here is a close look at one of our fancy new animations. This is the Whirling Assault skill. It shows some mobility. The player can control their motion as they use the skill, and the animations look gorgeous. Right, Ed? Yeah. He knows it. So now they have flow, they have natural motion, and they have just control that the player's never been able to have before. Do you want to tell us a bit about how we started off?
Yeah, so I've wanted to work on the character animations for a long time. I've been at this company about 8 years, and to me the old character animations always felt a bit clunky, a bit spongy, particularly in early game. They just didn't really feel satisfying to kill things with, and killing should be fun. So
in-game.
In-game, yeah. Of course. And so I have a bit of a background with Shaolin martial arts, and I also just have a very strong opinion of what I think looks good. And so with that, I started to work on the just basic attacks of the character, just making sure that even swinging a sword with no audio, no special effects, felt impactful. And Yeah, with the new rigging, this meant that I didn't have to worry about doing this for each individual character. I could just focus on each individual weapon and make them feel unique and individual.
Yeah, even outside the animations, it was also a big focus. Even the basic attack should feel punchy. We've got hit effects, assuming you're doing enough damage to the target, you'll get some punchy hit effects. You've got some cool blood going on that's reacting to the angle and direction of the swing, and now the color of the blood of the monster, which is something we didn't have before when every stone golem was filled with jam. So that, even just starting at the most basic level, right, the very first time you swing the weapon at a monster on the beach should feel like a whole other game, really. Looking at the momentum in the actions, this is where there's been a huge amount of iteration, all sorts of cool tech that we've got to make the character feel mobile, make the character feel like they've got control, and that everything has a physical presence to it. So the basic melee attacks all have a step attack built into them. So if you're up close, you'll just perform the attack normally. But if you're at a distance, while running towards the monster, you will start the attack while continuing on at your movement speed. And then by the time you reach them, that's when your weapon will strike them. So it has a really strong flow of the motion of your movement leads directly into the attack, which also gives melee characters a huge combat advantage, because the monster is maybe realizing you're in their face and is about to start the swing when you've already got your weapon most of the way towards their face. This has just resulted in much smoother melee combat. And for the non-basic melee attacks, we want to also bring in that kind of smooth motion to it. So, do you want to tell us about the step attacks, on how we did that for the regular melee attacks first?
Yeah, so for every standard stationary melee attack, they've all got an additive animation, usually from the waist down, which just adds a little step, depending on how much anticipation the attack has before the contact. Sometimes that's very small, sometimes that can be somewhere around a second. And that's usually custom done to the attack, so it shouldn't be some weird, janky, foot slidey mess. It should flow nicely into the action. And then when we do have attacks that have movement built into them, we've also got a different variant of that, which will play depending on whether you've come from a run or if that attack is far away and you just have to move a little bit more to get into range. So we've really gone all out on trying to keep your character moving, keep them alive.
Yeah, we discovered it was very important with the step attacks that the step has to be additive, because your whole body goes into the swing when you're doing a proper melee swing. You can't just lock off the hips and just be moving your upper body to do the swinging. So it all flows so much more efficiently. Yeah.
Any idea, Ed, how many animations it requires to just do a single simple attack? Like how many different animations and variants there are?
Well, there's a little bit coming up with how many animations there are, but there's most basic attacks will have 2 different steps. Excuse me. So with some of the shorter ranged anticipations, we were getting some foot flicker when you were coming out of a run. So we had to do steps that started with the left foot forward and steps that started with the right foot forward. And then we also have different animations, of course, if you're holding a sword and a shield, or a sword and a sword, or a sword and a scepter. And so, yeah.
It explodes.
It explodes.
Yeah,
There's a lot of animation. I've been busy.
Another thing that we've done for attacks is that we have a system that we've internally called pushy mode, very catchy name, where objects that have size, usually you can walk up to them and you and the zombie just can't move past each other. But now if you're bigger than the zombie's bigger than you, or you're doing an attack that has some motion to it, you'll have bonus pushiness and you can move that monster with you with the attack or slide them to the side, depending on the skill. And very large monsters can just push straight through swarms of enemies to reach you. And conversely, when you, say, turn into a giant bear, you can now just wander through monsters as they're pushed to the side. And they don't really... Being a bear does have an advantage of size in more ways than one. And that also just makes combat feel like we can block the player off, because now they have options to push through. if they haven't got too surrounded or they aren't fighting anything too large. We also have much more control during the actions. There's a window at the start of every attack, and sometimes throughout an entire attack, where you can just shift your direction, meaning if you start a very long attack, you can realize you've made a huge tactical blunder and switch to which direction you're attacking entirely. The longer the attack, the more you can turn around during it. It makes it great for following a target as well. Previously, if you start an attack and the monster just stepped slightly to the side, then you're just watching as you perform a big swing at nothing. Now you have full control of it. And we've also changed the area where you can cancel on attacks. So you can break out early or you can break out afterwards just by walking or performing another skill that could interrupt it. And that just lets us increase the attack time on some skills, if we so desire. Not every skill is going to be a super slow thing. The idea is that you've got an option now, but it's much more advantageous and less of a mistake to press a long attack time button if you've timed it wrong. You can always change your mind at the last minute. That also leads into our dodge roll. Dodge roll can cancel out of any action, making it great for a slow attacker where no matter how big an attack you've got going on, if you realize the monster is a boss or a monster is about to squish you, you can just roll out of there. As Jonathan mentioned during the keynote, you can have immunity to attacks and many projectiles right at the start of the dodge roll. So as you can see in this example here, the player is just perfectly timing their dodges so that they're missing every single attack from the enemy. You can't cancel the dodge roll itself, so the biggest disadvantage of it is that once you've started it, you can't be attacking until you've finished the roll. It's really the one downside of it, because the dodge roll also has massive mobility. You can switch your direction mid-dodge roll. Doesn't matter which way you're facing when you press the button, because you can just switch and change your mind if you realize, maybe I want to go in an opposite direction. And it is not faster than running. It might look faster than running. It is more stylish than running. And it is hard sometimes to stop yourself just rolling everywhere. It's technically a defensive advantage, just in case there was some monster that you hadn't seen coming at you. You never know. My advice is roll everywhere all the time.
Right. Just to clarify that, it isn't that it's not faster at some points in the animation, it's faster at the start and then slower at the end.
Yes,
So that means that the overall average speed is the same as your run, but you get faster and then slower.
And it does scale with your move speed as well. So the faster your character's move speed, the slightly shorter the dodge and slightly further it will take you. So it evens out, and it makes the animation still feel natural. It doesn't get crazy fast until your character gets ridiculously fast.
Right. I'd just like to draw attention on that last slide, by the way, to the fact the character was rolling between the monster's legs.
Oh yeah, and it doesn't work with slams, as you can see from this poor dead character here. Do you want to tell us about some of the blending between the animations that we have?
Yeah, so I took a different approach to a lot of the attacks and how they were animated. In the past, we had the characters idle, and every attack would start and finish in that same idle. To try and get the combat to keep moving, I just kind of did away with that. And if you saw with the basic attack before, there was more of a left-right continuous motion with it. And as you can see here, this guy just keeps rolling with the slams. What I found while I was doing that was a lot of attacks had common points that they would move through. And those kind of came, I guess you could call them like sub-idles, in which to start and end attacks in. And totally intentionally, it flowed together very nicely. Wasn't a surprise at all. But yeah, I don't know. We've also got blending for when attacks don't have those similar starting and end points. So if you do have an attack that finishes over here and the next one starts down here, there'll be a slight blend to try and smooth that transition. And yeah, it just helps keep the character feeling alive, energetic. We've been really trying to get rid of like awkward stops in combat. Like combat, you don't really tend to stop and change what you're doing. It should keep flowing. Yeah.
Nice. Some more improvements we got. Oh yeah, speed variation on animations. Tell us
This is
about
another
this.
thing. So in order to keep things pretty, with the longer animations that we have, when you start to speed them up to ridiculous speeds, as happens in this game, if you've got a lot of detail in an action, that detail starts to get really messy. And so a way to combat that was we came up with speed variations. So at certain speed brackets, the animation of the attack would change to a slightly shorter version, which better suits that speed. And every attack has around 4. Some of them more or less, depending on how speed affects them.
Which, when Jonathan was asking about the number of animations, just all that previous number, just multiply it by 4.
Yeah, that adds to the number of steps and variations that, that I've been doing.
It basically means it's very hard for your character to feel like they're being played in fast forward. It feels like natural combat. That's what you're going through.
But it's also only so effective. At a certain point, you're just going to turn into a human blender again.
Yeah, when I say. Can you make it look good when I'm attacking 15 times a second, please?
I'll do my
natural,
best.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do what I can with those 3 frames.
So we also have a lot more of the skills effects and a lot of the skills actual damage patterns and impacts coming from the animation itself. So we have these beautiful animations and the effects are tied into them directly. Our effects artists have made some amazing trails that just add so much to the swings that they perfectly match the motion of the swing, and the timing is all animation controlled and tweaked in the animation. You can see in the example here, they've tweaked the curve of the swing to match the motion of the attack perfectly, and all the audio events and the position of all the damage is just right there, and we can match it perfectly where the position of the weapon is at that point in time. And that just makes it all feel so much smoother. You don't notice it, and that's when you know it's working correctly, because everything feels like it's right on point. And it means also we've got so many more spellcasting animations, so much variety on the spellcasting, and that's just the kind of thing where you see the frost going up the character's hands leading up to the point where they perform the spellcast, and it just feels really cool as well. You'll notice that a lot of the animations we have are very bespoke, very unique to the weapon type. Early on when we were working on skills and working on the animations for them, we realized we couldn't make a whirling assault that would also just feel right with a spear without it being basically a different skill just crammed into the same gem. So we have decided that every weapon type, every skill gem for that weapon type is restricted to that specific weapon. And this gives every weapon a really strong identity. You feel like a monk when you're using a quarterstaff, even if you're somehow a marauder who's got a huge amount of dexterity and intelligence.
Yeah, you can dance around as a marauder, which is spectacular.
Mm-hmm. And this also just lets us have mechanics that are specific to each weapon type. Like, for example, maces are amazing at breaking armor, and then when you want to mix and match those mechanics, it works really well, because you have these sort of unique mechanics that come from the skills. You have these unique forms of movement, where every weapon moves differently, and it just results in it playing differently. It feels like a different weapon type can feel like a completely different class, which is especially cool when you can combine them together. So let's jump off from there and talk about skill variety. So Path of Exile 1 had a few issues that we wanted to focus on changing up for Path of Exile 2. The main one comes from the fact that you feel that every skill you can only really have one truly powerful skill that your character is invested in, and everything else is supplementary. It's very hard to have 2 skills that work together because of the nature of various systems, which we'll get into a second. This means that every skill needs to be pretty good at doing just about everything. You can't have something with a single job. And it means that situational skills, like for example a skill that has a very long attack time, they have very little place in the game. This is caused mostly by the socket system, where you will usually only have one fully supported skill, and a fully supported skill is so much more powerful than one that isn't supported. And You might have 2 if you're lucky, but even then, if you did have extra sockets, you're usually better off putting those sockets to use on buffs or permanent effects or some skill that doesn't need to do damage and then can be applying other utility effects at the same time. The specialization options the character has through gear and passives also just lean further into this, where you are better off putting all of your power into the specific combination of mechanics that one of your primary skills uses than it is to spread it over a few skills to give you more options in combat. Because, as we already mentioned, it was already needing to be built, the skill needs to be built so it can do just about everything, so you don't really have any situational skills in the first place. This really hampered skill design because we can't have any particularly slow skills. We can't have a skill that is only useful for damaging a large number of monsters and has very little use if there's a single enemy. And we end up balancing the skills around the support gems and assuming that you've got a bunch of powerful damaging supports. We ended up having supports mostly exist as a way to boost your damage directly, which is cool, but there are plenty of other mechanics in the game that also boost your damage, so we don't need to use the support gem system for that. It also meant that mana had to be sort of averaged out based on attack and cast time, because you can't have a skill arbitrarily be something you can only use a little bit because of its mana cost, because it's going to be your damaging skill. And you're probably used to using all of your available mana, all of your available sockets, all of that on buffs that will just permanently affect your character, and once you turn them on, you won't think about them again until you die and revive and realize you haven't turned them on, this respawn. We thought about ways we could approach forcing the player to use a variety of skills and decided that we completely wanted to avoid cooldowns being the way that we force you to rotate through skills. We don't want to have skills with a long cooldown without a reason that feels very appropriate for the skill. And we also didn't want to add skills that would generate mana or generate a resource for you as their primary purpose, just so you can use other skills that you otherwise couldn't spend. That would be able to force you into using a combination of skills, but you would spend half your time doing almost no damage, and then all of your rest of your time doing a huge amount of damage, and you'll feel bad when you finally have to go back to your little bit of damage skill again, just so you can get some more mana to keep having fun. We also really wanted to avoid putting the character in a rotation. We don't want it ever be the case where you're like, okay, it's a boss, I'll just go 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, and repeat until the boss is dead. So the focus is on every skill being situational or setting up a situation in a not entirely reliable way. We have all sorts of mechanics that help us achieve these goals. The new skill system, the support changes, the dual specialization, spirit system, and more. First, let's talk about the new skill system, which was announced at the first Exilecon, but we've kind of perfected it over the past few years. The character now starts with 9 sockets, so right from level 1, if you happen to carry over a bunch of gems or get really lucky and finding some uncut gems, you can fill your character with skills and be doing all sorts of things. They have their own sockets, and what this means is you start with 2 support sockets, so if you happen to find a support gem early on, you can just put it in and start using it right away. But as you progress, you will find currency that will... First, you'll find common currency that will upgrade it from 2 to 3 sockets, and you'll probably find a few of those before you find the currency that will upgrade a skill gem from 3 to 4 sockets. This means that your skills, large numbers of your skills will grow as you progress, rather than just you focus all of your currency and all of your investment on maximizing a single skill. It is naturally your character, as your character plays, you'll get more options for all of your skills. And this usually means that this also meant that we had to change how we think about socket colors as well. We really wanted you to stick with your skill gem. Once you find the gem that you want to keep using, you're not replacing that with another version that you find with more sockets, as the currency is going to be the thing letting you upgrade that. And so we did a similar thing with changing socket colors. If you find a blue support gem that you want to use, and you want to make the socket blue, it is a deterministic use of a chromatic orb to change one of your sockets to that color. So you know that you're not going to roll the dice with your one remaining chromatic orb to try and get a socket color that you don't have, and then just find that you can't use any of the support gems you were using before, as well as the new one.
There's actually, just to extend on that thought, like there's a lot of situations in PoE 1 where you just kind of like, you can brick your character by just like making the bad choice with regard to re-rolling, so you effectively don't want to use the re-rolling stuff on your items that are important, otherwise you might screw yourself up. And we wanted to avoid all that to make sure that, like, yeah, if you want to just change a single color, like now chromatic is just, yeah, use it on the socket you want, pick the color you want it to be. So makes it so you don't have those kinds of problems anymore. It just sort of allows it to allow you to do that sort of customization without that issue.
Yeah, yeah. There will probably be some late game mechanics where you can roll the dice and risk everything.
There are some late game things that you can, if you want to brick your items, we still have Val orbs and things.
Yeah. But during the campaign, you don't need to worry about your skill gems. Right. They're safe and you can feel invested in them.
Right.
Support gems, we've really focused on taking them away from being damage boosts and put them more about customizing the skill. There's a lot of opportunity for you to just choose how you're going to use the skill. And a very important design principle for this was saying that you should not want to use the same support on every one of your skills. Even if you're using all slams, there shouldn't be a support that's like, well, this is a must-have for every slam skill. It should be that you're thinking about, well, this skill I'm going to use in the thick of combat, so I'm going to put the unbreakable support on it, so I'm much harder to stun out of while I'm doing the skill. While this skill here, Sunder, I'm going to use from safety, I'm going to use it from a distance. I'm going to snipe monsters with my Sunder, so I'm going to just focus on something that will give me a damage boost very occasionally. We have plenty of old favorites coming back, like the fork support that you can see, but they come at a cost that means that they're unlikely to be considered an absolute necessity for the skill to be as useful as we want it to be at the mid and early parts of the game. Things like Fist of War return, so every now and then you get a big damage boost to your skill, but it is also, the cooldown is shared between your other skills, so you want to pick carefully which skill you're going to put Fist of War on. And we also have a number of mechanics, like for example the armor break mechanic that maces specialize in. There are support gems to let you put that on other skills, nowhere near as efficiently as the skills that focus entirely on applying armor break, but there is a way to build the combination of skills you want to use together if the skills that inherently come with those mechanics aren't the ones that you want to be using then and there. There's also the dual specialization system, which was shown off during the keynote, where you can have effectively multiple trees that are slightly different from each other for multiple builds. And this has a huge number of uses, both for combining multiple elements, combining different weapons, which is great for the mechanics that are specific to each weapon type, as well as just deciding that you want to be extra tanky in your second spec, deciding that you want to focus your second specialization on the area of effect so that you can do something different with your main specialization. And it does have the cost of needing to find two great weapons to take full advantage of it. But when you do get the two weapons that work well together, it can provide a huge amount of customization to your character. This also connects to reservation effects, where you can have a reservation effect enabled in one set and a different one in a second. So for example, I could have Cast on Shock, triggering my area of effect skills in my first set, and just do Spark to clear enemies, and then switch to my second set, and I could be having Cast on Crit there, and having a high crit spell that is then proccing my single target focused arc skill, and so I can be swapping back and forth based on the situation, or I can bind one of those skills to a specific situation so it automatically swaps back and forth. There is a small time taken to switch. There's a nice little animation if you're just grabbing the weapon off your back. You have to be tactical about how you use it, but it's small enough that in the thick of combat it's absolutely still very useful to just switch out just based on the situation that you're in that very moment.
I think the reservation thing you were saying before is really worth emphasizing, is like the whole, having the ability, for example, to have Arctic armor on one versus the other. Like, you'll just switch and instantly that will be on. Like, there's no having to worry about it or having to recast it or anything like that. Like, you can just switch effectively all the reservation skills from one set to the other just as you weapon swap automatically based on what skills you're using. So it is pretty powerful.
And the reservation will remain on when you die as well. You
Right,
need
yes,
to
that's
remember
another
to
nice,
turn them back on again.
useful bonus.
Especially when you have to, so you can, there's a little menu where you can select which weapon set you want them to be in, including shapeshifting. Shapeshifting is its own set in that, so you can say, when I'm a bear, I want Arctic armor to be even tankier. Leading into that, Spirit. So Spirit is our new resource, which is used for every permanent effect that you're just going to leave on your character the whole time. You no longer reserve your mana outside of probably some specialized mechanics or keystones or supports, and instead you're focusing on gaining as much Spirit as you can if you are wanting to stack permanent effects. So minion characters really care about Spirit because their permanent minions are paid with Spirit, while their temporary minions are still paid with mana and need to be resummoned. This means as a minion character, you want to get as much Spirit as you can to have as large an army, but maybe use some of that Spirit for an aura as well. It's sort of a balancing act and finding the combinations of minions you want, which may mean switching out which minions you have, or how many minions you have of each. We've added the ability to just manually unsummon your minions if you want to bring some others in, just to make everything a bit more convenient. And the fact that they can be set per set doesn't apply to minions, so your minions will just remain active the whole time, but you could switch out which aura is applying to them, or switch to a set that has more Spirit, thanks to carrying a scepter, and then has an extra aura active only in that set. So there's a lot of flexibility in how you use your permanent buffs, and in addition, we've tried to make the permanent buffs much more interesting, rather than just flat stat bonuses as well. We also have a far more complex crowd control system where there are light stuns, as you can see that little flinch, and there are also heavy stuns if you do a large amount of damage, especially with melee weapons and especially with physical damage. You'll be able to knock a monster into a state where they won't be able to react to you for sometimes a very long time, giving you a huge opening, especially for melee characters, to just deal all the damage while the boss is just recovering. And this system is a system that is connected to freeze. It's connected to a new immobilization effect, which is something that spears specialize in applying at the moment. And the more you apply these, the harder it is to apply more of them to a boss, which does mean that in a team, you're both able to specialize in different mechanics, and you will both build up your effects on the boss, but the boss won't be locked out permanently from having a party of 6 people all applying crazy amounts of crowd control effects. It still gives you a huge tactical advantage, and many weapon types and spell types also take advantage of those mechanics. You can now rely on the fact that at some point during the boss fight, you'll be able to freeze them, and so you can follow through, and the same for applying a heavy stun. Most monsters have their own heavy stun animation where they get knocked down in a
the bosses anyway.
Moment. The bosses definitely do.
Some monsters as well, but the bosses are the main ones.
And this just makes playing a hard-hitting warrior character just feel really punchy as you're just taking the enemy out of combat for a time to just finish them off. The player also has to deal with the system in a mostly positive way, where if you are stunned, then your threshold will build up for the next stun, and that will repeat. So it's very hard to be freeze-locked or stun-locked, and it carries over between the crowd control effects as well. So being frozen means you're very unlikely to be stunned afterwards, making it safer for the player to recover from freeze quickly, and if they can react in time. And this does mean that monsters, that when you're beaten up by a lot of monsters at once, they will keep stacking up stun on you, but the player recovers from stun much, much faster than bosses do, so you don't need to worry about waiting outside of combat for the stun to fall off you. Within a few seconds, you're back into fighting shape again. It means that swarms of monsters can be a threat if you just let yourself be attacked by them, but in general, it's in the player's favor. The player cannot be heavy stunned, I should note. You're not going to be knocked on the ground for 8 seconds. It's just not a thing that you need to worry about, thankfully. Freeze is a little bit longer now, so you need to be a bit careful about freeze, but we've got flasks for that. Now let's take a look at some of the skills. This is a close look at Falling Thunder. Do you want to tell us a bit about the animations on this one, Ed?
Yeah, so this one, I really just wanted the that slap in the ground pose. I don't know, I've done a little bit of stuff, training back in the day, and that was just one that felt real good, and I wanted it in the game. It also gives this nice up in the air, like lightning strikey pose, kind of like Thor. And it just flows together really nicely. Like you can spam it, you can use it once, and it works in both occasions.
It was designed as a finisher, as it will spend power charges if you have them, but it's also just a fun to use area skill with some nice mobility to it.
Yeah.
This one you'll recognize as Killing Palm from the keynote. Power charge generator. This was one of the few ways to generate power charges. Power charges are not a simple thing to just stack up rapidly when you need them, but they are giving more than double the damage for every charge on that Falling Thunder skill. So they're a huge, huge damage boost, and they really reward you putting in the effort to finish off monsters with Killing Palm, as well as other power charge generating skills that have other similar, non-reliable, more skillful conditions for generating the charges. You want to tell us how you created this totally realistic and normal martial arts move?
Yep. So a big challenge for this was doing. I was told it had to be unarmed damage, so he had to hit them with his hand while holding a big stick, which is a little awkward. So the biggest challenge of this was just getting that stick out of the way and making it not the main spectacle, making the palm the main thing you're looking at.
Yeah, the unarmed attacks are a special skill there. An unarmed attack, but they can be used while you're holding a quarterstaff. They use your unarmed damage while your weapon's still in your hand. It's magic.
But you can also use them when you don't have a quarterstaff, right?
Yes.
And is there anything about one hand empty? Like what about if you were holding like a mace?
You need both hands to be empty.
Both hands, okay. Understood.
Yeah. This is a close look at the Wave of Frost skill. It's just a sick backflip, you know?
Yeah.
This is one of the things that led us into an early sort of, let's make something, what can you do with a staff? What's a cool monk ability? Let's get some Last Airbender stuff going on. And this led us into realizing how fun the mobility of the monk could be. This is the one that really started feeling like, oh, you're a monk, you do this, you then whirling assault through the enemies, and it's just got this awesome mobile feel.
Yeah, this was playing around with evasive maneuvers, and I didn't really plan it, but if you use this in tandem with whirling assault, like it just blended together so nicely, and you, like just with these two skills, we got a really good feel for how the monk would play, just kind of dancing around the battlefield.
And the effects artist did an amazing job with the ice and the graphical programmers as well. There's just some...
Look at that ice.
Nice ice. This is an old favorite, Sunder. Big, punchy, pack clearing damage. And we came to Ed with a thing of, hey, can you make a slam that looks good over maybe like 2 seconds? What can a character do for 2 seconds?
Yeah, so a big thing I wanted to try and avoid with the characters was with the big animations, not just holding a pose and shaking to build power. I wanted to make sure that the character stayed alive and was doing something interesting. So, yeah, I thought of the jump up in the air and the slam down and kind of worked backwards from there. Another thing that this animation has, which isn't present in a lot of the slams, is he doesn't stick the hammer in the ground. The hammer bounces straight up, and that lets him get back into the next move, like, quite energetically. Again, keeps him alive. He doesn't stop and just hang out. Yeah.
This is another mace ability with a lot of mobility. It's really shows that even with a gigantic hammer, you can have fun just moving around the battlefield. The first hit has massive bonus stun damage, letting you leave enemies vulnerable to apply that massive damage from the second strike.
Yeah, and this one shows off the moving variant that I was talking about before, like he just did it then, just a little like quick step as he's swinging the hammer back. This one just felt great real quick. It's an office favorite. Also, just a small difference in this from previous animations is after he finishes the swing, he actually steps forward through. So the motion of the attack just keeps moving forward. There's no like forward, then back, then forward, then back, then forward. Yeah, it keeps, you just keep mowing through them. That's great.
Now here's one of our in-progress animations. This started out as a staff animation, was that right?
Yeah, this is my first attempt of Whirling Assault. I was being quite restrictive with how it played, and Rory told me off and said no, he has to move a lot further. So I came up with what it is now. But I still really like this animation, and I chucked a two-handed sword on it, and he reminded me of a certain white-haired monster hunter, and I thought that was really cool. So that's something we're working on.
I'm pretty sure we just saw this animation, like, yeah, this is a skill in the game, this is a sword thing now.
Sometimes it happens like that, yeah.
This is showing off some cool mobility that the Ranger will have. The Ranger is still quite static with their ranged attacks, but now they've got some cool tools that they can use to move around the battlefield when they need to.
Yeah, just playing with some backwards movement. Not much to say on this other than she used to do a backflip and that was a bit excessive.
I'm pretty sure the brief was like, what would Legolas do?
Oh yeah, and this one took a lot of iteration. Turns out just stabbing a guy is like tricky to get feeling right, while also being describable on a single skill gem with all the different attack times you could end up doing with it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the visual demonstration I was given was just this, and I thought, surely I can do something cooler.
There's nothing that inspires the animators more than seeing how bad it would be if I was doing it.
A challenging thing with this actually was getting height variation. When your camera's very high up, striking at different heights is quite hard to read, especially when you're just dealing with arms. So the way I got around that was just moving it into the body. I was kind of thinking of Wing Chun kind of rapid punch style thing. Yeah, this one just feels real cool. It's fun to kill lots of zombies with.
Yeah, nice. Well, that's all the skills we have to show off right now. It's time for some questions. All right. Octavia.
Hello again, everyone. So there is a QR code up there behind me. It's pretty big, hard to miss. Go ahead and scan that if you want to send in any questions, and I will read them off here. The first question, very important one, we'll lead with a strong one. Does dodge roll work in towns?
I think so.
Yeah.
I feel like I've seen that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I can answer yes, it does. I tested it.
I'm pretty sure it does.
It does.
Yeah. I mean, if being a bear currently
the real
works
question
in
is, yes,
town,
can you be a bear in town? That's
yeah.
That's the real question.
Can I answer that?
Sure.
Because yes, you can.
The real question is, can you dodge roll as a bear in town? And the answer to that is also yes.
Also yes.
We need like a compilation, just a minute of a bear dodge rolling.
The QA is about the bear now.
Yeah.
So just a clarification here, do we still get to use skills from other classes if we want to?
Yes, you can use any skill, any combination of weapons, all the elements, just all the things.
And sort of a lead on from that is, I might be wrong in this bit of trivia, but I believe in PoE 1, the Templar is left-handed with a lot of his attacks and stuff, right? Is there still going to be room in PoE 2 for that sort of like individualized personality, like monk dodge rolling differently than other people, that sort of thing?
We have the technology.
Yeah, we can we can definitely, we have the capability of doing unique animations for the different characters.
I believe that what we're sort of doing is like if you've got, we're much more likely to make a unique animation for the class we would expect the animation to be on. Yeah. So we'll probably have like quite a few of those for just like those cases, but then we're very unlikely to make a unique animation for like all the other classes that are not usually expected to use that skill. So yeah, they'll be able to do it, it's just they won't have that sort of unique flavor to them as much.
That does make sense.
Yeah, some characters have an additive layer as well to just hold their shoulders differently or whatever fits their pose. Yeah.
We've got a question here. How much control do players have over inbuilt movements on skills? Do support gems change the movement types, or are there other ways for players to influence this mechanic?
We already have some investment on the tree to specialize in using your dodge roll in a different way for a dexterity character, but a lot of it...
There's also shift attack. Holding shift has some influence in some cases on some skills, but it's all very much like skill by skill. Like, there's also now the ability, although we haven't really utilized that much, where they've got the skill options area in the skill screen. So if there are particular things we want to allow the player to specialize about a skill, so for example, the always shift attack button is now in there. So like, yeah, there might be a few cases where we want to add a few things like that, but yeah, it's really skill by skill. Like you don't know what you need to do on a skill until you've tried it.
Yeah, there's some of the skills already have custom behavior for targeting, like for example, killing Palm will focus on a nearby colorable target, even if you target another enemy, just to make sure you get that power charge, since that's usually what you're using it for.
All right. Given so many skills have inbuilt mobility, is it then less important in some ways to scale attack and cast speed, or is that an equally valuable stat, would you say, as it is in PoE 1?
It's always going to offer you more survivability because you're going to get your hit out faster, but we're still keeping plenty of mechanics that reward you for using slow attacks or
But I mean,
your
part
next
of the
attack.
idea is to make it possible to make a build that is slower in PoE 2.
Yeah.
Like, you know, we want the fast builds too, but we also want to be possible to be slow. In PoE 1, it's just not really possible, really. I mean, there's some things we've done over the years to try and make that more of a thing. You know, there was like the sort of two-hand exerted stuff and a few other things like that, but it's just, you know, like, we wanted to make it a lot more of an option.
It's rarely a bad idea to get a little bit more attack speed, but going out of your way to get it is nowhere necessary anymore.
Okay. Another question that's more of a clarification than anything else is you mentioned that skills are restricted by weapon type now. Does that mean that all skills can be used with only a single weapon type, including spells, or is this an attack limitation?
It's an attack limitation. There are a few fancy spells, like the ethereal blade skills now will use your daggers, but most spells are for any weapon type you want. They're a lot better with caster weapons.
Just for clarification, when you say ethereal, you mean ethereal knives?
Ethereal knives, yeah.
Probably an internal name I wasn't aware of.
I don't think are there even any other spells that require a weapon? I think it's just those knife ones, right?
We'll see when we get to the Templar skills.
Is there any plans for, and this may already be in the demo, but are there any plans for the dodge roll mechanic being modified by itemization?
We already have some passives on the tree that modify the dodge roll in some way, so we're definitely going to have mechanics that affect it. We've yet to really lock in exactly how far we'll go with that.
It's unexplored space to a degree.
Yeah, I mean, it's Path of Exile. How can we stop ourselves from doing crazy stuff with anything that we can do anything to?
Yeah, we're not very good at saying no. Well, the programmers are. Can the dual specialization weapon swap delay time be reduced by stats like attack speed or cast speed, or is that a fixed interval?
We are going to have stats specifically to increase the swap speed, and we're looking at different weapon types having different swap times as well, so it's easier to swap to lighter weapons than it is to a big heavy weapon.
I'm learning about that on stage.
I do have a thing that I forgot to mention during the talk that I realize I want to show off, which is mana costs are not paid instantly at the start of the skill now.
Yes.
They're paid over a time up to the point where the skill starts doing something, which does mean if you get stunned out or if you dodge roll out or you just cancel, you will save most of the mana, so you have much less of an issue of wasting all your resources, meaning it's okay for us to have larger cost skills, knowing that you're not going to lose it all if you get stunned out or you decide to change your mind at the last minute.
Yeah, just to clarify, like that system is just purely beneficial for the player. So we've not got much time left. We'll go to the final question here, which is on the gem crafting. How do Vol skills interact with gem crafting? I don't know that we know.
I think Vol skills we probably don't, like, isn't there enough to say there? I think there might not be.
Not really. We want to do some real cool stuff with them, and we're not locked in
we're
yet.
probably not ready to talk about Vol skills, I'd say. But it's definitely it's definitely a thing.
Yeah, we shouldn't really design them on stage right now, but
by committee. All right, well, I think that is our time for this talk, so
awesome.
Head on out.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Hey guys, it's Mathel here once again, and slight technical difficulties there. Some genius pressed a button they shouldn't have. It was me, and we needed to relog, just, you know, find the right person for the job. So today I'm going to be going through Path of Exile 2 demo, and I'm going to be jumping straight into Act 4 with the Warrior. It looks pretty intimidating, pretty cool though. Overall, it's just been a big, overwhelming day. I've heard that there's been some good stuff in the previous acts, so we're going to jump in and hit the Act 4. With one of the new classes, Warrior. Sounds beefy. King's March. All right, so we start out, there's an Alva. There's apparently a good few directions to go in this act. Got our mini-map back. That feels pretty good. Just get my bearings. Okay, let's see what we got. Piles of gold, can spend at vendors. Interesting. Some physical damage on a crumbling mace. Warrior Great Helm. Yep, bit of life, bit of everything. Pretty nice looking setup. Now, we press Alva.
Oh, King's March. It's been months since I had a bath. If you're looking to hire a ship,
since she had a
you'll want
bath.
to sell your share of these vile artifacts first. Talk to Rog here. He's our buyer. I'll have to attend to a few things, but don't worry. We'll see each other again when the time comes.
Talk to Rog. All right, I think we need to check out a few other things. What do we got? Warrior, Scarlet Strike level 45, life per second. That's not a whole lot of life for a level 45 character. Something tells me we're going to be dying a few times. Bunch of minus chaos, some fire, cold res. That's nice, pretty intuitive panel for your resistances. As we all know, we do need resistances in this game. What do we got here? Talk to Rog, Preacher.
Friend, I have urgent news for you. Time is short, and the unmaking of the world is nigh. Please, listen to what I have to say.
Go on.
Not interested.
All right. Apparently, we don't care. I like that. Perhaps I've already chosen my quest path there. Got a well. Tops us all up. Danig, Rog. All right, where's that boy Rog?
What can I do for you?
Hook me up, Rog.
I'm Rog, the local trade guild contact for Kingsmarch. I'll take this haul off your hands and set up an account for you. This looks like quite the pile of treasure. It should be more than enough to hire a ship. The only captain available is new to the job, but I know her. Her name's Makoru. She'll get you where you need to go.
Alrighty. Hiring a ship. Purchase items. Has he got some stuff for us? Alright, you can use your gold and already grab some flasks or +3 to all cold spell skill gem stuff. Yo, is that just like God RNG if I needed this, or does everyone get one of these? Better amulet? No, we're good. Alright.
Good day.
I have a charter. Now, let's see about that ship.
Come back anytime.
Let's see about that ship. Where are we heading off? It's very alien doing things on someone else's PC setup and just the whole thing here live in person. Going over to Makoru.
We're looking for work, yes. If you have enough credit with the Trade Guild. Let me see here. Wow.
Wow.
Okay.
Dock leave.
I can take you wherever you need. We'll set sail right now if you want.
Do we want? We could hit the set sail button? Yeah, sounds pretty. Oh my god. That's some serious business. We can go to wait, can we just go wherever we want? Isle of Kin. Stink of sulfite sears the wind. Alright. The Karui dare the cliffs to prove themselves ready. Buwara's Shrike Island. We can go all the way to Eternal Prison. Something still clatters on the bars. That sounds pretty ominous. A tropical paradise settled by a friendly tribe. Countless ships lay broken upon the shoals. You know, I reckon we go real ominous like. Bizarro's Prison. Explore the prison. What do we got to work with here? Armor Breaker. Attack with a forceful blow, knocking enemies back and weakening their armor. Requires a mace. Forceful blow, knocking back, weakening their armor. Okay. Rolling Slam. That's a slow cast time. Big mana. Yep. Spirit. Yep. Ancestrally boosted slams. Slam the ground to stun enemies and knock them away, then continuing forward and performing devastating second slam. Q Supercharged Slam. These are some big words. Channel to charge up a heavy swing, drawing earth from the ground to enlarge your mace. Release Slam. Release to slam the ground, dealing damage in an area around the impact. Infernal Cry. We're pretty familiar with that one. Taunt some enemies. Bunch of explosion afterwards. Leap Slam on E. That's questionable. Movement not on W. Holy. That's got some impact to it. Bit of a wind-up time too. Alrighty. Sunder. Pretty much the same Sunder as before, it feels like. Let's see. Jesus. So what do we got here? And that's ancestrally boosted, and then Armor Breaker. Yo, I'm gonna be dying. Now that's a big boy attack. Supercharged Slam. Attack time 1. So can we cancel? Oh, we can point it in a different direction. There you go. And Herald of Ash. Reserves all of my spirit, but looks pretty cool. Let's see if we can attack something without Herald of Ash to begin with. So we're just exploring the prison, are we? Alright, straight in we go. Dude, I am not... happy with how this is going so far. You gotta be kidding. What is this thing? Extra cold damage and exposure haste aura. All right, I think we'll go for the check. Look, some bullshit. That's all we gotta say. I think we'll take our Herald of Ash now. All right, what do we got? Supercharged Slam. So I went with a fatty right click, and I think that may have got me killed. Armor Breaker, Supercharged Slam, Infernal Cry, Leap Slam, and then Sunder. Maybe we need a Sunder from a bit more long range. Need some strats for this. That is some slow attack time there. I need to check out my flasks as well, to be honest. So reduced recovery, 25 recovered instantly while on low life, and then just a regular. Oh man, did I pick the lab? That would be typical me. I have to run a lab essentially. Within these walls, Lady Justice. Yep. Okay, that's a lot. Oh yeah, and that's our dodge, is it? Maybe that could have saved my life earlier. Okay. Any lab enjoyers in the chat? Oh, wait, no, we don't want to go there. How's that? One of those. Man, things hit hard. I told you, it's just, we don't have that much life right now on this character. I reckon they stitched me up. You know me, I build a big life on my characters. And it's not my intuitive style here to be a bit on the lower end of life. Gotta pull some levers. What are we opening? I don't know if we want to open any more at the moment. Let's press a big Q. How's that look? Double hit. So we're armor breaking, knocking back. It's always pretty weird picking up someone else's build as well. Okay. Maybe I'd jump in and not die? Wait, what's happening here? Hasted. Okay. Jumping over. Gotta press mana. I'm getting out of here. Wait, what's the dash like? Okay. It's honestly kind of different to the usual PoE gameplay, and it's pretty difficult to control, it feels. Big attack, big smash. Let's pick up some of these items. This guy's getting rezzed, or am I blind? Again, mace, locked door. Okay, so we do want to open that door. Let's press in some buttons real quick. That doesn't unleash anything. No, we're good. Okay. Is that going to be for my single target then? Knocking and weakening their armor. What does that even mean? Like that. So the sensitivity on the mouse is a bit lower than I'd like, and that's kind of why we had the technical difficulties. I was trying to change that. Big slam. All right, not bad, not bad. So where are we headed to? Let's get our mini-map overlay happening. I do love my mini-map overlay. I'm just kind of not used to it anymore from a certain other game I was trying and then ultimately not in love with. But we won't talk about that. We're still exploring prison. Okay. Jump in and then hit him with a barrel roll. Hit him with a barrel roll. Okay, so you're not rolling through enemies. That's interesting. I thought maybe you could like just cheese your way through. One of these, give him a leap slam, hit him with one of these. Just get more in tune with my attacks because we are going to be coming across some serious business soon, I imagine. So how am I going to do that? Him with an arm? Okay, Sunder's pretty powerful. It's honestly not too wrong to just be a Sunder build right now. Jump in with him with one of these and then combo him with one of these. Alright, not bad. And these necromancers, they are going off. Who's resin at this point? Who? What the? Alright. Feels like we need to move on a little bit. Actually, I see. Wait, there's one more. And I think I missed some others. This is some hot steaming lab action if ever I've had any. A pointed mole. Is there any chance that without anything is going to be better? I'd say there's a chance. 36.54. It's not too far off. Have I got any currency? Boom, transmute. Okay, that could have gone better. We're not doing anything with that guy though. That's what our armor and everything looks like. Okay. All right, who's resin? What's going on around here? We just swoop on past this guy. GG noob. And we got one more lever over here. I'm not gonna lie, I'm terrified of coming across a boss right now. Because I am not ready. We got one of them somewhat Z DPS builds right now. So you know I didn't build this character. Would have blasted through by now. What's this guy got? 4-stick orb on death. It's actually pretty good that you can really notice he's definitely a little special. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna hit him with a Q. Okay. Straight again. Let's see what these caustic orbs look like. Ah, the usual ones, okay. Ember Great Axe. Is that a pure fire damage two-hander? And a spear. Look at that. Let's hit him with a combust thing. Jump on him for no good reason. Hit him with another huge attack. Okay. That's what happens after. Anything? It's the mouse sensitivity, I'm telling you. Alright, what's the knight armor? Big, fancy looking armor. So that's the pure fire damage axe, okay. Crossblade spear, alright. We'll keep exploring so you can see me die to a proper boss, I think. Because, that's for sure gonna happen. That seems to be a decent attack, right click. Leap out of here, barrel roll through there. Okay. Let's press that. Let's try and press that. A mail belt. Reduced flask charges used. You gotta be joking. Look at the implicit on that belt. Huh. Get me one of those right now. Alrighty. Ah, that's a locked door. It's alright, we're chilling. Yeah, these rats do not mess around. In the initial announcement, Neon did almost die to a few of these. It looked pretty lethal. And yeah, I think I got scammed at the very start of this playthrough. Basically just a pack of unkillable mobs. How far in we going? All the way. Okay. Hit him with space. Not too shabby. Oh boy. I feel like we're getting somewhere. Huge leap slam. Solitary confinement. Ooh. What do we got here? Nothing? Okay. This can only end in tears.
Leaving prisoners to drown. Monstrous.
Uh-huh. Oh god. Okay, no, this is fine. Come on, man. I was winding up my huge sunder. How are you gonna slap me like that? Whoa. What do I do with this? Is it just pure environmental? This is a temporal proximity bubble. Oh my god. Dude, I am getting wrecked right now. This may be one of those we shouldn't fight this thing style situations. This guy's way too strong for me. I'm about to run out of flasks. Alright, tactical retreat. We gotta fight something else. Tactical retreat. Do a barrel. Do another barrel roll. Hit him with a barrel roll. Get out of it! Ah, this is... So this is a huge boss, right? Like, act boss. It, I reckon, gotta be an Uber, one of the end game pieces of content. We're already here, surprisingly. Wait, no. Flasks. We still need flasks. I said flasks. Wait, what's he doing? Okay, yep, dodge that. We've got a flask. Ah! That wind up. Alright, here we go. That's how it's done. Alright, we've got half a flask or something. I got this. This guy, absolutely ridiculous. I dodged when I didn't need to. That's it. 1v1. That is unreal. All right, what do we got here? Not a huge upgrade. Wouldn't you know it? Explore solitary confinement. I mean, I'll keep checking it out, but I feel like we are in a world of hurt. What the? I think we went the distance on that one. Alright, that feels good. These guys are gonna explode. Okay. Okay, okay. No, they don't. Or at least, yeah, no, there they do. I'm scared to stand still right now. It's gotta be Sunder. That's how it's done. Alright, we're exploring. We need to get messed up. Pretty cool zone though, like what is with this water? Does it slow us down or anything? Or is it just pure environment for environment's sake? Because it looks stunning. Yeah, these guys are lethal. I think I just got fully scammed on the rare mobs that I had to come across. Oh god. Trying to barrel roll out of here. Nope, 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 nope. Let's leap slam out of that. Okay, big close stun on that one. I like it. Cannot believe how overtuned those guys are. I'm calling for nerfs already. Oh my word. You gotta be kidding me. Hit him with a Sunder. Hit him with a... Hit him with a... What's going on? Whew. This is going great, isn't it? Trying to hit him with one more attack. Okay, nice. I'd say we've got to be getting close to a boss or something, but let's be real. Everything I've fought so far is a boss. So I've farmed like what 100 bosses by now. I'm going for it. Okay, a door. That's promising. Nice little lever here. So that's got to be a checkpoint, right?
Must be hard to contain.
Which means that when I inevitably don't die right now, I could get teleported back and start from there. So that's good news. Oh god. Alright, so what do we do here? Oh. Wait, what do the switches do? Let's press one. Should we stab him? I see. I need to keep him still, I believe we've said. Oh my god. Okay.
I need to keep him still.
Right, but how do I do that? Do I have to drag him over from one end to the other? Dude. Alright, we'll go one more. Get a big attack in. Face tank. I mean, that'll go next time, right? That is some intense action. I think that's all we have time for, though. Unfortunately, didn't get as far as I'd like, but that is a beautiful world to go through, and hey, I hope we can all experience it soon. Thank you very much for watching, and enjoy the rest of the show.
Subtracting here with Trev, the main developer here and the leader of Path of Exile Mobile. And we're going to be playing this for the first time, myself. And I'm really, really excited because this is my first chance to actually encounter Path of Exile 2 content. The lines are so long here at Exilecon. And what I've seen so far that Trev showed me ahead of time here, I am really excited for. So should we just jump right in?
I think just jump into it, yeah.
Okay, so this is my first time seeing any of this. Although I did get a little bit of a head start from Trev. Little tip is I should play either the Marauder or the Sorceress if I want a little bit of an advantage. And as someone who really, really wants to try some Path of Exile 2 related content especially, we're going to be going with the Sorceress. But I will pop up the Marauder because I have questions about melee especially. All right, so Sorceress, Intelligence, and cast spells. That's what I like. Okay, what did she was a dangerous political dissident.
Yeah, so we kind of themed each of the characters with that crime, because you actually start off in the Colosseum, and it's all part of like the storyline with Dominus, kind of basically looking for someone to actually do his missions for him.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah. It's not a beach.
It's not a beach, yeah. And can you comment on the relationship between Mobile's story and theming compared to Path of Exile 1 and 2?
Yeah, so Mobile is a prequel, so it's basically set before both Path of Exile 1 and 2, and it's kind of like an origin story kind of theme with Dominus and Valdo, obviously going to shape it. So yeah, it's got a nostalgia factor for existing players, so they're kind of like, they recognize it, but it's also completely bespoke content for mobile.
Okay. Very cool. All right, and I'm playing Standard League?
Yeah.
All right, so does that mean there's going to be challenge leagues and everything?
Yep, the leagues are planned.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, excellent.
Yeah, we're keeping exactly the same model. So.
I got to read these tips. All right. All right, yeah, we're just following this is my first time seeing any of that. Following the tutorial, here we go.
Yeah, I think very much like last time, I'm not going to say much. I just want you to kind of experience it.
Okay.
Freedom must be earned. Choose a weapon and ready yourself.
Get ready for battle, loot the weapon rack, okay. Stop that, all right.
Enter the arena and face the
There is a problem with
challenges
mobiles, thumbs.
You must do more than simply survive. You must impress my lord.
Okay. All right, so move around like this. You have taken damage, tap a
So this is basically the first tutorial step. Like we're trialing a lot of the kind of tutorials. Actually, we're using Exilecon to trial it and see what people think. But like we've actually added like moments where we pause the gameplay so you can kind of see like tutorial tips.
Oh, that's wonderful. Okay. All right, so it looks like. Can you comment on the flask system besides this?
The what? Sorry.
The flask system.
So flask system is paralleling Path of Exile 2. So, like, you have available flasks. With regards to kind of your health and your flask recovery, you still actually have to visit wells to recover them. So each town will have a well in that you actually recover your flask from. So.
Okay, so a little ruthless taste in there, huh?
Yeah, yeah. It's I guess it's a kind of a subject of contention. Like so we're again just experimenting.
Wait, hold up. This is Dominus?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
A little bit younger.
All right. He's looking nice.
Employ the thaumaturgy within to defeat your enemies. Without its power, you're of little use to me.
Virtue gem, huh? All right, I mean, I'm just going to be absorbing as much lore as I can here because this is all new to me. Okay.
So this is our kind of, we've worked tirelessly on the menu system trying to, because obviously the scope of Path of Exile, the amount of like currencies and just the inventory itself, it's been really like, a real challenge to actually kind of get all of the content onto a mobile device. So what you're seeing here parallels Path of Exile 2 with regards to design, but obviously we've deviated from mobile just so so it suits the platform.
Okay, we're going back in the arena.
Unfortunately, you've died.
Okay. All right, well, we're testing the softcore mechanics right away, seeing how those go. All right, let's get back in there. We kind of resetting this now?
Yes.
Must be
Yeah, the tutorial resets.
Gotcha.
Well, I suggested.
I play an easier character. Okay, my fault. I got seduced by the sorceress. Okay. I'll just do the regular thing that I do on a regular league start, and we'll just we'll spam past everything really quickly to catch up.
Like Path of Exile 2, yeah, the dodge, the roll.
Oh, we actually have this dodger. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, all right.
I wasn't going to tell you. I was like,
you're just gonna let me. You're just gonna let me die, and then okay. All right, I see how it is.
My power knows no bounds.
And for our accounts and all of that, is there going to be API connectivity similar to, like, are we going to be able to support stuff with third-party tools, just like Path of Exile 1 and 2?
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to kind of introduce new features, like, for example, in the skill tree, we're discussing actually having a template system within the skill tree as a social feature as well, to be able to share your builds with your friends. But again, there's no sort of... yeah, we're not stopping players from obviously using websites and that to build that. So
I was just gonna see if I could boost myself here a little bit in the tutorial. All right, I'm staying behind all these guys first.
Yeah.
All right, and I see it has all of the new Path of Exile 2.
Like Path of Exile 2, you've got your default attack, so with the staff. So when you run out of mana, that's
then we just go to the default fireball that gets equipped. Yep. I see.
But you are about to get a mana flask. So.
Okay, and then on the
first
right.
Two steps of the tutorial are really just introducing one step at a time, and then like you've got the finale coming up.
Gotcha. Okay. I will try very hard not to die this time.
Your final trial. The ordeal ahead will ensure only the strongest survive, but you must be cunning as well. My aid will provide you with what you need.
Nice, okay.
Yeah, yeah. So apparently the feed for this is getting a bit stuttery, so we apologise for that, but generally speaking the game is fine. It's unfortunately just the feed.
Yeah, sorry about that. It feels fine. I can tell you it feels fine in the on the actual phone. Okay. I'm just gonna hang out, let these buddies take all the damage.
Should I give you a tip? Like maybe
I'll take all the tips.
Take the punishment first.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Yeah. If you got any game facts tips, let me know. Oh, and then use my mana flask. Got it. Now, is there like a general kind of auto-targeting for our character here as what I'm facing?
I'm basically paralleling the console for targeting. There is some advanced kind of skill features that are specific for mobile as far as targeting with the touchscreen, but I think that's something we'll talk about at another time.
Okay.
A bit more detail.
Okay. All right.
Another tip.
Yeah.
It's not over yet, so just be ready.
All right, so I'm going to immediately equip this gear that I got. We're going to take our time, level up, pretend like we're playing hardcore. Must identify items. Okay, got it.
Yeah, so...
Dragon. Oh, there's a vendor who identifies all your items free of charge.
Yeah, yeah.
Who
again, that's not a...
Who pushed that for? I like that. Can we get that everywhere?
It's basically so like with regards to like people interacting with towns a bit more. So
Yeah. No.
Kind of putting more things in town just so you get that level of interaction.
That's a great feature. Okay. And then to equip it, go here. Got it. And all right, I think we're good. And I'm going to use the life flat. You said you warned me. All right.
A powerful display of collaboration. Unfortunately, I only need one of you.
Turns out my buddies are not so good buddies.
Yeah, so
got it.
I want to let them kill each other.
Yeah. I'll just get some loot while they fight each other here a little bit. Oh man, they hit hard. Oh shit.
Yeah, kill him. Oh, your health.
Yeah. You guys like hard games, huh?
Yeah, you should be able to finish him though.
All right. And all the other ones kill each other? Okay.
All right.
All right, Dama's my new man.
Impressed. I have a special task for you. You may earn your freedom if you survive.
What if I just say goodbye?
It's game over.
Okay. I won't. I'm always tempted to take the troll option. All right. Assign points. All right. Cool. Very smart. Very, very smart. Yep. Don't overwhelm people right away. Yep. I gotcha. Energy shield. Well.
So yeah, you have to cancel that one.
Yeah, give me the damage. Always damage. We already established this as softcore.
So for this, just to make sure you do the right thing, it's like tap hold. So.
Okay, and now.
Yeah. So what you're seeing here is just a demo skill tree. So obviously this isn't final. We've just shown like the starting off trees for each of the characters.
All right, I won't spend that. I want to like look at every single
we're not
one.
intending to have
Okay, yeah. I'm so tempted to look at every single one. My PoE patch notes brain is going wild right now.
I am Dominus, Adjunct Inquisitor of the Templar Order. This laboratory is the workplace of Chief Archon Valdo Caesarius.
And we get Valdo.
Quite
all right.
possibly the most intelligent man in Oriath. Valdo and his benefactor came to this place not long ago. Both went missing soon after. We must discover the truth of what happened here.
Oh, he's so young.
one thing I'm noticing is
I
think the connection with Apple TV is causing some stuttering.
Is that what's causing the stuttering?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's definitely, I thought it would be kind of cleaner than this once you got to here. So I think the Apple TV is a problem, just to be kind of clear.
A strange device in this laboratory.
Oh, this looks very familiar. I know where I am.
Considering that both men disappeared from this building without being seen, I think the implication is obvious.
I have a feeling we're going to be doing maps soon.
I mean,
I've already sent some of my
it was a logical decision for us to use the Atlas for mobile, just so you've got that very quick ability to jump in, do a map, and out again. So, like very early on, we just thought, we'll use that. You also have the Atlas map, which we use as an inventory as well as a progression map. So it was a very logical decision considering the size of the screen and what you have to work with on mobile. So.
You will have your freedom. His benefactor has some value as well. Keep me apprised of anything you find.
Select one reward.
There is only one.
Yeah, the new, I noticed that in the card game, the new transmutation art is
Yeah,
very appealing. A lot of people on Reddit and Twitter have been raving about it, and they're really excited about it. Very, very cool. Okay, and we got a map device here. We got our well. We have our apothecary. I'm too poor. All right.
Yeah.
I see how it is. Okay.
I would definitely hit the well up before you go any further. Just
How many times can I die doing this demo? Interesting. Wait, hold on. What are these folks doing here?
Oh, that's all the players upstairs.
Real? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're actually just on a live server in a general chat. Wow, you guys are ballsy. Doing a live demo like this? You guys are real ballsy. All right.
Well, hello there. I can activate this
A young island. Yeah, this is. I mean, the PoE 1 nostalgia is already like.
Wherever it goes.
And a throwback to the old Atlas as well. I mean, you definitely hitting those buttons.
So in Act 1, we want to slowly introduce the mechanics. So Act 1, you're literally kind of following orders, and you're going on each of these maps. But then, like in Act 2, then we start introducing you can pick maps up, you find them, and then you can start actually. It's a little bit more kind of sort of dynamic as far as like there is a quest path, but you can sort of jump between maps to resolve it basically. So. And then kind of as we progress even further, like into sort of beyond Act 3, you can then start actually sort of applying currency in that to your maps as well. So we just slowly introduce it just so people can get familiar with the concepts. So.
What are you doing? We have no time to waste.
All right, let's get mapping. All right, who are these guys? There's Dominus.
Veneris.
Yep, that's Veneris. Wow. So I'm just like fawning over the all the lore and the characters.
So all of the content we're using is actually Path of Exile 2 assets. Obviously, we need to tailor it, and like kind of optimize it for mobile. So that's the process we're constantly going through and still going through at the moment. So yeah, we want it to look like a AAA game, and I think we're getting there. We're heading that direction. So.
Yeah, I mean, I love Path of Exile 1, but like even the mobile version with the PoE 2 assets, it's pretty striking. Now, is there a way for me to make this mini map? Okay, all right, +1 points right there.
So you can actually use it as a joystick, so you can pan around the map.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, you're in trouble.
All right, yeah,
I'm unfortunate about the streaming.
3 days ago, I was playing Tornado Shot with the Mage Blood. I gotta recalibrate. Oh, and I gotta get into the habit of hitting that well every single time too, right?
So again, yeah, it's definitely a point of contention, but you know, we are paralleling and sticking to Path of Exile 2 as close as possible. Like, yeah, the goal was to zero compromise with regards to the mobile. So yeah, we want everyone to have the same kind of experience that they have on the PC.
And regarding loot and everything on the ground and picking it all up, are there any unique features of that in Path of Exile Mobile? Unique challenges with all of that? Loot filters, for example?
Loot filters is something that's on the cards. We're obviously trying to solve the problem with regards to the amount of drops. But in general, as far as like usability and like friendly play, like you can actually tap items on the screen that are visible and to pick them up, as well as using the actual action button to pick them up. So you don't actually have to run around to physically pick stuff up. As long as they're in line of sight, there's no obstacles in the way.
All right, more passive points. And will the loot filters be... I mean, a lot of this might not be sorted. I'm already thinking, like, okay, supporting loot filters for the general populace, sharing them with each other. Like, what's the relation there of, you know...
It's still yet to be decided, but
yeah.
it definitely will be loot filters.
Okay. Never Sync? Get on that. Yeah, I already saw that he tweeted, like, oh, Path of Exile 2 and Path of Exile 1 filters, and now Path of Exile mobile filters. And now we might need Path of Building. We might need 3 different Path of Buildings now too. Oh man. Can I use the potions on the right side as well?
You can, yeah.
The flasks? Okay. Yeah. Good, because yeah, I want to be like...
if you're running.
Yeah, I want to run away and use them, yeah.
That's why we opted for using the orb as well, so it's that you can switch between the two.
I like that. And are the controls customizable in terms of placement or anything?
Yep.
Or?
Yeah,
okay.
You can actually just adjust the HUD. What I was mentioning before about the kind of advanced skill use is we have a D-pad system, which the skill set you have at the minute is probably not worth actually investigating, but we have a system where it allows you to swipe in the direction on the screen. So you equip them into the D-pad slots, and then it basically means that you've got targetable skills.
Oh, okay.
We opted for that system rather than actually having a press hold and a directional target. Primarily just because of the pace of the game for Path of Exile. It's like, you need very fast response for your skills. So, there's basically a system where you can just swipe on the screen. The reason I'm mentioning that is like when you can customize and tailor your HUD, you can actually scale the size of the joystick area as well. So it means you've got larger screen space for doing your targetable skills and stuff like that. So we've made it as customizable as possible. Sorry, I'm distracting you.
Yeah, I look up for 1 second. I'm almost dead already. Okay. Yeah, I want to talk to this this quest NPC in the middle of my map. What is he doing? Doesn't he know this is Path of Exile? I just want to run strand and run to the end. What's going on, buddy? All right. What's he got to say?
Our squad was ambushed. I must get word to the Inquisitor. I doubt I'll last much longer out here alone. Help me!
I'd recommend aid.
Did you recommend it? Okay, I mean...
Well, it's your choice. It depends how you're feeling.
We gotta kill... We gotta kill... Sorry, we gotta kill this out. I'm sure Twitch chat just wants me to kill him anyway. Oh, he is...
pretty tough.
Okay, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe I should listen to the developer and not be some troll QA guy just trying to break the game and make everyone feel bad. Yeah, I do have to say it's a shame about the Apple TV stuttering because when it's not stuttering, it generally does feel really, really responsive and good.
Well, hopefully we'll see you upstairs.
Yeah, I'm 100% going upstairs right after this. After I get some lunch. All right.
Yeah, same.
I definitely. Oh, I got to do it though. This is my mission. Yeah, there we go. All right, portal scrolls create checkpoints. All right, cool. Well, I mean, this is feels great so far. Is there anything else that you think I should get to here?
I mean, there's like 7 levels to the demo, so like,
you barely even looked at my game. What are you talking about?
So yeah, basically we left it as an open-ended demo, so the only thing that's restricting is the battery life, so people can play as long as they want upstairs.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
And are there any plans for any time frame we could talk about right now? Demos or anything?
We're paralleling Path of Exile 2, so like, obviously, Big Brother, so we can't really talk about sort of timings of release or anything like that until we're happy with like where that's at. So So yeah,
Okay.
basically Path of Exile 2 will be first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you for letting me play, and I had a lot of fun. I'm excited to see where it goes.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Well, yeah, thank you everyone for watching and following along, and I'll be upstairs playing for anyone that's here at Exilecon. Thank you guys.
Cool. Thanks.
Hello, Exiles. I hope everyone is staying sane. I'm Kitten Cat Noodle, and I'll be interviewing Matt about the narrative of Path of Exile and Path of Exile 2. How's it going so far today?
Oh, it has been fantastic. Exilecon is amazing. We've been looking forward to this for years at this point, and here we are finally.
Yeah, literally years in the making. 2019, you know, has anything changed since then?
Oh, since 2019, absolutely. So people here back then played just Act 1, and Act 1 actually hasn't changed that much for this demo, but everything after is a completely different shape. So the first thing I did, they hired me basically to write the story for Path of Exile 2 and shape, you know, what we're doing, where we're going, why we're doing it. And when I landed, we had absolutely no idea, nothing in mind whatsoever. Like, there was some talk, you know, of like all the characters from Poe 1 and bringing that back and building off that. But then after a whole bunch of different ideas, like whole shapes, I wrote like maybe like 40 different documents that were all multiple pages of like, here's a full storyline for Path of Exile 2. And it would take me like a day or 2 days to figure out, and then be like, no, that's not right. I'm like, okay, fair enough. And we just keep going at it and keep iterating. And so when we had Exilecon 2019, we had one image for what might come, and then there was a whole bunch of question marks. We're like, Act 4, question mark. Act 5, question mark. You know, so that's definitely all been figured out now, and we have made so much more progress. So people here today are playing most or a big chunk of Acts 2, 3, and 4. I'm so very happy with where they landed.
It's going to be so difficult to decide what to play, or I'll just bully people to get out of line to play all of them.
Go back, play all of them, because we're so proud of what we've done here. They're fantastic. And honestly, I got everything that I wanted, because there's always a struggle between mechanics and writing. I say, we need to get this story, and they're like, but the mechanics. But no, we actually managed to get both, because we've had enough time to do that and fuse those two things together.
That's awesome. That's really cool. So how much of PoE 2 are we going to be taking from PoE 1? Like, is it a continuation of our story, or is it so far, I guess it's 20 years in the future, is it so far that besides the history, like, does anything our Exile does now go into PoE 2?
Oh, absolutely. So the whole world was shaped by those events, for sure. They are new people. Like, the 12 classes are new people, but the legacy of the Godslayer and the tremendous disasters of basically killing the beast and changing everything forever. And as we saw, the Countess speaking there in that trailer at the beginning.
Oh, the Countess. Is that her name?
I mean, that's just the general title.
Okay. Yeah,
So she spoke about how she's witnessed divine devastation, you know, the effect that the gods have had on Rayclass as they've returned. And so the legacy over the last 20 years of Poe 1 is framing everything that happens now.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I suppose messing with Eldritch powers, fighting gods, it might have some level of consequence for future events.
Absolutely.
That checks out. So speaking of that, now that we know that we have a year about until Path of Exile 2 comes out, are the leagues that we are going to see related to or building up to what we're going to do in PoE 2?
See, that's a difficult question to answer, but I can say from my perspective, so I've been working on Path of Exile 1 leagues and Path of Exile 2. It was primarily Path of Exile 2. So at times we have had another writer who is here somewhere. There was a Nicola Treadwell as well for various points, and they were mainly on Path of Exile 1 leagues. But I would also help out. Like, I did Trial Master and Maven and stuff like that. And now it's just me, so I think anything that's in the league will absolutely be completely coherent with Path of Exile 2. Not that anything else wasn't, but this is definitely intentional in mind, giving you teasers, spoilers, like things to think about for the future. It's all really coming together really well.
Yeah. So speaking of that, with the new league that's coming out, with all of the Karui, which I am so excited about. I've been dying to see Hinakora for I don't know how long. It's been kind of my piece that I'm looking for. You know, she's so powerful, so interesting. For one, are you excited about the league? Is that something you wrote for?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So we just had like the craziest audio and recording schedule I've ever had in my life. Over the last month, we recorded over 20 characters. We had voice actors in every single day, sometimes multiple. Sometimes the same voice actor was scheduled for like 7 p.m. at night and then 9 a.m. in the morning, and we're like, you can just sleep here if you want. Like, seriously, we're not even joking. Like, some of us are sleeping here. The Exilecon's in a week. Well, let's get this done. And 11 of those were for this league in the last week and a half. And so,
yeah,
there's all the different Karui chieftains and stuff like that. And every single one was just an absolute blast. All the voice actors were fantastic. They're all so very different. They're all so full of lore. And I think I mentioned to you earlier that because we were so rushed, the bosses didn't have time to review my script, so I got to write whatever I wanted. There's so much lore.
Unfiltered Matt lore. I love it.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
Oh my gosh. I am extremely excited to see that. What is, I don't know if I can ask this, what is one of your favorite leagues that you have worked on?
Oh man, so many of them. So I joined the company right around Delve, and then the very next thing we did was Betrayal.
Oh, yeah.
I did a good half of those characters along with Nick Cullen, who wrote the other half. And I think you can tell who wrote which ones because there are some that are just like so fun, and those are his. And then there are ones that are just freaking weird, like It That Fled. That was me going, how do I do this? How do I write 9 characters in 3 months? And we just had an absolute blast with that. Love Betrayal for that. Love Heist because we did the same thing there, where we just split up the characters and just took their personalities to the extremes. And it was so much fun. And the conversations they had were an example of one of the techniques where, like, we were developing techniques for Path of Exile 2 to sell, like, the story to Zoomies. You guys want to go fast? All right, you can go fast. And we'll find ways to tell the story that are okay with you. We're not going to make you sit still, listen to long monologues like the one I'm giving right now.
But, I mean, yeah, Heist is one of the leagues that is so densely packed with lore. It's either things you can read or, characters having conversations while you're running around killing things quickly. So you're kind of accidentally absorbing story, I guess.
Oh, absolutely. That's the best way to do it, I think, is never make them stand still. But my absolute all-time favorite has to be Synthesis for sure.
Oh, yeah.
So the story of this one, Mark II and I were like the only people in the office one Christmas vacation for everybody else. And he was like, hey, you want to throw around ideas for the league?
Yeah.
And we came up with like what I think is the absolute triumph, like a symphony of mechanics and story together.
So good.
Yeah. And I am so excited for that. And I think we're going to get to see more of that from the mobile demo being played here today.
Oh, really?
If you go play that.
More Synthesis?
More something related to Synthesis. So the story.
Okay.
Yeah. The story of Path Mobile, if you check that out today, you'll find it's set 20 years in the past. That immediately gives us some big opportunities.
Oh my gosh. I will have to go check that out.
I'm so excited for that one because that lets us get into things that, we can't do if we're going into the future. But, starting 20 years in the past, there we go.
I mean, there's so much stuff that you can delve into in the past. Pun intended.
Yeah.
Actually not intended, but I'll take credit for that. So you mentioned Zoomies. I think that is, in a way, the bane of any person who writes lore's existence. Not really. I mean, you want to cater to them, but how do you cater? Do you do more visual stuff? Do you include more green text?
Well, that's a very interesting question, and it helps that at heart I'm a Zoomie, so I was speeding along, min-maxing, barely paying attention to the story when I got hired like 5 years ago. And I realized that we're going to have to develop better techniques for that. And so Betrayal stuff, Heist stuff, that all that came into that. So like more green text, more characters talking, more living characters. So one of the things, the Path of Exile 2 Gameplay 2 trailer, I think, where we Act 2, we're at the Ancient Gates, you can see that we meet Asala, the Sekima of the Ardura Caravan, in action. She's not in town before that. You just meet her, you fight alongside her. There's no time to sit and get giant monologues, and you're immediately swept up into the action. So most of Path of Exile 2 will probably be told that way.
Okay.
And I designed any standing and town dialogue for if you have a question, you can go ask someone more about that. And so there are some characters who have like Zarka, the storyteller in Act 2, has like 50 pages of dialogue at this point. She's been back 4 or 5 times for recordings, I think. And that's if you want to ask her questions, if you want to get a story told to you because she's a storyteller, well, there you go. But if you just want to blow past all that, go ahead. And I think they'll love this. The quests play out differently if you just zoom past stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they do.
Oh, there's actual consequences for, well, not consequences, but there's changes.
Well, the dialogue for sure is different. The quest states are different too. Like there is this, you'll see that where if you just blunder on ahead. You're like racing past. You don't talk to anyone. You just do stuff. The NPCs will be a bit bewildered and say things like, I don't know how you knew to do that or like what you thought you were doing, but you got lucky.
Oh my gosh. I love that. That's going to be so funny. It'll be completely different experiences,
Yeah.
I'm sure, for somebody like me
absolutely.
who's sitting there touching every rock that might have a word on it.
Trying to cover everything the players could do, especially with
Yeah.
12 classes, and some of the classes being culturally relevant, like the Sorceress and the Mariketh and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So they will definitely be spoken to differently too. And you know, like that storyteller I mentioned, Zarka, if you blunder ahead and just start doing quests without talking to her, she'll actually like chide you and like scold you because you're a little child. Like, you don't know what you're doing. You're just running around hitting things.
Oh my gosh. So culturally relevant. I mean, we're going to Namakanui. That's at least one of the places that was named. And so we still have a Marauder. I'm sure there might be, in one of the new classes, there might be another Karui character.
Yeah,
And so is that what you mean, that they're going to go
Oh, absolutely.
and have history in the places that we've, like
Absolutely.
our Exile has history?
Yeah, our character
cool.
has history in some of these places, especially so Act 4, as they might be playing on the demo right now, is the map says Northern Namakanui. The Marauder and the alternate of the Marauder, the Warrior, absolutely is regarded very differently there.
Oh, wow. That's so cool.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's really, really exciting. And it will be cool to have NPCs kind of joining us to allow us to have more movement and have more freedom in that, but still give you that information.
Oh, summoning NPCs in changed everything. I was so happy that they would develop this tech for like to make the story flow better. Like when they saw in the gameplay demo there where Alva comes in and helps you and stuff like that, doing that as
Yeah.
much as possible with the relevant portions of the game. Like if you have an NPC who you know is an expert on this stuff, like Alva's an expert on Val culture, of course they're going to have something to say. So instead of having to go back to town, let's just bring them in.
So feel free to not answer, but Alva is there.
Alva is there.
She's in the Vol area. That's very interesting.
Yeah.
I want to ask if it's Doriani's Machinarium.
Interesting that you noticed that choice of word use. I will say that we have had a lot of fun laughing about the use of Alva in PO2, because whenever anyone asks questions about her and how she's there, we're just like, it's a great big ball of wibbly wobbly, timey-wimey stuff. And don't worry about it. Have fun with it.
That's literally her whole thing. I guess all the people who are like, Alva is the last to die, is this sort of a...
Oh, I think it's pretty clear she absolutely was, yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Same voice actress, same model. I don't think that's a spoiler to give away.
No, but also it was never confirmed, and I thought maybe if she was here in the future that like it wasn't, but...
Oh, I didn't mean to confirm anything for you. Like, you don't have to believe me. You know, I'm just some guy saying stuff. So.
Yeah, you're just some guy.
Yeah.
You wrote it, but you might be lying.
Yeah, I could be lying. Yeah, let's go with that.
Wow, that gives me a lot to think about. One of the things that I did want to ask about is now that we have some more time, we're getting the Karui League. Very excited to see Hinakora. Any chance Harbinger 2?
Oh, that is a tough question because Harbinger is so weird, and so I think we'll come to that road when we come to it, because it's they've always been hesitant to revisit leagues.
Yeah.
But we can work around that. So we got Navali back in this league because it was convincingly different enough that no one's going to see that and say, hey, this is just Prophecy. I didn't like Prophecy.
Yeah, we
Log
did
in."
that. This is the
So-
same thing. Yeah.
So Harbingers absolutely can come back if we find a way to use them that isn't literally Harbinger League. You know, someone will
Right.
see this and think, okay, cool, I want to play this even if I didn't like Harbinger League because this is sufficiently different. So I think that's definitely a possibility.
Okay. I really hope that they do, but
Yeah.
I understand that, yeah, you don't want to just do
Oh, I absolutely adore Harbinger. 'cause that's-
Harbinger 2.
Yeah, that's a whole different type of cryptic storytelling where like,
Yeah.
I layer in the puzzle for you on purpose.
Right.
And Harbinger is like, I don't even know what they're saying.
Oh, I went full detective hacker
Yeah.
mode to figure that out. Well, other people had laid out some of the groundwork for figuring information out about the language with that. Absolutely one of the most fun puzzles or most detective work that was...
I followed that whole
encoder.
saga. It was so much fun. And
so
interestingly, we use creative. There's a creative use of language in next patch too. So I think you'll have fun.
Oh,
with that.
really?
Yeah.
Some more decoding?
Yeah, we already
could dig
put it
it.
on screen, but nobody noticed.
I did not notice. Dang it.
Less decoding, but it's an interesting use of language. You'll see.
Okay. I will have to revisit this. So maybe no Harbinger 2 electric blue glue, but it is, Harbinger is one of those leagues that's very different in terms of, it's very, I don't want to say cosmic because that's more Maven, etc., but it's clearly inspired from things that aren't as grounded as some of the other experiences. What are some like outside inspirations for you when you're writing lore? Like outside of the game, is there anything that you...
Oh, absolutely. I even like wrote this down ahead of time. I'm thinking a question like this would come up. So interestingly, the same things that inspired the art originally, like Berserk, games like Blasphemous, things like that. I also, you know, I played those.
Yeah.
I grew up on things like the Twilight Zone, the Outer Limits, where you, like that kind of dark horror and sometimes sci-fi storytelling. And it's interesting that that also applies to this because, sure, it's a fantasy world, but the human motivations are all still there. And so players and NPCs alike will all have motivations, and sometimes those motivations take them down very dark paths, and I'm very happy to go down those roads with them, and sometimes they just get a terrible fate.
I think that's part of what makes the lore so fascinating, is it's not really just a narrative as in, this is the point A, point B. It's all about understanding characters' motivations and how that has consequences in the world and how those consequences create motivations and situations. It's like this continuous building network and puzzle. And so whenever I see, you know, a certain person get mentioned, like maybe Viridi gets mentioned, and then you're like, okay, what can we do with that? How does this have consequences? Thinking of the Solaris and Lunaris information that, well, was built in Heist, right, that they might also be Mariketh, and then we're seeing the same caravan of Adia's sister, or where she's from as well, who was interested in the Solarized Spear, and it's just like these continuous building snowballs of narrative. It is very...
So that is fun. So I think you're going to love Poe 2 because we absolutely have taken that to a much more like definite and solid concrete level where every character you meet has a thing that they want, a thing that they are, you know, part of a culture they're from. And some of the NPCs do things, they don't just stand in town and wait for you to do your quest. Like, they're out there doing stuff, and sometimes they will actually act against you or do stupid things, get themselves killed, you know, that kind of thing.
Wait, really?
I mean, those are just examples. We'll see.
Yeah, okay, okay.
But they're all so much more alive, and some characters actually go with you between acts.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I saw the Hooded one is from Act 1 and then goes in Act 2. But there's, is there like...
Well, you can see, I keep referencing the demo here.
I gotta do the demo. I gotta do the demo.
But so Alva is in Act 3 in the town, but then she's also there at the start of Act 4 in that town.
Oh my gosh.
So there's a whole lot of like, let's make this world alive. Let's make these characters do stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm so much happier with this.
That's awesome. I absolutely can't wait to play the demo. I already really wanted to, but now I'm just basically going to jump out of
I just keep referencing it because it's I can give that away because it's not spoilers because people have seen it. There's so much more. There's a whole grand storyline here, and I think it's important to mention too because people would often wonder is like this is much more grounded. We're restarting from zero.
Right.
You're waking back up on a beach with a driftwood club, as it's put, and all that cosmic stuff and all that stuff from Poe 1. Maybe we'll get there. Right now, we're telling this story.
Right.
And so you're dealing with people. Sometimes the NPCs are stronger than you. And when you encounter them, like, you know, they have their own agenda. You can't stop then. And you're going to have to get stronger and come back later. You know,
wow.
Yeah, so, like, I was really inspired by Piety in Poe 1, where you run into her multiple times, for example. And so we have antagonists that you'll see, again, like, also multiple times,
That's all. I didn't have that in my questions, but I love Piety as an antagonist, right? She's not an enemy necessarily, but she's somebody who just taunts you and bothers you and shows up and has motivations that are basically counter to what you're trying to do. So we have some more antagonists.
Yeah, and we have a lot of characters that are somewhere in the middle where they're not necessarily your enemy, but you're going to leave feeling like, what did we just do? Did we just help a bad guy?
Tasuni, yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, flashback to that for sure. Oh, and like referencing like the feather choice in Poe 1, we'll definitely never leave a choice like that just hanging. It will always have a real effect on the world.
Yeah.
If we do that,
That's really cool. I mean, if you skipping dialogue has consequences, then probably making choices like who's going to lead this entire civilization could have some consequences.
Oh man, and the skipping dialogue having consequences was such a catharsis for me.
I love that. That's so sassy.
If you don't talk to any of the NPCs the whole act and you just finish the whole thing without talking to them, they won't even know you.
Yeah, they're like, I'm sorry, who are you?
Like,
Wait, you did what?
This guy just charged in here, killed all these people, and ran off. Like, what was that about? Does anyone know what that was about?
Oh man. So I would be remiss to not ask. I remember in the very first trailer for PoE 2, one of the last shots is a boat.
Oh, boats.
I haven't seen anything about a boat since, but I gotta know. Is there gonna be a boat?
There's absolutely got to be a boat, and you can play it today.
It's in the demo too?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, well.
Well, I mean, we've hardly had any time to get on those demos yet, but
I know.
Act 4, it's sitting pretty right there.
Act 4,
Yeah.
boat. Write that down.
Definitely got to play that one. And I've seen all the animations and stuff for that. It's absolutely fantastic. And I don't know if any of that's implemented now. Like, I think it's just area transitions because we want people to save time.
Yeah,
But,
for sure.
Oh man, the boat is gorgeous.
I know. I'm going to struggle so hard with doing the demo because I want to read everything, but I also want to see everything. And I don't know how to do both.
Oh man. Yeah, I do recommend reading because there's so much there for you already. Because I knew that the lore scholar type people would be playing.
Absolutely. They're going to have to pry me off of the demo at some point. They'll be like, ma'am.
Oh, come on. Someone let her just play again.
Yeah, I'll be like, do you know who I am? Just pull that one. Oh, no, I'm super excited. And I'm super excited for the league. So are we going to get a wrap-up to all of the Maven and everything? Since we are starting fresh with PoE 1, we're going to get a...
That is an open-ended question, but I'm intent on that. And so far, they've been really good for giving me techniques, narratives, and decisions like to tell that story. And I think from working with Jonathan, who's one of the best bosses I've ever had, I think.
Awesome.
He also cares about story. He makes sure, like, we actually sit down, we plan out every single detail. We say, like, all right, what are the character motivations here? Are the player motivations matching what the player's going to do? You know, the NPC motivations. And I have to think that we'll absolutely give closure to that storyline, especially since it's being maintained alongside. We'll still be doing patches and stuff like that.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I'm excited to see how that concludes and how that affects
Damn, son.
PoE 2. And I need to go play that demo, like, right
absolutely.
now.
And then go tell everyone online.
Yes. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining us, and stay sane.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Exilecon 2023 and the streamer stage. We are going to be playing some Act 4 in Path of Exile 2. My name is Preach. Many of you probably know me from my blind playthrough of Path of Exile, where we went in and see if we could figure out this game that needs a degree in order to play it without knowing anything at all. And I have been here all day and have yet to actually touch Path of Exile 2, but this has come with a number of warnings. Apparently, I am going to get destroyed. I must use my dodge roll. I must use all the abilities that I have and to try and live through whatever nightmare I'm about to face. I've been told the difficulty is super, super high. So we're going to be playing the warrior because hopefully there's some flicker strike clicking in here, although I believe it is for the monk. But we'll see what we can get. So let's log in and see what we can mess around with. And hopefully I'm not going to die as much as Zizran, because I believe he got messed up completely. So, we're dodge rolling. I have some abilities already. Let's have a look-see. Armor Breaker. So the combos, one of the big things that I saw from the keynote that I was really excited about was the combinations of spells and how they work to make it into big, massive smashes. Attack with a forceful blow, knocking enemies back and weakening their armor. So we're getting armor debuff from doing that. 2 to melee strike range. Okay, requires a mace. We've got that over there. The rolling slam. Slam the ground to stun enemies and knock them away as well. Then continue forward and perform a devastating second slam. That sounds awesome. What do we got here? The supercharged slam. Channel to charge up a heavy swing, drawing earth from the ground to enlarge my mace. Juicy. Release to slam the ground, dealing damage in an area around the impact, followed by aftershocks dealing damage in a larger area. Okay. And the Infernal Cry performs a war cry, taunting nearby enemies to attack the user and exerting subsequent attacks. Combust is triggered when affected enemies die. Ooh. Well, that sounds good. And we do get Leap. Fantastic. Jump into the air, damaging and knocking enemies back with your mace. When you land, enemies you would land on are pushed out of the way. So we're constantly knocking stuff back with this. And we've got Sunder. Slams the ground, creating a wave of churning terrain that damages enemies in a sequence of areas in front of you. A number of enemies hit by the wave will release a shockwave. Damaging other enemies requires a mace. And Herald of Ash, so we do get a buff. Grants a buff providing attacks fire damage based on your damage. While you have this buff, enemies near those you sufficiently overkill with attacks will be burned, taking fire damage over time based on the overkill damage. The burn inflicted by the skill can only be affected by modifiers to damage over time. Perfect. All right, let's get dodging. Oh, look, it's me. Oh, fantastic. Hi, Elva.
Oh, King's March. It's been months since I had a bath. If you're looking to hire a ship, you'll want to sell your share of these vile artifacts first. Talk to Rog here. He's our buyer. I'll have to attend to a few things.
Yeah, gotta wash.
But don't worry. We'll see each other again when the time comes.
Fair enough. Where's my boy Rog? Are we gonna do some gamba? I kind of want to talk to the preacher.
Friend, I have urgent news for you. Time is short, and the unmaking of the world is nigh.
Are these going to give us side quests?
Listen to what I have to say.
Go on then. All right,
Not
ignored,
interested.
shunned. All right, Rog's in here.
Welcome.
I can already see the difference graphically.
Hello there.
Hello
I'm
there.
Rog, the local trade guild contact for Kings.
All right, geezer.
I'll take this haul off your hands and set up an account for you. This looks like quite the pile of treasure. It should be more than enough to hire a ship. The only captain available is new to the job, but I know her. Her name's Makoru. She'll get you where you need to go.
Sounds like a deal. Sounds like hiring a ship.
I can sell this haul for you. Should be more than enough to hire a ship. The only captain available is new to the job, but I know her.
Okay.
Her name's...
Sounds good. All right.
Fair enough.
So...
I have a charter. Now, let's see about that ship.
Boat time. What's the well? Oh, it just refills our stuff. Excellent. I want to leap slam in town, and they're not going to let me do it. Oh, look at this. This is a juicy boat. It's a thick old boat.
We're looking for work, yes. If you have enough credit with the Trade Guild. Let me see here.
Okay, set sail now if you want. Perfect. Boat me. Oh, map. Ah, I get to pick. So there's a prison, Shrike Island, Isle of Kin, Journey's End, Kedge Bay. And a Gatoto Island. A tropical paradise. Let's go to Journey's End. Let's go there. That sounds good. If we're going to die, we might as well die at Journey's End. I've got to say, like, as somebody who's relatively new to PoE, I've been playing for like a year, you know, playing seasonally. Having a fresh start has been one of the most exciting things, to be there at the launch, because I missed the first PoE launch. I was there when it came out, but I was so entrenched in the current games that I was playing that I didn't really...
Ships lost.
No, let's set our weapon on fire. We need our buffs on. That I kind of skipped by it, and then when it came time to play, there was so many years of content out and all that kind of stuff that I was like lost a little bit. Ooh. Oh, that's good. Right, I'm practicing my dodge roll a bit.
I'm not ready.
Oh, the double slam is really good, actually. Oh, I like that. Boink. Strange, we're picking up gold. I wonder if that's a temporary currency, if they're going to do some smoothing. Hello. Get smacked, lad. Okay, not bad, not bad. I love how meaty melee feels. I know everyone's like always, it's like anti-melee a little bit. Oh, we're help. Dodging. Outplayed, idiot. Oh, these birds are bad. Bad birds. Oh god, I'm draining my mana so hard. Okay, need to keep an eye on that a little bit. Actual loot, I have not checked what I've got. I can't equip that anyway. Alright, I got a magic boy.
Flame of the Forge.
Beautiful. Right, see, yeah, that's where you don't... Okay, so the telegraphing is actually really good. I heard some people say they weren't sure on the animations, but maybe it's because a lot of the PoE 1 stuff is so fast and you kind of just murder everything on the screen. I see the telegraphing, I see what's going on. I need to be way more accurate with this. Yeah, so you can see that light up when it's doing it, that's cool. Big mana for a big guy, like it. Oh. Oh, we're getting smacked. Okay, we got actual enemies. Roll out the way of that. Let's get rid of big boy, eh? Give it the old slammer jammer. Give me that. Juicy. What's down here? I wonder if I can... I don't think I can leap over it. Okay, he's going to slam down. Let's avoid that. Oh, it's got a big range on it. Oh, fair enough. More mana. Yeah, you see the range on that attack? That's nutty. He's dead. He's dead. Alright, at least picking up gold is auto loot. Watching the slam. Okay, he tracks you for a bit as well. Let's keep an eye on that. Now we've got two of these bad boys. Rolling behind. Okay, we've got three of them. Fair. Dodged. Mana dripping. Got the fire going. My flasks are not regenning like I would hope they would, even with kills. Need to be a little careful on that. As we bump into a rare. He just backhanded me. That's really funny. Whoa. Okay, we don't not want to be in a corner. That is going to be bad news for everybody. Let's not do that. Dodge that. We're kind of boom. Oh. Oh, yeah. I saw the backhand coming as well. Do you take dam? Do you know how to take dam? Oh, you're just regenning all your life. Okay, yeah, I don't do the dam. Let's kill some enemies and get some flash charges. That would be probably wise right now. We are not getting much. In fact, we're getting nothing. We need to deactivate this. Yeah, it's just sucking too much of our mana. Oh! Okay, this guy's not leaving me alone. Let's roll out of the way of that. What are the affixes on here?
No mana.
Nope, no mana. Looks like our little melee attack gives us... Well, I don't think we're going to kill this guy. Let's go over here. How much does this take? 20 mana for just armor breaker. Okay. Right, let's regen a little bit. Hold. Hold. I can beat this guy. Oh, that is not making damn.
Flame of the Forge!
No, I didn't want to do that. Have a little drinky drink. Oh, he's interrupting my cast. Steady, steady. He's regenning more damage than I could do. Which is painful. Okay, let's go this way. Ooh, give me that. Give me this. This is mine now. Thank you. Coming through. Oh, roll, 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 roll. Okay, we might have got into a bad situation here.
Flame of the Forge!
Okay, we're going to be fine. This is fine. This is all fine. Switch that off for a sec. This... Oh, no! Okay, I'm not surprised. I am not surprised. Take me to the checkpoint. I am absolutely not surprised. I have my mana back? Okay, good. Oh, of course, because it resets the whole level now. Okay. All right, we need to use some different abilities here. Mid-fight some more recovery if you use one low mana. Yeah. 40 charges. Maybe they're a bit too spammy with it earlier on. That'll happen. This map looks beautiful. The whole thing. Oh my god. Okay. Let's focus more with the double slam. Seems maybe a bit more mana efficient. What was that gem we got? Kill this guy. Leave me alone, little creature. I'm trying to read. Supports any skill that hits enemies, giving it a chance to shock more powerful skills. Okay. So let's put that. So it's a blue. We'll put it with Herald of Ash. Yeah. Not really. Works with our leap slam. I can't put it in. Unfortunate. Okay. Or if I can, I haven't figured it out yet. Oh, this this guy. Oh no, this is just a normal one. Okay. New mace. Whoa! Yeah, don't kill me. There we go. Beautiful. It's definitely going to take some time to adjust to this one. I do like the double slam quite a lot. Yeah, we want that up for these explosions. Maybe if we pile some enemies on top of that rare, that might be the play. We should roll here. The old leap slam. Can't equip any of this stuff, can I? What if they give me here? Good damage increase first. Okay, yeah, we want that life per second. Certainly better than what we just picked up.
Hammer and anvil!
Not sure how much damn that combust does. Oh, this is a good place to try it, actually. Oh, that's much nicer. There we go.
No mana.
Oh, we do run out of mana again. Pushback is very small. Like, every ability I have pretty much does some sort of pushback. Yeah, we are again. Oh, we're getting trapped. Let's not do that. God, I've got to tell you guys, it feels so weird to play PoE where even the trash enemies are something to be considered. Uh-oh, spicy, 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 extra spicy, mayonnaise. Get out of here. Oh, the tracking's not too bad, actually. Yeah, as long as you go like a decent distance away, you're fine. I'm kind of avoiding that big life regenning rare. I'm certainly not maxed on the damage for what I need. So we're going to dodge that big time.
No mana.
Little concerned about my mana. Let's let it regen a bit. Probably push too further on. Yeah, slam these down. Should be using Combust a lot more. Now would actually be a really good time, but I'm going to use the last of my mana to set it up. There we go. Yeah, that's absolutely what we should be doing. Give me that. 1 MS. So good.
Hammer and anvil.
Let's try and set the combust off here. Get the big channel going. Roll over here. Roll this. He's going to slam me. Good stuff. Okay, we're getting a little bit more comfortable now. Okay, it's a very tiny explosion. It's fine. I'll be honest, it's probably because of my noobishness. I'm not quite sure why my mana flasks aren't regenning. I would like that. Okay, big bunch of boys. Let's ignite them all. Let's give them the old leap slam. Heal up a little bit from that. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, a lot of slammers aiming in my direction. Still come with these filthy boys. All right, we pulled a few of them. Roll this way. Dutch gonna dive in. Oh, are we doomed? Yes, 100%. Oh, we're super doomed. Oh no, it's gone badly. Help! Help me, please. I feel like I'm in a boss fight. Extra cold and exposure. Okay, stay behind these. Okay, he's... Okay, yeah. Oh, I'm chilled. Oh, no. All right, this is my only hope at this point, is to combust them all. Oh, okay, we pulled it off, but we died. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we almost died doing it. We totally died doing it. Pulled a little bit too many, that's for sure. Let's have a quick look at a different area then. Well, I've got a few minutes to spend with you guys. And see what we've got going on elsewhere. Oh, it took me, I couldn't pick a different map. Maybe Rodori does. Return to ship. Can we waypoint it? Yeah, let's check Shrike Island. You're not gonna let me? No, I've set it to there. What about the Isle of King? Okay, fine. Fine. This is where we are. This is where we're going. I understand. No problem. My skill gems. So in this, I've got impact shockwave support that comes with the armor breaker. No gems in there. Okay. Second wind support. Supports with cooldowns, getting extra uses of that cooldown. That's with the Infernal Cry. Good. And with Sunder, I've got Jagged Ground, which comes with Sunder. You know, which I'm not using a lot of, but honestly, I'm a little scared about running out of mana usage, which is the way it's got to be sometimes.
Hammer and anvil.
Whoa, we're getting spiced up here. I'm trying to be a little bit more conservative, but this game does not want me to do that. Help! Okay, slam. There we go. Okay. Pulling a few too many mobs gets risky real quick, bros. All right. Let's get some combustion going for some explosions. Okay, watch the slam. Tough. I see what people have been saying about the toughness. 100%. This is like going back to the start again, which for many of us, I think it's going to be a treat. An absolute treat. Let's roll behind this guy. Oh, didn't want to double slam that. That's not the plan. Top me up. Oh. One thing is the last minute roll works really nicely as well. Go on, give it up, pal. Should we try and fight the rare again? I think we risk it. I really do. Yeah, focus on... Oh, okay. It's already gotten too scary. Big slam. I won't die. There we go. Okay, it worked. That's a real risk reward with pulling that off. Oh, no, I'm stuck in a corner. Help! The leap did not save me then. Extra. You guys are in for a nightmare. An absolute nightmare when you get here. Oh, man. I was talking to the guys who've been playing for like 45 minutes over on the other stages, and they were like, no, I did not get like anywhere near the boss. It was not happening at all. I think my favorite skill I've been messing here though is the rolling slam. Like, comboing that with some combust on top of it has been great. We might need a shield. We very well might need a shield. We might need to make an investment. Oh, man. Holy cow. Well, I knew we were going to get rolled, but I didn't think we were going to get rolled this hard. Should be more ready with the leap. Oh, that is satisfying, though. That is super, super satisfying. Let's try and combo it with this big slam. Yep. Oh, that feels good. That feels so good. I mean, it's a channeled effect, but when you drop that bomb... I feel better adding another mana to what I'm doing, I'll tell you that. That is much, much better. Mix in the combust, that works juicy as well. Come, hey, where are you going, pal? Come back. The triple combo. One thing's for sure, I'm getting very good at knowing where to go in this map and how these enemies all work. So when we fight the giant versions, we're going to be in really good shape. But I've just been given the nod. That is going to be the end of our time playing, but I'm going to be able to play a lot more of this throughout the event and have a bit more practice with some of the different classes and making these abilities all work together. So that is going to be my game plan here because we got absolutely rolled during that. This game is not messing around. They did pre-warn me about the difficulty, but that is all the time I have for you on the stage for now. So we're going to be cutting back to the live stage in order to show you some more interviews and information for Path of Exile 2. I hope this has inspired some of you to, one, get better than me and not die as often as me, in Zizran's words, but also watch class you might want to play. So thank you for being with me, and I'll see you when the game comes out. Bye, guys.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the wacky Path of Exile 1 mechanics Q&A. So the goal with this talk is that we will cover the crazy Path of Exile 1 mechanics that you've always wanted to know about. We have a cast of Path of Exile 1 developers here, including Mark, our programmer, who knows the game backwards. You'll know him from the Reddit and forum replies. He knows every aspect of every mechanical thing. He is armed here with a full copy of the game's source code, our development tools, and a client with cheats enabled. And this means you can ask crazy questions like, what would happen if you had 500 extra arrows, for example? And he'll theoretically whip that up for you, and we'll see what it looks like. So if you know something really, if you want to know something really obscure about a build, he can theoretically answer it. We'll see if we can stump him. But we also have Mark and Andrew. Now, as you know Neon, of course. He's basically supervising anything game development related in the studio. He's been primarily working on Path of Exile 2, but we run every single Path of Exile 1 thing by him. And that means that he can help with executive decisions. If we have to decide Path of Exile 1 expansions on the spot today, we can get it approved. We also have Andrew, who's been leading up design on Path of Exile 1 for the last few years. He's solely responsible for entire leagues you've played in many cases from a design point of view. Like he just single-handedly did basically all of Sanctum design, for example. And so he can help answer questions about any things that relate to the future of Path of Exile 1. I'm not wanting really to spend an hour answering questions about the split between the two games, but of course if there's anything confusing you, it's absolutely valid to discuss it. Anyway, using Slido, the platform for submitting questions, could we get the instructions on the screen for that, please? We have a QR code you can scan, which will enable you to submit questions to the list that I have here. And I will skip past the ones asking about my head and then ask the questions of the people. So picking one off the bat, I'm being asked, what does it look like with 500 magma orbs with return projectiles? That's referring to the new support game. So we can come up with better questions on this, of course, but it's a good one for Mark to start putting together for us. Now, he has a button there to switch it across so we can see what's going on his computer. He'll only do this once he's finished the setup so that you don't see all the internal developer tools. So let's have a look at the questions to see if there are any other bits and pieces that we can answer in the meantime. Did the development team foresee the development of Ward Loop before it was developed by the players?
Not personally.
Same answer.
There are some builds that we foresee that are weird and wacky that seem unintentional, but we did think about them beforehand. But Ward Loop wasn't one of them, I don't think.
Yeah, we try to put the pieces out there so you can combine them in crazy ways. So making something like Ward is so that people can do crazy stuff, but we didn't predict that one. The next question is, with all of the improvements being created for Path of Exile 2, will PoE 1 receive some of the changes like new models and animations? Now, I'm speaking for a lot of people here when I say this, but there are many things in Path of Exile 2 that can easily be ported to Path of Exile 1, right? It's entirely possible that we make a PoE 2 league that's so good we can just slap it right into Path of Exile 1 without modifications. There are many monsters that we could reuse in places. There is a lot of cross-compatibility between the games because they run the same engine. However, the new models and animations are probably the one thing that Path of Exile 1 is not going to get. Mark, how do you feel about this?
That's only probably true for the character classes, which I know is probably the more important thing. But they've been receiving monsters, like we've been backporting, sideporting, whatever you want to call it, the monsters and boss assets, right? The animations, the rigs, and VFX from bosses and monsters to PoE 1 for quite some time. Like a lot of what you see in for example, the bosses in Sanctum, like Lycia, there was the two big stone sentinels, the kind of gargoyle stone one. Those are all from PoE 2 and have been reused in PoE 1 context. So in that regard, yes. The characters, that's a much, much, much more difficult thing to achieve. That is borderline impossible.
I think I can do that demo now.
We're ready.
So we were asked about having firing 500 projectiles there.
I predict we're going to be on 1 FPS for a while here. Oh, no.
That didn't seem very interesting. We'll just get a level 20 chain on there as well. And that wasn't hitting anything.
How many attacks per second can you do? Sorry.
Well, I predicted 1 FPS, but that seemed to be handled real well, so.
So we have a rule.
Oh, here we go.
We're tracking a bit.
When you see these dummies, you do not ask for target dummy micros, please.
Right. That's what that looks like.
What about some increased attack speed?
Ooh, I think
Or just like another 20 chains.
We're just going to get the client to crash off the bat here.
Yeah. This happened last time.
Oh. All right, well, while you recover from that. Okay, so a question here is, are there any development cheats or tools that have inspired items or gameplay? Is there any time where we've come up with something in a situation like this where we thought we want the game to freeze?
Are there any development tools that inspired something for gameplay?
Or anything we've done with cheats that have inspired certain gameplay?
Done with cheats.
The development process usually doesn't start with the cheats. We start the development and we figure out which cheats we need to make the league easy to test and develop.
There's some examples. They're pretty hard to justify. But I've seen, for example, like monster skills when then cranked up to have multiple projectiles or way more cast speed, that they become viable looking player skills. That you kind of get a little bit of that going backwards. I definitely see, and there are certain situations where even the other way around, where you have like a player using a certain skill, and then if you add enough, again, cast speed or just like overdo it, and then all of a sudden you use it and it's like, whoa, that looked like an epic boss ability. And then you go and make a boss skill out of it. We've had situations like that for sure. But it doesn't come up too frequently, I'd say. Those are the only examples that come to mind.
I'll add to that, a lot of the original Val skills, there was a lot of prototyping with just, let's add a bunch of stats to the regular skill and see how it goes. Like Val Arc, we just took Arc and we put a lot of chains on it. We took the Fireball and we said, what if it did a lot? So that was one area where a lot of like early prototyping happened with, let's just cheat it up to huge numbers and see if it's fun.
We did a bunch of that recently as well, actually. Like if you look at Val Molten Strike, for example, that is just normal Molten Strike turned up to have a ton of chains and a ton of projectiles and just Molten Strike going ham.
There are a lot of questions here.
Hopefully not too many about your
There
head.
are a lot of questions here.
The more you scroll, the more nervous we get because it means you're skipping a lot.
Oh, I'm reading so many questions. All right, so what's the most broken build that we've uncovered internally? Or is there something broken we've uncovered internally that we can get marked to demo?
When you say broken, are you sort of mean from a balance point of view, or it was like it destroys the servers and it's... Well, in some ways they're the same thing.
There's certainly a line between destroying the servers and having a great time that we need to find here.
There have definitely been uniques designed where I've had to go to the design team and say, please clarify exactly how this works. And they've said what I thought they meant, and I've said, that will cause an infinite loop with this existing content, or that will make the players immortal in combination with this existing thing. But I can't demonstrate those because those ones don't make it into the game.
So, feel free to interrupt if you have another answer for this, but I'll go to the next question. So, a user asks, why does attack damage conversion work in a cascade manner and damage taken as doesn't?
Well, one, those are two very different things. All conversion works in that cascading manner. That's happened from very early in Path of Exile 1 development. When we first released the trio of the elemental attacks, which was Infernal Blow, Lightning Strike, and Glacial Hammer, we introduced the conversion mechanic, because of course all the weapons in Path of Exile 1 deal just physical damage, and we wanted to convert some of it to other types. And initially we didn't have any of the fancy rules for it. It was just, for the fifth skill, it takes your base physical damage and says, no, this stuff is cold. And players did not like that because they took passive tree bonuses, which increased their physical damage with those weapons, and then half of their damage was no longer getting those bonuses, and obviously that was bad. And we discussed internally the obvious problems with having, well, we'll let all of the physical damage increases apply first, and then do the conversion, and then let the cold damage increases apply. And that didn't fly because it makes all of our nice additive things, which are safe to give out in those numbers, multiplicative with each other, and that's bad. It also didn't fly to only convert after modifiers, because if you're playing the cold skill or the lightning skill, you want to benefit from benefits to that elemental damage. Like, that's the cool part. And so what we eventually brainstormed solutions to this, and what we came up with is that we apply the conversion first, but the damage type has a memory, so to speak, of the type it was in the past, so that when you convert your physical damage to cold with Glacial Hammer, you get your cold increases and your physical increases applying to it, but they apply together simultaneously, and if they're additive increases, they stay additive. And as we expanded the conversion system, those things were always true for each step of conversion, and so at some point, I could not put a patch number on this, it all flows together after half a decade. We had to come up with an ordering to this because we couldn't allow a loop. If you can convert physical to fire to cold to lightning to physical again, then it doesn't stop, and that turns out to be bad for the numbers. And so because of that, we picked an order which made sense to us for the things we wanted to do at the time, and that allowed us to say that we can apply the conversions in a sequence and let all of the modifiers apply, so no one misses out on the modifiers they wanted for their damage.
There will be an exam later.
Yeah. I just want to ask a follow-up question. I don't know if this is like NDA. Now, as a PoE1 designer, I know very little about the internal workings of PoE2 development. So do we know what we're doing for damage conversion in PoE2, if that's changing at all?
Well, he does.
That is changing in PoE2. So Path of Exile 2 has had a lot of things re-examined and redesigned. And basically, what we've done in Path of Exile 2 is going right back to that very first version of conversion. You can, if you convert it to cold, it's not physical anymore. It doesn't get the physical modifiers. And the main difference there is the bonuses to weapon types and things on the tree are not nearly as physical specific as they were in early PoE1. So that isn't as much of a problem. That system is still potentially subject to change, but it's in the demo you can play now. There are conversion skills there, and that is how they work. So I'm sure some very numbers-focused people out there have already worked that out by carefully examining the character screen in the demo. And I guess to circle around to the other half of the initial question, the reason the damage taken as system is different is the entire point of that system isn't to get bonuses to things, it's to prevent a weakness. You want to take your fire damage as cold because your fire resistance is low. It's changing what your mitigation sees the damage as. So obviously keeping modifiers to damage taken or something applying to it would defeat the point of the mod. So yeah, the reason they're different is they have fundamentally different purposes.
All right. I'm being asked, what does Spectral Throw look like with 100% reduced projectile speed?
That's a valid question.
I'm also very interested. I mean, I can choose what to ask, right? That's definitely what I want to see.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so while that's going on, did the development team anticipate any viable cast on death builds when we introduced the skill? I mean, I certainly didn't. It was basically a joke, but...
Yeah, so I think when we did the spellcaster buffs about a year ago, we nerfed the damage multiplier on a bunch of support gems, like cast on damage taken might not have been done at the time, but things like cast on crit, cast while channeling, that type of thing. But we didn't touch cast on death. So in that patch, every Castle on Death build got buffed by 60, 70%, something like that. And then people used it. So we had to nerf Castle on Death, and that was one of the most surprising nerfs I think I've ever had to be involved with. But a really funny thing is, I think Castle on Death might be a legitimate strategy for the new league, because you don't die for real, remember. When you die, you get revived after a few seconds. So you could suicide bomb yourself into everything and revive and do it over and over again.
That's quite cool. All right. So next question while Mark's still setting up is, does Ward have any interaction with Resolve in Sanctum?
I don't believe it does, right?
No, it doesn't have any special, like, when we added these new 3 Sanctum defensive mechanics this league, when Sanctum's going core, it's only considering your armor, your evasion, your energy shield. It isn't considering your ward at all.
All right. So the next question is, with Calandra League, were there any modifiers that posed a problem when they became negative?
Oh, tons. Mark will know all of this.
This is their life, right?
I remember Andrew coming to me, what was it, 2 weeks before the release? And saying, it's fine if all the mods on rings have negative values, right? It wasn't fine. We quickly reviewed all the mods together, and we had to come up with a system where for certain things there's a substitution where if it sees mod A, instead of just putting the value negative, it supplies mod B instead. An obvious example of this is added damage mods, because you have a minimum and a maximum, which have numbers, and if you turn those negative, because the maximum was bigger, it's now more negative, and you can reduce your actual maximum damage lower than the minimum, which no one wants to see. That's not how things are supposed to work. It no longer causes horrific bugs, but it's still not great. I think we are ready for that, that demonstration as well.
All right.
So I believe the question was about 100% reduced projectile speed?
100% reduced projectile speed on Spectral Throw.
That one there is 95. 90, now we're at a negative 196, as I mistyped. So there is a cap on projectile speed. Can't go entirely to not moving, because that causes projectiles to just hang there. And you'd think that's great, because things would walk into them, but they don't. Projectiles only work when they move into something else. The collision detection in Path of Exile is one way. When something is moving and it sees something else in its way, it detects the collision. And the projectiles only detect the collision if they're moving. So in the brief period where there were projectiles not moving, that was bad. And we may as well, since I'm sure it'll come up, go back to... Someone will ask about this anyway. That's what's the 500 projectiles.
That's cool. What if the projectile speed was normal now?
Let's put on some amount of this. No, that's far too far. That's a lot of projectile speed. We'll try a more normal number. I can type numbers. I'm a capable human being. That's sort of normal. There you go.
And this is how Build of the Week is born.
Looks cool.
That's that one.
It could be a new Val skill.
Yeah.
Boss mechanic.
Boss mechanic. And there we go. And cheats leading development, right? All right, so the next question is, how many breaches can be active at once? Because you did refactor it to enable more than one breach, right? Well, it has been refactored to enable one.
I want to say 5. Could be misremembering here. I feel like it's 5 can be active at once. Or I might be very wrong about that. I'm going off of some unreliable memory here. But anyway, I do believe it is 5. Or at 3? Oh, no.
I think it's something like 5.
Someone just needs to test it.
5 rings a bell for me, but that's sort of more outside my wheelhouse. Someone else worked on Breach.
There are limitations ranging from number of slots that shaders have all the way through the gameplay code that have to be taken into account there. All right, so the next one is about chain, where the user asks if it has infinite range, could it fully clear a map in one cast, or is there other monsters only like considered within a certain range of the player? And the face value answer is monsters are only ticked if they're awake, and awake ones are within a range of a player. So that's an easy one, but it does raise questions about chain. And you have all those target dummies. Is there anything silly you can do with chain there?
Oh, probably.
Yep.
But if you had enough players in the area, and they were evenly spread out so that every monster in the area was ticking, and then one guy in the corner shot them with infinite range and infinite number of chains, would the whole area die?
Why not?
Probably.
So you could do this in Royale?
You can't get that many, well, you get a lot of the area awake, but...
Because we're allowed 100 players in Royale, so we call this super chain mode, release it.
It's basically a fireman's chain, but with like PoE chains, not buckets.
Okay, so a question while Mark's working on that is a user wanted to know how Kiwi Hold happened. This is a very long time ago. We've explained it before. So the short answer is that a lot of the stuff in our internal tables reference other tables by index. For example, you will have a mod on your item which is stored in the database as you have mod 79 or mod 300 or whatever. And so we accidentally got some tables out of sync. And so it was referring to things that were just arbitrary. So your shield looks like a kiwi and it's got arbitrary mods on it. And that was a bad afternoon.
Yep. All right.
Ready to go?
Yeah, I think the other one. I think the test case is just finished. So I've got an obscene number of chains here. So here's an arc. Got another one.
So like a cool new boss.
So if you were to run with it, but like not in this right now, but if someone was to theoretically run with it as it started bouncing across a map, you could probably fire one powerful enough projectile to do it. Again, assuming infinite range chaining and that you can keep up with it.
The real problem is you'd need to be able to chain from terrain, because chaining just aims at where it was when the projectile aims at it, and monsters tend to move. So the longer the chain range, the more likely the projectile just misses and goes off and hits a wall.
True. Well, what if you then also had 100% terrain bouncing?
Yeah, and that would be possible, I guess.
We need to do this.
I don't actually know if the chance to chain off terrain works if the projectile hits the bounds of the map rather than a wall. In theory, that shouldn't be possible, but I'm not going to rule it out.
Alrighty, so the next question, and I'm really cherry-picking the ones I want to see here, is could we see Val detonate dead on like 1,000 monsters or something, filling multiple screens? Like, push that to the limits.
Yeah, that'll take me a while to spawn the corpses, but probably.
You put it in the clipboard and you paste and you do that repeat thing, and
Yeah, I know.
It'll be good.
What was the name of that crab in Invasion League?
Sliver Shell?
Yeah.
That's not it. Might have been.
It wasn't? I don't remember. That one, that just gave me memories of that.
What's a monster with a fun-looking corpse?
So in the meantime, a user asks, will the nearby range qualifier continue to be referred to in-game in Path of Exile 1 and or 2? And is there a reason why we can't refer to it in a more precise form? Like, tell me about nearby.
It's 60.
It's 60?
Sometimes.
60 units.
60. It's 60 on the Ascendancy tree, and I think that's the only place in the game where it's consistent.
Right, and how many units are there per tile?
Per tile, 23.
23 units per tile, and it's 60 of those, so it's almost 3 tiles. And how large is the tile in meters? It was like 2 point something? We basically created the imperial system for this.
A unit is roughly 10 centimeters, as we've worked out. If people have played the PoE 2 demo, you'll have noticed there are numbers given in meters. It's good. It's good. I made sure that the framework for that is potentially available in PoE 1, but it would be every skill or thing which has to be ported to use that is an extension of effort. So it's not going to happen overnight. It may happen.
Sorry, what was that? Was about showing the base range of on skills, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We set up radius.
Good upgrade.
I made sure that system was set up on PoE 1 the same as PoE 2, so that things can have radius stats now.
It'd be very good to know all of the specific radiuses without having to search them on wherever they get searched.
Right.
Past the building.
I have a question here. It makes sense to use meters, right? How much work would this be to change Path of Exile 1 to also use meters if we're improving that in PoE 2?
I mean, what measurement units you need is almost arbitrary. The problem is that in PoE 1, the radius is not stored in stats, which we can nicely manipulate and display and show you the total value for. Because of how the game was set up originally, it's just hard-coded in each skill in different ways. It's not really unified, and yeah, every skill which has to be moved to be able to display radius, we have to have it use radius in that system, which means finding out where it is now, getting the value out, making sure it can correctly apply any dynamic modifiers, which can be quite complicated for complicated skills, and testing it. So every skill is a little bit of, like, no individual skill is like going to be not taking a week's worth of work, but there are a lot of skills in the game, I believe. So adding up, it's quite a lot.
So while you're setting up our detonate dead...
Yeah. But would you consider you and I to be nearby?
Yes. Are we within 60? We are within 60.
If I had an aura right now, how many people in here would be affected by it is a real question.
That is a good question. I reckon till about that.
Depends if it's an ascendancy aura or not, I suppose.
Yeah.
I guess it depends if you're playing an aura bot this league or not.
I guess what we're trying to say there is it's just as confusing to all of us. Don't worry about it.
And Mark definitely would be playing an aura bot.
Yes, I would, yeah.
So a user asks, were there any major advances in server tech required for building PoE 2? Now, this is a PoE 2 question, but it does help us make a point here that we are sharing a backend infrastructure between the two games. Any improvements we make to the servers for Path of Exile 2 affect both games. In fact, they're probably likely released in Path of Exile 1 immediately as just general Path of Exile server improvements so that we can dogfood them in the meantime. And an example would be that at the moment, we've had 350 or so thousand concurrent users on the Path of Exile 1 realm at once, and it starts to get a bit creaky at that size. Like, that's a big release. And we are shooting for a lot more for Path of Exile 2. Like, we expect, you know, touch wood and stuff, that we'll see maybe 7 figures concurrent users for Path of Exile 2 beta once it gets underway. And so we need to have a lot more server capacity, and that stuff will be rolling out in Path of Exile 1 in the meantime. So if, you know, subsequent launches happen to be large, then certainly we'll have the capacity for that. But there are various improvements there that will be good. Like at the moment, we have restrictions related to the queue, for example, is not per gateway. For example, if there's constraints on, say, Frankfurt, you have to apply a global queue to the entire game worldwide to stop other people from playing, whereas having a per gateway queue would be really useful, because then if there's a problem with one particular gateway, you don't have to cap the entire game. And that kind of stuff will be deployed to Path of Exile 1 as soon as we get it in. All right, let's find some more questions here. A lot of these are very much Mark ones. Okay, so another is, what would negative damage do? Like, does negative damage heal people?
Negative damage would do nothing, because it would not happen, because the damage package stores damage in unsigned integers. They cannot store a negative value. Your stats, technically, can be negative. If you manage to get your minimum and maximum damage stats to be negative, then first off, congratulations. Second off, don't come within, like, strangling range of me. And third off, you will deal 0 damage. When it does the roll and tries to put it in the amount to store, that will just go to 0.
Fair enough. There are some very cool questions here of things to show, so we will try to get through some of those.
Yep. Unfortunately, when I spawn lots of monsters to make corpses, it kicks me for performing too many actions. So I have to log back in.
Well, what about the most monsters you can feasibly get quickly?
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yes, we have packet limits, so players don't do silly things like this.
Okay, that seems to work.
All right, you should put it on the screen.
I believe you can type disable rate limiting and it will stop kicking you.
Oh, I didn't know about that one. That's neat.
But then...
Yeah. Unfortunately, disable rate limiting does not work on the production realm.
Oh. All right, and we wanted...
No guarantees.
We wanted Val Detonate Dead, was it?
Yep.
Okay. Right, this is only going to happen once.
All right, we're going.
Oops. So I'll just need those.
I think you need to give yourself a lot of the corpse limit stat.
What is the stat, do you know?
It'll be on the skill gem if you do get gem stats maybe.
Oh dear.
Oh no. It might be hard coded, or is it?
Yeah, I don't think there is. Because I think oh god, one of them's still alive. Oh, nice. Yeah. Did we redesign Val Detonate Dead at some point? It didn't used to have a limit in the original version, but I think I vaguely recall there being a redesign. I don't remember what the details were.
It's not what it originally did.
It clearly, yeah, it has it does say it has an increasing delay between each one until it has destroyed 22.
Oh, that's it.
So I'll go take a look in the code and get back to you on if I can make it faster, but I probably can't.
Well, let's go to another crazy demo if we can. There's some low-hanging fruit here.
All right.
Okay, so a user asks, what's the smallest character size in the game? And can we see it with 500% movement speed?
Yes, we can.
I would go to go to Lionized Watch or something so they get a bit more of an accurate perspective.
Yeah.
The area that he was in, the programming test area as it's called, zooms out a bit, has target dummies, all the forbidden stuff. It's like GM Island basically for us. And it's fast to load as well. It uses quite a simple tile set.
Fun fact about that area, it is increasingly difficult to get people to not want, once you can go there, why not go there, spawn the monster, test the monsters, etc. Why would you not go to where it spawns in the game and actually see it in context? It's much easier, and it becomes almost like something you have to fight actively to not just constantly go to that programming area to test and spawn and do everything. And then what will happen is and this isn't to fault of anyone, this legit just happens, it doesn't mean anyone's necessarily bad at what they do, but I'll often send out a task and I'll be like, set up this monster, and then you get it sent back to you and they're like, done. And then I go to the area where it's meant to spawn, I'm like, they're not here. Like, where are they? And it's just like, oh, you set it up and made it all work in the programming area. And it just becomes like a habit, and it's something we have to constantly actively fight people doing, is spending their entire development career sitting in that programming area.
Yeah. So the smallest possible character size is minus 99% actor scale, because that's an integer number. We can't give it. Looks like that. And if we put some run speed on. Oh, I like the splashes in the water. That's good.
I think it might actually look pretty funny if you just turn off run and zoom in and so turn off the buff. Because I think it should accelerate the character. Oh, it's too hard to see.
Maybe make it a little bigger?
Go like 10% size, I reckon. Get real cute.
We'll cut out a little bit of that. Yeah, there I am. Does that show on the big screen? This is maximum zoom in. I can't see him any closer.
We typically try to avoid showing you guys this stuff. It's like spawning Mirror of Calandra just off the bat, right? Sure, there's silly cheats for this, but it kind of undermines the importance of the game when you're like, the player could. So it's a treat for you guys for Exilecon for Path of Exile 1, right? That it's going to be another decade before you see this kind of shenanigans in a PoE 2 client.
this looks fine.
Oh,
Ship it.
This would be great in PvP, I'm sure.
Maybe we need to do like miniature character PvP in.
Let's invert that. Let's go with like 600% increased actor scale.
The demigod build.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did put a cap on how big you get because of people with the headhunters.
No, it's got a hard cap now.
Yeah.
I think
there's
a soul leader might have.
Is there an uncapped stat?
I'm not sure.
No, the cap was hard-coded because for all those people streaming with Headhunter and the stream was just their like knees. And apparently that didn't make the game look good.
All right,
it's firing from an unfortunate position, isn't it? What does a fireball look like? Oh.
Yeah.
Make one of those sand spitters that big. Give it the 600%, and then put yourself back. To regular size.
Yeah.
This is how we get bosses made.
There's a sand spitter there.
Oh, yeah. Evading your cheats.
Yeah, give me a second. Stop moving. Zombies haven't listened because we're not intelligent anyway.
The problem is not everything scales up with them. So the projectiles are still tiny. But you can sometimes just do that. The animations don't hold up. Things like movement speed don't hold up, so it would end up move traveling. Some are fine, like a creature like that might actually be alright, but a human will end up just being really slow, and like they'll end up with both legs off the ground for some time, and it doesn't really hold up. But sometimes you can take a monster and scale it up 6 times, and you know, it works perfectly well.
Hey, Mark, do you remember when we made those videos of the bosses fighting each other for the news? How easy is it to put 2 monsters on opposing teams when you just spawn them?
Pretty straightforward, yeah.
Yeah, trivial.
Do you want to go somewhere and spawn some bosses on different teams and just let them have at it?
Yeah, all right. We'll give it a go.
This isn't going to be as balanced. Like when we did the ones for the news, we had to actually set some stats to make it a video that wasn't just, you know, one-sided. Because bosses have different levels.
Some bosses can be spawned out of arenas, some cannot, so we need to kind of figure out, is there any suggestions here for bosses or anything? We can see if it can work. Exarch v. Ada. Well, half of that will fall apart, but we can probably try it. What, Argus and what? Oak. I can come over and spawn them if you want, Mark.
No, I'll have to look up what they are. So Argus?
Exarch and Ada. Pretty sure that X might work. I'm just trying to think whether or not, well, we'll break apart. We can always find out.
I can still use the number and pull off these, right? Okay, that's him. What was our opponent?
Oak. He might not work because he's got the whole bandit quest shenanigans
He's pretty
going
tied
on,
into his location, but we'll
the
see
map
what happens.
boss variant will work.
But the map boss might have some special map stats, which makes him stronger. Maybe not.
Yeah, so Argus is going to die.
Oh, no, there's a standalone version. Oak standalone.
When designers join our team from the outside, they do this for a few hours.
They might attack you, so you might want to just add grace period to yourself.
Or hidden monster. So now they should be on different teams, and
Add bug, I know that one.
Yeah, that type
it's got 7 stats, all ones.
Yeah, I don't usually have a grace period on too.
How do you know this?
I can spell. What? Oh, so there's a problem. I got one thing.
He's not going to compete with Enduring, bro.
Yeah. Show them the increased timescale.
Yeah, so we just accelerated time here.
Yeah, Argus is losing this.
Argus is gonna die from
Oh, he's not even unique though.
Yeah,
he's been.
I didn't know it was possible to spawn Argus as a normal.
Are there any other suggestions for good bosses that do a lot more?
Lunara Solara.
So that one already exists.
That kind of does already exist, yeah.
You just warp to the Cold River map.
We can try Exarch and Eater, Eater of Worlds and Searing Exarch.
Okay.
If they're both out of their arena, they both have a disadvantage. But like, I don't think Exarch can do his like crisscrossing projectile skill outside of his arena. For many map bosses, we've made standalone versions. I don't think these have any. A lot of the pinnacle ones, it's, well, not a lot. Any that can go on the Feared or on Maven encounters have standalone versions, but these do not yet.
How do I get Searing Exarch? What's he called?
Probably called like Cleansing Fire Boss.
Oh, yeah, yeah, there he is. I missed him. All right.
And the other one's called Tangle Boss, I believe. Just internal names. They might have a bunch of Geo and stuff to activate, but I mean, we'll just see.
Okay.
If it works, it works. Else we have to pick two other bosses.
What's his name? Eater?
Yeah, I think it's Tangle Boss.
I tried Tangle Boss, it didn't seem to work.
Tangled.
I should have limited the search to monsters.
It's very hard to remember names because you become so familiar with internal names and...
Yeah, I only know the uniques by like what they do.
Consume Boss, maybe?
Oh,
Eater of Worlds,
Consume
there he
Boss,
is.
yeah.
Found him.
I always get that mixed up with the Swamp Boss.
8, 9, 6,
I can't even remember his name.
I think Tangle was the name of the art, Consume was the name of the...
And then Doom is...
As it goes through each department, they get renamed, just arbitrarily by that department, just to whatever they think it should be called. And then by the time it gets to the user, it's like, oh, I didn't... you don't even...
I might have made two of them.
Do you want to remove Grace Period and see if they might just have proximity triggers that enable...
I haven't turned for Monster Eye on yet.
Oh, you might need to re-add it now.
I'll do God Mode, that's faster. Get my Grace Period back. Oh,
yeah, I think they're fighting you now.
Yeah, I know. Well, now that they're highlightable, put that one on team 6. Yeah, okay. Well, this is obviously unfair. We need another one of the Searing guy.
All right.
Yeah, you go 2v2.
So, Mark, this may be a good time for the next question, which is, do we support first-person camera? Got a numpad there?
Wait, do we?
You know the key that dissociates the camera?
Oh,
like
God.
numpad minus?
I don't have a numpad on my keyboard, so...
Oh.
No, not that.
Isn't there a key there that lets
you can type /toggle free cam.
Because now we can get some good shots of this fight.
Toggle free camera, I believe. Yeah.
And then yeah.
Oh, fog. WASD, depending on what camera type it is.
And this is how we do cinematic shots on our trailers. As you can see, there's no
usually
sky.
people are better at it than I am.
Yeah, we don't have skyboxes, and the fog is a trailer maker's worst enemy. I don't know what's going on here.
This one hasn't fucking woken up.
You spawned him with Grace Period, so this other Exarch's just fighting a 2v1.
So as you can see, the free camera ruins the item...
where are we?
Item names. Oh God, what have I done? Help, I am not good with computer.
Oh, holy... What the...
I'm not sure what's happened.
Feels like we got an assert.
An illegal skill, most likely.
Are you on local server? That
Yep.
must be. Is there an assert going on here, or is something paused? Tab to. Have you tabbed to the server? I reckon there's an assert. Yeah.
Oh,
there you
yeah.
go.
Cool.
All right, so
I might have to fix that at some point.
I'm not sure if you're going to have random open world 2v2 Eat All for Worlds things going. Yeah, so because that pauses the instance when the error pops up until you ignore it or proceed, and then it will play very quickly until it catches back up to where it's meant to be.
All right, so the next question, which may require a fresh instance, Mark, is that the players would like to know what a literal zoom answer would look like with lots of minions. You know, like if they say 1,000.
All right. I've come to a place.
We'll never know who won. It seemed like Exarch was destroying them.
So, actually first.
I want a rematch of that Ogre vs Argus later because he was not a unique rarity, which means he was missing a lot of damage and a lot of life on Argus. But I'm maybe biased, I like Argus.
Okay, let's have some skeletons.
So a player asks, are there any cool Easter eggs hidden in Path of Exile 1 that you can't find without the free cam? No, that would probably hurt performance to include stuff you can't physically see.
That one?
What are the weirdest internal names we have for things? Well, there are interesting things where, like, we've used whirling blades a couple of times for stuff other than what it is, right? Like, Blade Flurry is whirling blades internally, or?
So, whirling blades internally all through development was called Blade Flurry, and then we renamed it Whirling Blades right before release. So this was a very early skill way back in the day. It's got a lot of weirdness because it was very early PoE. None of us knew what we were doing, I think. And then years later, we started doing more channeled skills, and we released what was internally called Charged Attack. And then that got named Blade Flurry as an actual final name, because obviously Charged Attack is a bit dry and boring. And this keeps causing confusion, because people now know that as Blade Flurry and go look for Blade Flurry in the code, which is the code for whirling blades. That's not as bad as Blade Vortex, which was called Spinning Ethereal Blade internally, and then was named Blade Vortex. So the balance data is called Blade Vortex, and the internal code is called Ethereal Spinning Blades. And then we had to remake that because it was bad, and so then the code was called Blade Vortex, and the balance and all the associated data for that was called New Blade Vortex. And then we had to remake that because it was still bad, and then the code was called New Blade Vortex, and all the associated data and balance stuff was called New Blade Vortex. Please don't make us do it again.
What iteration of new shield charge are we on to? I can't remember.
I don't know.
It's like 4 news or something.
We also use code names for leagues, like Blight was Affliction internally, and still is.
Affliction is Delirium.
Oops. What was Blight?
Blight was Coriander. Coriander League.
Was that Coriander?
Wasn't it? Well, something was Coriander. I don't know. I got mushroom. Definitely mushroom.
Mushrooms
was the name.
were oils.
Yeah, the oils were called mushrooms. I think it's Coriander League. I don't know why.
And Scourge was Hellscape?
Yeah, Scourge was Hellscape.
All right.
What are some other interesting ones?
Oh, it doesn't do that. Oh, bother. Oh, yeah, I see it. This happens a lot. Usually there aren't as many people watching.
A user asks, where is Chris going to be after this talk if we have the cards to beat him?
That still didn't work.
That's ominous. I will be with my bodyguard outside
I clearly need
the
to
venue because the talk is the last one for today. Can we catch fish in the 323 boat league? They're talking about 324, right? We haven't announced anything to do with that.
Was it 548?
You know, these guys diligently insert phishing stuff in every single league we do still, to this day, right?
I think that's called Basil League internally.
Basil?
Yeah, some sort of other, or Basil, some one of those herbs, you know.
I thought it was Schooner.
I don't really know all those like green leafy things, but we keep getting leagues named after them.
Yes.
Okay, well that'll at least make them last longer.
How many players fit in an instance until the game crashes? Quite a lot, actually. We increased this for Royale. Previously, it was a 32-bit integer that stored a mask of which players could see each tile, and so there was a limit of 32 players, which in towns we got up to 24 and could overflow slightly. But now we support large numbers of players for Royale. Like we've tested with 100, we could probably go a bit higher. It's not great to receive that much data in your client.
Yeah, but then when we did like, the issue with the number of players is the more players with different skills and everything, the more you have to preload.
Behold my army, it seems.
Holy. Convocation.
Oh, I don't have the mana.
See, in Diablo 2, I would get the teleport amulet, and you just PK someone by jumping right on top of them.
Half of them can't get close enough.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh dear.
We have a question in the meantime while Mark demos this. Are any of the Crucible modifiers to skills bookmarked for later review to be added in some form?
I'll try not to give any spoilers, but there are certain elements from Crucible passives, well, mainly the stats, that we will integrate into other places in the game, and some of those will be coming this patch. A lot of them won't, but we've got them in the bank in case we ever need to find a better home for them.
Can you give one spoiler?
I can't think one off my top of my head, which is bad.
It's not a test, you're allowed.
Yeah, these guys have well, range. The fresh meat support is very similar to the Crucible notable that was on Spectres and Zombies, for example. So I think in Crucible League, they got adrenaline for like 10 seconds when they get summoned. So fresh meat support is like doubling down on that idea, but like way better than that note, I think.
What is going on there?
Now we're on fire.
And this computer has a 4090 in it.
Argus is unfazed.
Yeah, I don't think this is a real Argus. I think this is a monster based on, I just went monster Argus.
Lost nothing. The problem here is I'm pretty sure these are spawning low-level monsters.
Oh yeah.
Something like that.
It's a level 1 skeleton's gem.
Is there a skill that was more difficult to implement than expected, or a particularly interesting bug? So let's go with the bugs angle. What's a skill that we were working on that was just really messy?
Hydrosphere, for sure.
Hydrosphere, yeah.
Oh, Hydrosphere.
Hydrosphere is like 19 skills in one, though, so I don't know if it kind of counts.
That's one of the things where we work for 3 months and we deliver Hydrosphere, you know?
I had to come in and I think I spent a Saturday just re-implementing the fact that it is a thing on your team that lets you hit it as though it's an enemy, and doesn't let things which are actually enemies hit it. And basically, there's a very core thing in the target section for is enemy and is ally, and those are just a lot uglier ever since we implemented Hydrosphere.
All right. What's the weirdest or worst thing we found very close to a league launch? I have an example, but I don't think I should give it, because it's going to let people exploit if they know it.
Wait,
so never mind.
Is that for the upcoming league? Or?
What's that, sorry?
Is that for the upcoming league?
No comment.
I'll give a good one, which is kind of related to Val Summon Skeletons. So in the Trial of the Ancestors, you do a match and then you can do another match straight away. But at the moment, there is currently a bug, which means that the matches don't get cleaned up afterwards. So what you can do is you can desecrate and lay a lot of corpses, or you can summon your Val Summon skeletons, finish your current match, start the next match, all of those corpses will still be there, all the Val Summon skeletons will still be there, so you can just like Val Detonate Dead, one tap everything. But we're aware of it, so it will definitely be fixed before launch.
Yeah. Better luck next time. Well, I think it's probably best for us to call the questions there. So that's the end of Exilecon Day 1. We plan to start tomorrow's schedule by streaming the 3 developer talks that were shown in the auditorium today that have not yet been on the stream, and so they're going to take place before we actually start live in person here tomorrow. In person, we're starting at 9:30 a.m. New Zealand time. At least that's when the first streaming stage thing is. The first talk, which is the Path of Exile 2 questions and answers session, will take place at 10 a.m. That is a perfect time to bring up all the questions about the split between the games, what the plans are for Path of Exile 2. It'll have all of the senior Path of Exile 2 designers there. A great time. They will answer all of the tough questions there will be. In addition, I'm really looking forward to the Action RPG Roundtable, which we're going to be hosting later on tomorrow, just before the race event. That's basically me and Eric, one of our co-founders, and also the contingent of American game developers, David and Max and Eric and Travis, who worked on Diablo, Fate, Torchlight, and so on, will be answering questions moderated by Kriparian. So have a think about what Action RPG design questions you want and have a look at that panel. It should be great. And then, of course, the day finishes with the huge race event where we get to crown the 2023 racing champion. So that should be a lot of fun. Thank you to everyone who's been watching online. There's a big day of streaming available tomorrow, and to everyone who's here, I hope you have a restful evening. Don't drink too much, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. But thanks, everyone.